Chapter 1546. Something happened. We gave him the authority to mobilize the soldiers of the northern 32 provinces. What could possibly happen to him? Within the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er couldn't help but speak out after hearing Li Tai's words that were filled with worry. In Li Er's view, no matter how powerful Wu Jie was, how could he threaten Li Zixuan, who had so many soldiers under his command? A martial grandmaster was still a human, not a god. Li Tai was slightly relieved to hear this, but then his brow furrowed again. Imperial Father, Wu Jie suddenly sneaking into the Great Tang, was it Khan Xieli who ordered him to do so? And could Khan Xieli still have a backup plan? For example, he might have hidden a large number of soldiers on the northern border of the Great Tang. Once Wu Jie succeeds, the Turkic army will enter the pass to receive him? Li Er's expression suddenly turned grim. After a moment of silence, he nodded. Qingke, your analysis is correct. This situation is extremely likely. It should be that Li Zixuan has made many divine weapons for the Great Tang in the past year. After Xieli heard about it, he sent Wu Jie, a martial grandmaster, to sneak into Cloud Mountain to steal. This way, Xieli must have a backup plan. Humph, I really didn't expect that Xieli, a fierce and ruthless character, would send someone to do such a shady business. Li Er couldn't help but slam the table and stand up. Li Tai stood up and clasped his hands. Imperial Father, if this is really the case, then Yamacho's situation is not good. This afternoon, Your Eminence and the other generals calculated that Wu Jie would most likely arrive at Longmen Pass in the evening. Mountain Chieftain is an intelligent man and should have been able to guess Wu Jie's route, but time is tight. Even if he can transfer soldiers from Bing Province, it would be impossible for him to gather more than 50,000 soldiers in such a short amount of time. If Wu Jie and the Turkic soldiers lying in ambush in the Great Tang's territory work together, Mountain Chieftain leading a lone army at Longmen Pass will not be able to stop Wu Jie from fleeing north. The little fatty who had wanted to compete with Li Zixuan back then was now racking his brains and thinking about Li Zixuan's safety. It had to be said that Li Zixuan had a special kind of charisma. Charisma. How could Li Er not understand what Li Tai was talking about? Li Zixuan was the most promising talent of the Great Tang's younger generation. He didn't want anything to happen to Li Zixuan, but what else could he do? At this moment, Li Zixuan was several hundred li away from the capital. If something were to happen, it would have already happened. Thinking of this, Li Er couldn't help but walk back and forth in front of the hall with his hands behind his back. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the telegraph on the small square table beside Li Tai suddenly beeped. Swish, swish. Both father and son turned their gazes to the telegraph at the same time. Soon, Li Tai came back to his senses. He quickly picked up a pen and paper and began to record. A moment later, the telegraph stopped beeping. Li Er quickly asked, "How is it? Is it from Li Zixuan?" "Father, it's not a telegram from Yamacho." Unexpectedly, Li Tai shook his head. Seeing the doubt in Li Er's eyes, he quickly explained, "It's from Meng Wenhao." As he spoke, Li Tai had already sent out a string of codes to indicate that he was beside the telegraph. "Oh, is it news about Shu Bao, Jijie, and the others?" Li Er's eyes narrowed as he asked in a deep voice. Li Tai nodded and said, "It should be beep, 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 beep." As soon as he finished speaking, the telegraph beeped again. This time, the telegraph beeped for a long time. Li Er looked on anxiously from the side. The main reason was that he couldn't understand this non-human language, so he felt that time passed very slowly. After some time, the telegraph finally stopped beeping. Li Er knew that Li Tai was going to start translating the codes, so he didn't say anything to disturb him. However, as Li Tai compared the translated codes to the code book, His expression gradually became serious. Seeing this, Li Er's heart sank. He quickly asked, "Qingke, is there a change in the situation at the front line?" Li Tai took the paper with the translated report and stood up. With a solemn expression, he said, "Imperial Father, General Qin's army has already arrived at Puzhou. Just a moment ago, the scouts at the front sent news that the Turkic army of 50,000 is attacking Yanmen Pass. Yanmen Pass has been broken, and the armies of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shuozhou have all moved to stop the Turkic army from continuing south." What? The Turkic army of 50,000 broke through Yanmen Pass? Li Er's expression changed. He rushed in front of Li Tai and asked, "Then what about Li Zishuan? Did he stop Wu Jia and take back the information about Yanhuang College?" Li Tai handed over the paper with both hands and said, replying to Father, "Wenhao said that the situation at Yanmen Pass is still unknown. General Qin and his troops are marching through the night towards Yanmen Pass. They are estimated to arrive at Yanmen Pass in the middle of the night." When the provincial governors of the 4 provinces in the north found out that Yanmen Pass had been breached, they dispatched many messengers riding fast horses down south, telling the various provincial governments to make preparations to guard against the Tujue. Therefore, although the army led by Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda were still in Puzhou, the scouts they sent out were able to receive the news that Yanmen Pass had been breached in the north. Good. Immediately send a message to Shu Bao. No matter what, we can't let the Turkic army receive Wu Jia and take the books out of Great Tang. Li Er's face was as calm as water as he nodded and ordered. Li Er wasn't worried about an army of 50,000 Turks entering the Great Tang. After 2 years of recuperation, the Great Tang could be considered a powerful army. It was impossible for a mere 100,000 Turks to reach Chang, and in the 9th year of Wuda to happen again. His main concern was that after receiving Wu Jia, the Turks would flee back to the steppe with the Academy's secrets. If that really happened, the Academy's secrets would truly be lost. "Yes, Father," Li Tai replied, and quickly sat down beside the telegraph machine to continue sending messages. A few hundred li away from Chang, and Baoding County in Puzhou, both sides of the official road were filled with soldiers. They were taking a temporary rest. "General Qin, His Majesty wants us to rush to Longmen Pass. We can't let the Turkic army meet up with Wu Jia and take the books out of Great Tang." Meng Wenhao took out a piece of paper and cupped his hands in front of Qin Xiong and Yu Qigong. Qin Xiong couldn't help but nod. His Majesty can also see that Wu Jia will definitely pass through Longmen Pass. Since that's the case, let's continue our march. We must reach Longmen Pass within 4 hours. Not only were Li Er, Li Jing, and the others able to predict that Wu Jia might encounter Li Zishuan at Dragon Gate Pass, Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and the others who had experienced hundreds of battles could also predict this. Therefore, the route of their army was very clear. After leaving Chang and city, they went straight to Dragon Gate Pass, basically taking no detours. That's right. Military intelligence is like fire, and time waits for no one. Come, pass on my order. All soldiers of the 3 armies are to immediately mount and continue marching. Yuqi Jingda shouted loudly, instructing, "Yes." A few moments later, the 10,000 elite soldiers mounted once more and galloped forward under Qin Xiong's lead. This time, Qin Xiong was leading all light cavalry, and their specialty was their mobility and speed. In addition, Meng Wenhao had followed the army to Zhengzhou and was quite proficient in riding. Otherwise, he would have suffered a lot on this expedition. Marquis's internal organs were injured, and then he forced himself to circulate his energy. This is damaging his vitality. This old man doesn't know martial arts, so I can only give Marquis a calming and nourishing medicine. As for when Marquis will wake up, that's hard to say. Long men pass inside the turret. Two soldiers finally kidnapped a famous doctor from Longmen County to treat Li Zixuan. After the old doctor checked Li Zixuan's pulse, he couldn't help but shake his head with a heavy expression. What do you mean? Dr. Liu, aren't you the best doctor in Longmen County? Why can't you treat Marquis? One of the soldiers who brought the old doctor to Longmen Pass asked anxiously. The other three soldiers in the room also looked at Dr. Liu with red eyes. The white-bearded old man suddenly looked troubled. He sighed and said, I don't know martial arts, and I'm only good at treating external injuries. However, Marquis has internal injuries, and I can't do anything about it. Please find someone else. I'll give Marquis a prescription. Perhaps it can slightly reduce Marquis's injury. After that, he ignored the angry stares of the people in the room and started writing the prescription. No, you have to save Marquis. Marquis is a good person. Longmen County was also affected by the locust plague. If it weren't for His Highness Prince of Shu, who led Marquis' Sky Pheasant Brigade to eliminate the locust plague, Longmen County would definitely be in famine this year. If you don't cure Marquis, how can you live with your conscience? A soldier with a big beard stood out and said unwillingly to the old man. In fact, not only did Li Ku's team eliminate the locust plague in Longmen County, but many counties in Bing Province also received the favor of Li Ku and Li Zixuan. Therefore, when they saw that Li Zixuan was unconscious, many soldiers who followed Li Zixuan to Longmen Pass were secretly anxious. They wished they could take his place. This was the will of the people. This was what it meant to be repaid with kindness. When the old man heard that, he couldn't help but pause. He slowly straightened his body and said with a pained expression, How can I not know that Marquis is a good person? How can I not know that the locust plague in Longmen County was eliminated because of Marquis' Sky Pheasant Brigade? It's just that I really can't do anything. If possible, I'm willing to exchange my life for Marquis. But I can't. If you want Marquis to wake up as soon as possible, you have to find an inner force expert who is proficient in the art of healing. According to what I know, I'm afraid only Dr. Sun is qualified to do it. Dr. Sun? Dr. Sun should still be in Chang. And how can he make it in time? The soldier with the big beard couldn't help but ask. Lieutenant Liu, this is bad. A large number of cavalrymen with torches have been spotted 20 miles to the north. They are rushing towards Longmen Pass. At this moment, a soldier ran in quickly and bowed to the bearded soldier with cupped fists. It turned out that this guy was a lieutenant of the Bing Province barracks. What? A large number of cavalrymen are approaching Longmen Pass. Are they soldiers from other places? The bearded lieutenant's eyes widened. His heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly changed his expression. I can't see clearly which place they are from, but their marching speed is very fast. It won't be long before they reach Longmen Pass. The soldier cupped his fists and replied. The bearded lieutenant's face darkened. He said, Let's go. Follow me to the city tower to take a look. Then he remembered the white-haired old man beside him. He said, Dr. Liu, you don't have to worry. After you finish writing the prescription, someone will send you back to the county. Even if they are the enemy, they won't be able to hurt you. The old man shook his head and said calmly, Lieutenant Liu, you can go. I've lived to this age. What's there to be afraid of? The bearded lieutenant couldn't help but nod. He secretly thought that this old man was a good person. He must pay more for the consultation fee later. At that moment, the bearded lieutenant led two Mansion soldiers out of the door. Chapter 1547. If the other party is really the Turkic army, how can 1,000 soldiers here be their opponent? It's no secret that the Turkic state preceptor covets Marquis' knowledge. If he sees that Marquis is unconscious Not only will he take away all the books in Yanhuang College, he might even capture Marquis and bring him back to the Turkic Empire. At that time, Marquis will still not be able to escape death. After listening to Dr. Lu's words, the bearded lieutenant's eyes widened, and he said anxiously. When Dr. Lu heard this, he suddenly had a difficult expression. Lieutenant Lu, Marquis' current situation is definitely not able to withstand the bumpy journey. This place is at least a dozen miles away from Longmen County. If you send Marquis back to the county, if you go too fast, Marquis might directly lose his life on the way. If you go too slow, the Turkic army will most likely catch up with Marquis. The result is the same. This old man has said everything. As for how to decide, I ask Lieutenant Lu to think thrice before you act. The bearded lieutenant opened his mouth and was so anxious that he almost cursed. In this situation, if he stayed, he would definitely die. If he escaped, he would also definitely die. It wasn't an exaggeration to call it a hopeless situation. What choice did you ask him to make? What thrice? Even if he thought 100 times, he still couldn't do it. In addition, not only did Li Zixuan have a high position and power, but he was also deeply loved by the people of the Tang Empire. When it came to the life and death of Li Zixuan, the bearded lieutenant really didn't dare to take the risk. Just think about it. If Li Zixuan died because of his wrong decision, not only would Li Er and the people of the world not forgive him, he wouldn't be able to get past himself. Therefore, at this time, the bearded lieutenant was hesitant. Speaking of which, if he had to risk his own life, he wouldn't hesitate to do it. He wasn't afraid of death. Lieutenant, this subordinate has a plan. Just when the bearded lieutenant was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, the soldier who came to report suddenly said, "Oh, what plan? Say it quickly. What time is it now? Bai Qi, you still want to keep me in suspense?" When the bearded lieutenant heard this, he resisted the urge to slap the back of the latter's head. Lieutenant, I just remembered." The soldier shrunk his neck and quickly said, "Lieutenant, there is a cellar under the Longmen Pass. We can hide Marquis in the cellar and send someone to look after him. This way, even if we all die in battle, the Turkic army might not be able to find Marquis." Cellar? There was a cellar under the Dragon Gate. Why didn't I know about it? The bearded lieutenant said in surprise. They were all soldiers from Bing Province's Shichong House. They had never been to Longmen Pass before, so they naturally didn't know the specific situation here. The soldier, named Bai Qi, replied, "Lieutenant, my cousin used to be stationed at Longmen Pass. Of course, I know the situation here. We can hide Marquis in the cellar. This way, the Turkic army won't find him, and Marquis won't be injured. Furthermore, Provincial Governor Hong and Fong Kanjun led people to chase after Wu Jia. If those torches really belonged to the Turkic army, Kanjun and the others would definitely see them. They might even be rushing over to Longmen Pass right now. As long as we can hold on until Kanjun and the others return, we have hope of holding on until reinforcements from other places arrive." Hearing this, the bearded lieutenant couldn't help but nod and say, "Good. We will immediately move Marquis to the cellar. Remember, you are not allowed to mention this to anyone else. Violators will be punished according to military law." This matter concerned Li Zixuan's life, so the bearded lieutenant had to be careful. He felt that the fewer people who knew about Li Zixuan's hiding place, the better. It wasn't that he didn't trust the other soldiers outside, but he was worried that some people would be threatened by the Turkic army and be forced to reveal Li Zixuan's whereabouts. Hiding Marquis in the cellar isn't a bad idea. This old man is willing to stay in the cellar and take care of Marquis. At this time, Dr. Lu said, previously he had planned to write 2 prescriptions for Li Zixuan to ease his injuries, but with the army at the border, Even if he wrote the prescriptions, he wouldn't have time to get the medicine. Instead, he might as well stay by Li Zixuan's side. If anything happened, he would be able to treat him immediately. The bearded lieutenant couldn't help but look at Dr. Liu in surprise. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Dr. Liu, Liu Xianda, won't hide it from you. Tonight, Longmen Pass is likely to be flooded with blood. Are you sure you want to stay?" Dr. Liu waved his hand and said, "How could this old man not know this? But Marquis's life is in danger. If this old man abandons him, not only will I be a doctor in vain, I will also be a human. Anyway, this old man is already so old. If the Turkic army wants to kill me, then kill me. If this old man can save Marquis's life, this old man will have no regrets." When Lieutenant Liu Xianda heard this, he couldn't help but be slightly moved. He solemnly bowed to Dr. Liu and said, "Dr. Liu is benevolent and righteous. If this old man is lucky enough to survive this battle, he will definitely repay today's kindness in the future." Dr. Liu saved Li Zixuan, which was a disguised redemption for him. Of course, he was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Lieutenant Liu is too polite. "This is what I should do," Dr. Liu said as he cupped his hands in return. Liu Xianda nodded and no longer talked nonsense. Several people carefully helped Li Zixuan up from the bed and prepared to send him to the cellar. "Lieutenant, these books from Yanhuang College, should we also move them to the cellar?" Sergeant Li Zixuan followed behind them. At this time, he glanced at the pile of books on the square table in the room. They were the books that Li Zixuan had taken from Wu Jia. He quickly asked. Liu Xianda's figure paused and said with a serious expression, "Move. Of course we have to move them. These precious books from Yanhuang College must not be taken away by the Turks." In fact, Liu Xianda wanted to burn all these books because burning them was the safest way. However, without Li Zixuan's permission, he didn't have the courage to burn these books. "Yes, Lieutenant, the Turks are here." After about 15 minutes, Liu Xianda stood on the tower again. The torches in the north were less than 3 miles away from Longmen Pass. Liu Xianda's eyes narrowed. He turned around and looked at the more than 1,000 soldiers behind him and shouted, "Everyone, listen to me. Tonight, we will defend Longmen Pass with our lives. We are not fighting alone. As long as we can hold on for a few minutes, our reinforcements will arrive. At that time, everyone will have a share of the credit for defending Longmen Pass." 1,000 soldiers against at least 30 to 40,000 soldiers would definitely be weaker. In order to stabilize the soldiers' morale, Liu Xianda could only say so. In fact, he didn't even know if there would be reinforcements. "Yes, we will defend Longmen Pass with our lives." The soldiers didn't know this. When they heard Liu Xianda's solemn vow, they all responded with vigor. "Lieutenant, look, are those Adjunct Fang's men?" Bai Qi pointed to the northeast and shouted. Liu Xianda quickly turned around and took a closer look. He saw a black torrent about a mile away from the Dragon Gate. It was rushing toward the Dragon Gate at a high speed. They were too far away, and this group of people didn't have any torches. Therefore, they didn't notice that there was an army in front of the torch army. "It's Adjunct Fang. It must be them." Adjunct Fang and Provincial Governor Hong are very familiar with this official road. They can march with a little moonlight, but the Turks are definitely not like them. Therefore, this group of people must be Adjunct Fang and his men, Liu Xianda said excitedly. Bang, bang, bang. As the army continued to approach, it didn't take long for some sharp-eyed soldiers to see the appearances of some of the people in the army under the faint moonlight. Someone cheered, "Adjunct Fang. It's Adjunct Fang. Adjunct Fang is back. Longmen Pass is saved. Open the city gate." Liu Xianda also saw it clearly at this time and ordered decisively. Yes. Soon, 2 soldiers bowed and ran down the city tower to open the city gate. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, the army finally arrived at Longmen Pass. Seeing the city gate open, they galloped into the pass without hesitation. Quick, close the city gate. The Turk army is coming this way. The leader of the army was indeed Fong Gongting. Seeing that everyone had entered the pass, Fong Gongting shouted anxiously, "Creak!" Naturally, there were soldiers who went to close the city gate. Lu Xianda went up and bowed to Fong Gongting and Hong Wenxing. Then he asked, "Adjunct Fong, why are you back? Let's talk at the side." Fong Gongting wiped away his sweat and began to walk up the stairs. As he walked, he said, "Adjunct Fong, and I followed Wu Jia." Governor Hong and I pursued Wu Jia the entire way, but we didn't expect that just as we were about to reach Mado Pass, we would discover that the Turkic army was fighting with the soldiers of the Bing province barracks. I originally wanted to go to their aid, but by the time we arrived, the battle was already nearing its end. Moreover, not long after, Wu Jia and that Turkic general mounted their horses and prepared to continue south. Governor Hong and I immediately ordered the army to turn around and return as quickly as possible. So that's how it was. Hearing this, Lu Xianda nodded thoughtfully. Fong Gongting hesitated for a few moments before continuing, "I also heard some bad news. Yanmen Pass has been breached, and Commandant Su has most likely been killed." "What? Yanmen Pass has been breached." When Lu Xianda heard this, his face was filled with shock. Fong Gongting, his face sorrowful, nodded and softly said, "It was breached tonight." Lu Xianda was dumbfounded. Hong Wenxing asked, "How are Marquis injuries? Where are they now?" Lu Xianda frowned and thought for a moment before replying, "Marquis is seriously injured and unconscious. This general has already invited the best doctor in Longmen County to treat him. However, Marquis injuries are mainly internal, so the doctor can't do anything about it. He can only temporarily alleviate Marquis pain. Marquis can't be shaken right now. To prevent any accidents, I have already sent Marquis to a quiet place nearby. Once the Turkic army is fended off, we will invite famous doctors to treat Marquis." Hong Wenxing's expression turned solemn as he muttered, "His injuries are actually so serious. It seems that we have to win this battle." Chapter 1548. Arrows shot out, logs and stones tumbled down, and the area in front of Longmen Pass quickly turned into a scene of carnage. Hundreds and thousands of Turkic soldiers fell at the foot of the gate tower. The sounds of charging and miserable howls mixed together, and the originally quiet night sky was no longer peaceful. In a village near Longmen Pass, the villagers who were sleeping soundly were woken up by the loud battle cries. They went out and saw flames in the direction of Longmen Pass. They panicked. "There's a battle! There's a battle at Longmen Pass. Are the Turks here? Quick, mother of the children, quickly take the children out and escape to the county. Master, are you crazy? Longmen County's gate is already closed. What's the point of us escaping there? Then let's escape to the mountains. Otherwise, when the Turks enter the village, they'll definitely capture us and send us to the grassland to work as laborers. You Dazhuang, what are you waiting for? There's a battle at Longmen Pass. Grab your weapons and go help out at Longmen Pass." "Ah, Li Zheng, you want to go to Longmen Pass? What if the Turks are attacking Longmen Pass?" "Turks? If they're Turks, we have to go. Do you know who the general guarding Longmen Pass is? It's Marquis Yom, and who was the one who saved our village? It's Marquis' Sky Rooster Brigade. If you don't help Marquis today, I'll see if you can live with your conscience." "What? Marquis is at Longmen Pass? How is that possible? Why not?" "Rengui went hunting in the mountains today, and met Marquis on the way. Marquis was leading an army to enter Longmen Pass. Now that someone is attacking Longmen Pass, Marquis must be in danger. If you're a man, grab your weapons and follow me to help Marquis. As for the women and children, run to Yamacho to hide. Sai, isn't that Ringue? Ringue, where are you going? Wait for us to go together. Xiu Village. This was Shwerengue's hometown, Longmen County Xiu Village in Jiang Province. Shwerengue had long heard the battle cries from afar. At this moment, he had already carried his bow, feather arrows, and modeo on his back, and walked quickly towards the village entrance. Hearing someone calling him, he stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the burly man. He replied, "Gao Lijing, I'm going to Longmen Pass to take a look. Tell the villagers to bring along hunting bows if they have one. It's the best thing to use to defend the city. Besides, Uncle Yu, with Marquis around, the Longmen Pass won't be breached. The army from the county will be here soon. You don't have to rush Aunt Yu and the rest into the mountains. It's not safe in the mountains at this time of the night." After saying that, Shwerengue did not care about what the two of them thought. He immediately turned around and rushed towards the Dragon Gate. "Sai, Ringue, just you wait. Be careful." The big man, surnamed Gao, stood on his tiptoes and looked at Shwerengue's back anxiously. Seeing that Shwerengue had run far away, he helplessly turned around and said, "Did you hear that, Yu Dazhuang? Quickly grab your weapons and call the rest of the villagers. Follow me to save Marquis. Let the women and children in the village hide at home. Don't go to the mountains. What if they encounter a pack of wolves? Quick!" Yu Dazhuang had already woken up. He quickly replied, "Okay, Li Zheng, I'll go inform the rest of the villagers. The children's mother, take the children and hide at home. Don't come out. I'll be back soon with Li Zheng." After saying that, Yu Dazhuang quickly walked towards a small courtyard of a farmer's house in the east. If Li Zishuan was not at Longmen Pass, Yu Dazhuang would never have the guts to fight with the Turkic army. Now, no matter how brave the Turkic people were, he had to go because Li Zishuan was the benefactor of the entire Longmen County. He had to repay him for saving his life. Moreover, if they could block the Turkic army outside Longmen Pass, they would have saved his family. The woman behind him shouted worriedly, "Husband, you have to be careful." Because many villagers had already been awakened by the battle cries in the direction of Longmen Pass, it didn't take long for 40 to 50 youths with wooden bows, sickles, and shovels to gather at the entrance of Xiu Village. Under the leadership of Gao Lijang, this small group quickly headed towards Longmen Pass. Moreover, the other villagers of Xiu Village were also informing the other villages. It wouldn't be long before the other villages also sent a group of youths to support Longmen Pass. I didn't expect the Tang army to prepare rolling stones and logs in advance. We can't go on like this. The Tang army behind us is about to arrive. I wonder if the state teacher has a good idea. In front of Longmen Pass, under the Turkic army's flag, Ashina Shi'er turned his head and asked Wu Jie. At this moment, Wu Jie was sitting cross-legged on his horse with his eyes closed, seizing the time to recover his internal strength. After all, a great grandmaster was also a human. From last night until now, not only did he not sleep for a moment, he also fought with several experts and thousands of Tang soldiers. Whether it was internal strength or mental strength, he had consumed a lot. If it was any other person, they definitely wouldn't be able to last until now. Hearing Ashina Shi'er's question, Wu Jie opened his eyes and said, "The Tang army has been guarding the gate for so long, but Li Zishuan hasn't come out. This means that Li Zishuan has completely lost his ability to fight. In the Tang army, there are no experts who can fight against this state teacher." At this moment, I have recovered 60% of my strength. Perhaps I can help you break the gate. Wu Jie understood Ashina, Shi'er's meaning. He was now the strongest person in the Turkic army. In this battle of life and death, he couldn't just sit back and do nothing. Besides, now that Longmen Pass didn't have the little monster Li Zishuan as a threat, he could be even more unscrupulous. Hearing this, Ashina Shi'er's face lit up with excitement. He laughed heartily and said, with state teacher's words, this general can rest assured. After we take back the books of Yanhuang College and kidnap the Marquis of Yong, and Ashina Shi'er will definitely ask the Khan for a reward for state teacher. Wu Jie didn't respond. He changed from sitting cross-legged on his horse to riding. No one could see his face under the black robe, and no one could tell whether he was happy or angry at this moment. A moment later, he stretched out his hand and said in a hoarse voice, "Bring this state teacher's mace over." Previously, he had been sitting cross-legged on his horse to heal, so he naturally didn't carry the heavy mace on his back. Although he didn't care about the weight, it would inevitably affect his healing. Yes, the two Turkic soldiers carried Wu Jie's mace over, and from their expressions, it was clear that this mace was extremely heavy, at least 100 or 200 jin. But Wu Jie stretched out his arm and easily grabbed the mace. Then he lightly said, "This state teacher will go and break the gate. You take the elite wolf cavalry and follow behind." His tone didn't allow anyone to object. Clearly, he was the one who had the final say here. Ashina Shi'er's face didn't show any displeasure. Instead, he respectfully cupped his fists and said, "State teacher can rest assured. This general will definitely not fall behind." Wu Jie imperceptibly nodded. Then he stroked the mane of his war horse and muttered meaningfully, "What a pity for such a good horse." Saying so, he no longer hesitated. He kicked the horse's belly and shouted, "Hiya! Pung pung pung." Soon, Wu Jie's war horse began to crazily accelerate, becoming faster and faster until it couldn't distinguish between friend and foe. The Turkic soldiers in front of Wu Jie, who were attacking the gate, were all sent flying by his war horse. Wu Jie rode alone, wielding his mace like an unparalleled war god, rapidly charging towards the gate. It's Wu Jie. What does he want to do? On the city gate tower, Lu Xianda quickly noticed Wu Jie charging out of the Turkic army and was somewhat surprised and puzzled. Standing next to him, Fang Gongting took a closer look and suddenly paled. "He wants to break the gate. Quick! Everyone, quickly fire arrows in that direction." The Dragon Gate Pass was different from the Yanmen Pass. The walls here were much wider, with a width of nearly 300 feet. It was more than enough to accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 archers standing in 2 rows. Under Lu Xianda's command, the first batch of archers on the gate tower changed their target, shooting in Wu Jie's direction. Afterwards, the first row of archers crouched down to reload their arrows, while the second row of archers continued to shoot in Wu Jie's direction. Xiu xiu xiu. A sky full of arrows rained down on Wu Jie, but Wu Jie showed no fear. He didn't slow down his horse at all. With one hand holding the reins and the other holding the mace, he waved it in front of him. The powerful true qi in his body spread out through the mace, quickly forming a true qi cover in front of him. All the arrows that came within 3 feet of him were all sent flying. In this way, the Turkic soldiers around Wu Jie were completely out of luck. Wu Jie could block the sky full of arrows, but they couldn't. After 3 volleys of arrows, there wasn't a single Turkic soldier standing next to Wu Jie. Of course, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing for Wu Jie, because this meant that there was no one in front of him to block his path. Thus, his war horse once again sped up, leaving behind no one in the dust. 50 zhang, 40 zhang, 30 zhang, 20 zhang. In the blink of an eye, Wu Jie was only 20 zhang away from the gate. On the city gate tower, Hong Wenxing and Fang Gongting saw Wu Jie's brave and invincible stance and couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness. Facing a martial grandmaster-level Turkic wolf cavalry as the vanguard, defending the city had become very difficult. They were already in a weak position, and with the addition of a martial grandmaster-level Wu Jie, they were even more powerless. This was somewhat similar to the words Xiang Yu had said when he committed suicide in the Wu River. Now that I am trapped here, the death of the heavens is not my fault. Not my fault. If the Dragon Gate really fell tonight, it wouldn't be because there was a problem with their command, but rather because Wu Jie's personal strength was too strong. One man could fight against 1,000 soldiers. On top of the city gate tower, the archers were frantically firing arrows in Wu Jie's direction, but none of them seemed to be of any use. The rain of arrows didn't seem to be able to harm Wu Jie in the slightest. When he was about 15 meters away from the city gate, Wu Jie slapped his horse's back and leapt off. Taking advantage of the super speed he had gained from riding his horse, Wu Jie kicked his horse's head with all his might, gaining another burst of speed. Grabbing his mace, he flew towards the city gate at an even faster speed. The war horse was hit by Wu Jie's kick in the air and immediately let out a mournful whine, blood gushing out of its head as it collapsed to the ground. At this moment, Wu Jie was still in the air, swinging his mace to block the incoming arrows while secretly accumulating his strength. Once he reached the gate, he would use his strongest attack and blow the gate open. At this moment, a young man climbed up the stairs from the side of the city gate tower. The soldiers who saw him were stunned at first, but quickly stepped forward to stop him. However, the young man didn't have time to explain and directly jumped up, stepping on the shoulders of the soldiers, and quickly flew towards the edge of the city wall. After seeing Wu Jie rapidly approaching, the young man didn't hesitate. While in the air, he knocked an arrow and aimed at Wu Jie. Xiu xiu xiu. The youth shot out like a bolt of lightning, releasing 3 arrows in quick succession. Bolstered by the youth's true chi, the 3 arrows flew towards Wu Jie's chest and ribs in a triangular formation. The speed of the arrows was so fast that they actually created 3 sonic booms. As they flew through the air, Wu Jie, who was flying towards the gate, suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Looking up, he saw 3 arrows flying towards him at an extraordinary speed. Danger! These 3 arrows had the ability to pierce through his true chi defense. Almost in an instant, Wu Jie made such a judgment in his heart. Thus, he quickly raised his mace and swung it in the direction of the 3 arrows. Ding, ding, ding! The 3 arrows collided with Wu Jie's mace one after another, but in the end, the 3 ants were unable to shake the elephant. Wu Jie wasn't injured by the young man's 3 arrows, but because he had to block the 3 arrows, his speed had slowed down a notch. However, he still had to break through the Dragon Gate tonight. Wu Jie faintly glanced in the direction of the young man's battle, then ignored him and continued to fly towards the city gate. Because after a few more meters, because of the angle, the people on the city wall wouldn't be able to shoot arrows at him. At that time, he would be able to use the strength he had accumulated for so long to break through the gate. Shui Rengui, you're the Shui Rengui who hunted in the mountains during the day? The sudden appearance of the 3 arrows not only disrupted Wu Jie's rhythm, but also shocked Fang Gongting and Lu Xianda, who were commanding the battle from the city tower. During the day, when the army had been marching, Li Zixuan had greatly praised Shui Rengui's archery skills. At that time, all of them had been present. Now, seeing Shui Rengui suddenly climb up the city tower and decisively shoot arrows at Wu Jie, Fang Gongting and Lu Xianda were both surprised and stunned. 2 generals, where is Marquis? Shui Rengui didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with the 2 of them. Once again, he knocked another arrow and aimed at Wu Jie, instantly releasing another 3 arrows. After that, He let out a sigh of relief, not bothering to look at the results. He directly asked Fang Gongting and Lu Xianda. Chapter 1549. Shui Rengui was only at the peak of qi transforming stage, so he knew that even if he was skilled in archery, he wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the black-robed, mace-wielding Turkic master. According to his estimation, this person was at least at the peak of martial scholar realm, and only Li Zixuan had a chance of stopping him, which was why he asked. Marquis is seriously injured and unconscious. He is currently recuperating in a quiet place. Lu Xianda replied in a low voice. Shui Rengui's heart sank. On one hand, he was worried about Li Zixuan's injuries, but on the other hand, he was worried about the city's defense. Obviously, he didn't think that this seemingly tall and heavy city gate could withstand Wu Jie's full-force attack. Below the city gate tower, Wu Jie once again deflected Shui Rengui's 3 arrows, and although his speed was a bit slower, he was already within 5 zhang of the city gate. From this position, it would be very difficult for the archers on the city gate tower to hit him. 5 zhang, 4 zhang, 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang. In just a few breaths of time, Wu Jie finally arrived in front of the city gate. The majestic true qi that had been accumulating in his arms suddenly erupted, and the mace once again flashed with lightning. Wu Jie gripped the end of the mace with both hands, raised it above his head, and with his previous speed, swung it down at the city gate. Pung! The mace collided with the thick iron gate, creating a deafening sound that seemed to pierce through the night sky. At the same time, a powerful recoil was transmitted through the mace to Wu Jie, sending him flying backwards. On the city gate tower, Shui Rengui, Hong Wenqing, Fang Gongting, Lu Xianda, and the others only felt the tower shake under their feet, and the sound of the collision almost pierced their eardrums. Those with weaker cultivation couldn't help but cover their ears, but many of them were bleeding from the corners of their mouths. From this, it could be seen how terrifying Wu Jie's full-force attack was. However, this wasn't important. The most important thing right now was the situation of the city gate. If the city gate was broken, then the Tang army on the city wall would face the merciless slaughter of the Turkic wolf cavalry. On the other hand, if the city gate wasn't broken, Fang Gongting, Hong Wenqing, and the others could hold on until reinforcements arrived. Damn it! Which little brat dares to ruin this imperial teacher's plans? The first person to see the situation of the city gate was none other than Wu Jie. Wu Jie was sent flying back over 200 meters by the powerful rebound force from the city gate, barely managing to stabilize himself. After all, the effective force was reciprocal. No matter how much force his mace exerted on the city gate would reflect the same amount of force back to him. After Wu Jie stabilized himself, he saw that the dragon gate was on the verge of collapsing, but it hadn't completely collapsed. Wu Jie couldn't help glancing over at Shui Rengui with an ugly expression as he muttered under his breath. According to Wu Jie's previous charging speed, this mace infused with all his true qi should have been able to break open the dragon gate without a problem. However, Shui Rengui's consecutive 3 arrows had slowed down his speed by 20%, so the impact of the mace was naturally weakened by 20%. Therefore, although the dragon gate was on the verge of collapse, it hadn't collapsed yet. If it weren't for Shui Rengui's sudden appearance, the dragon gate really might have been blown open by Wu Jie's mace. It's not broken. Join the army. The gate hasn't been broken. In the Tang army camp, a soldier quickly went down to check the situation of the city gate. When he found that the gate hadn't been broken, he quickly went up the tower to report to Fang Gongting and Hong Wenqing. It hasn't been broken, that's good. Fang Gongting nodded happily. Wu Jie's mace had left a lingering fear in his heart. At that time, he could feel the city wall under his feet shaking. Now that he knew the gate hadn't been broken, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But the next words of the messenger soldier made Fang Gongting unhappy. "Join the army, the gate is shaking. I don't think it can withstand Wu Jie's second attack." What? Fang Gongting almost vomited blood. After a moment of depression, he quickly ordered, "Quick, send people to reinforce the gate. Pile up all the heavy objects behind the gate. We can't let Wu Jie break it." "Yes, join the army." The messenger soldier cupped his fists and turned to leave. "Marquis, if you're fine, how could those Turks be so arrogant in my Tang Empire? Please get better quickly. Nothing must happen to you." On the other side, in the cellar below the Longmen Pass, Dr. Liu also heard the deafening sound of Wu Jie's mace breaking the gate. He got up and looked at Li Zixuan, who was lying on the straw couch with his eyes closed, and anxiously muttered to himself. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was worried that after the Turks broke the gate, not only would they kill and loot the nearby villages, causing great suffering, he was also worried that the Turks would carry out a carpet search to find this place and capture Li Zixuan. At this time, Li Zixuan could be said to be powerless. If he was found by the Turks, he wouldn't have the slightest ability to resist. Thus, Dr. Liu was secretly worried. As for Li Zixuan, at this time, his situation wasn't very good. During the battle with Wu Jie, his body had undergone a strange change, and in a very short time, he had recovered 60% of his true qi. However, this was only the recovery of his true qi, and the injuries caused by Wu Jie's powerful lightning energy had not healed. Moreover, when he used the origin-returning sword on Wu Jie, not only had he exhausted the little bit of true qi he had just recovered, he had also aggravated his internal injuries. Because of Wu Jie's powerful true qi, Yang Kai's internal organs had been displaced, and the residual lightning energy in his meridians had taken advantage of the opportunity to wreak havoc in his meridians, causing his current situation to become even worse. The strand of spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body was no longer able to create a miracle. Instead, it had completely quieted down and did not move at all. However, Li Zixuan wasn't completely unconscious. He could hear the situation outside, but he couldn't open his eyes or mouth. He was like a living dead, with only a little bit of consciousness left. Li Zixuan knew that the Turks were attacking the Dragon Gate, and he also knew that the Dragon Gate wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. He knew all of this, and he was very anxious in his heart, but he couldn't do anything. He used all of his strength, but he couldn't even move a finger, let alone open his eyes or get out of bed to fight. At this time, if only Sun Simiao was here, because Old Sun was not only a divine doctor, but also had a pure Taoist qi in his body, which was extremely beneficial for healing his internal injuries. Not good. Wu Jie is coming again. On the city gate tower, Shui Rengui's face changed, and he anxiously shouted. It was Wu Jie, who was below the city gate tower, who had mounted a war horse and was planning to use the same trick to attack the city gate again. "Release the arrows! Quickly release the arrows! Prepare the rolling stones and logs. As soon as Wu Jie gets close to the city gate, push them down." Fang Gongting's face suddenly became extremely ugly. The Dragon Gate was already on the verge of collapse after Wu Jie's first attack. If Wu Jie knocked it down a second time, how could the gate withstand it? Yes, join the army. Wu Jie's bravery also made the soldiers on the city gate tower a little scared, but they were all soldiers and they had an innate instinct to obey orders. Hearing Fang Gongting's order, everyone braced themselves, overcame the fear in their hearts, and rushed towards Wu Jie's direction, drawing their bows and launching another attack. Shui Rengui also didn't stay idle. He once again raised the big iron bow in his hand, knocked an arrow, and directly pulled the bowstring. With a xiu sound, an arrow whistled through the air and flew towards Wu Jie. Shui Rengui didn't stop and continued to knocking the bowstring, drawing the bow, and shooting. All of these movements were done in one breath, and only after shooting 3 arrows in succession did he stop for a moment and take a deep breath. Although these 3 arrows seemed easy to shoot, only he knew how much true chi it took for a chi transformation junior like him to shoot these 3 arrows. He felt that he could shoot 3 more arrows at most before exhausting his true chi below the city gate tower. Wu Jie easily used his mace to deflect Xuerengui's 3 arrows, and although his speed was a little slower, he was only 10 meters away from the city gate. From this position, if he took another 2 steps forward, the people on the city gate tower wouldn't be able to shoot him. Xuerengui took a deep breath and leaped onto the wall of the city gate tower. His body was slightly tilted towards the outside of the city, and it looked like he would fall off the city gate tower at any moment. Fang Gongting and the prefecture soldiers on the city gate tower saw this, and their hearts were in their throats. They were afraid that Xuerengui would lose his balance and fall off. If he fell, no one would be able to save him. It would be like a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Xuerengui calmed his mind, and after adjusting his body's center of gravity, he knocked an arrow on his bow and concentrated his true chi into his palm. Unlike before, this time he was going to shoot 3 arrows at the same time. His eyes stared unblinkingly at the rapidly flying Wu Jie. At the same time, he had already calculated in his mind where Wu Jie would be when the arrow reached him. Xuerengui had condensed all of his essence, energy, and spirit into these 3 arrows. They were also the 3 strongest arrows he had ever shot in his life. Xiu xiu xiu. Just as the big iron bow was fully drawn, Xuerengui finally released the bowstring, and the 3 arrows shot out like streaks of light, arriving in front of Wu Jie in the blink of an eye. At this time, if Wu Jie were to rely on his hearing to block Xuerengui's 3 arrows, he would definitely be hit because Xuerengui's 3 arrows had already surpassed the speed of sound, and by the time Wu Jie heard the sound, the arrows had already reached his body. However, Wu Jie was a martial grandmaster, and his perception of danger was far more sensitive than ordinary people. When the 3 arrows left the bowstring, Wu Jie had already felt a sense of crisis, so by the time the arrows arrived in front of him, Wu Jie had already raised his mace to block Xuerengui's 3 arrows. Ding, ding, ding! Another 3 arrows struck the mace, but unlike before, in order to block Xuerengui's 3 arrows, Wu Jie's speed had decreased by 20%. However, for the city gate that was on the verge of collapse, this speed was more than enough. When the time comes, I'll capture that annoying little guy on the city wall and bring him back to the Turks. Wu Jie secretly thought to himself. Sneaking into Great Tang this time had given him a big shock. He hadn't expected there to be so many experts in the Central Plains, especially the younger generation of Great Tang, such as Dugu Xian, Dugu Feiying, Yuchi Baolin, Li Zixuan, Xuerengui, and many others. The dynasties of the Central Plains were full of talents, and the Turks were far from being able to compare. Although Wu Jie thought this, strangely, he didn't feel the slightest bit of sadness or worry. This was truly not in line with his status as the Turkic imperial teacher. All soldiers, hear my order. Once the city gate is broken, immediately charge in. Seeing Wu Jie's invincible bravery, Ashina was overjoyed. At this time, he pulled out the scimitar at his waist and loudly shouted, "Yes, the morale of the Turkic army soared," and they all shouted in response. On the other hand, the Tang army, generals, please order all soldiers to go down and meet the enemy. This Xue has done his best. Xuerengui's face was pale as he retreated from the city wall and spoke to Fang Gongting and Hong Wenxing with a heavy expression. Everyone understood what he meant, and they all knew that Longmen Pass would not be able to withstand Wu Jie's second attack. Fang Gongting's expression was grave as he loudly shouted, "All soldiers, hear my order." Go down the city wall and fight to the death with the Turks. Tonight, we swear to defend Longmen Pass to the death. Fight to the death. Defend Longmen Pass to the death. Fight to the death. Defend Longmen Pass to the death. The Tang army on the city wall began to move, and a solemn atmosphere quickly filled the entire Longmen Pass. The Tang people loved to fight, and they were not afraid of battle. In order to protect their home, they were willing to give up everything. On the other side, Wu Jie's mace was already within 5 zhang of the city gate. In the blink of an eye, he would be able to hit the city gate again. Humph! Dogs really can't change their habits. Have you all forgotten the boulder at the edge of the Yin Mountain? But at this moment, an unusually loud and angry roar suddenly came from the night sky. Immediately after, a long sword with a cold gleam rapidly spiraled down from the sky, heading straight for Wu Jie's next position. Ho ho ho! The cold gleam of the long sword whistled through the air, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Wu Jie. The bone-chilling cold and powerful true qi coming from the long sword caused Wu Jie's expression to change. He didn't dare to recklessly receive this sword. Retreat! Wu Jie quickly fell down, using his mace to stop himself from moving forward, and then directly retreated. That long sword, on the other hand, had directly sunk 1 foot into the ground. The surrounding corpses, grass, and rocks were all blown away. The area within a radius of 3 feet around the long sword had turned into an empty space that couldn't be any cleaner. Subsequently, a young man with long hair, dressed in a white robe, and carrying a sword case on his back, lightly descended from the sky, and he just so happened to land within a radius of 1 meter. His posture was elegant, but his aura was extremely cold and arrogant. Chapter 1550. The bright moon of the Qin and Han dynasties had yet to return from their long march. But with Long Qingfei here, know who would be allowed to cross the Yin Mountain. Ever since the Qin and Han dynasties, the Yin Mountain had never stopped fighting. There had always been disputes between the Han and Hu people, as well as grudges and grudges. At the end of the Sui dynasty, a major event happened here that shook the world. An old man in a green Taoist robe killed more than 200 Turkic wolf riders, who were famous in the world and had been raiding a village to the south of the Yin Mountain. Then he piled the rolling heads on the border between the grassland and the Yin Mountain and built a temple. He also erected a stone tablet with a cross written on it. Those who offend the Central Plains will be killed, no matter how far away they are. Ling Su, spiritual master Ling Su's terrifying battle prowess was undoubtedly a great psychological deterrent to the Turks. Although the Turks had a large army, no one could guarantee that they would never be left alone. Thus, ever since then, although the Turks would occasionally go south to take advantage of the situation, they no longer dared to massacre villages and cities like before. This was because they were afraid that their heads would fall on that Jingguan temple. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Now that someone mentioned the massacre at the Yin Mountain, the Turkic soldiers thought of the past and felt a chill in their hearts. Ashina Shirchu rode his horse forward and stared at the white-clothed man with a dark expression. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" On the city gate tower, the Tang soldiers who had originally planned to go down and fight to the death with the Turkic army suddenly saw a young man descend from the sky and beat back the arrogant and invincible Turkic state teacher Wu Jie with a single sword. In their despairing and tragic hearts, a glimmer of hope instantly rose. They all stopped and looked at the white-clothed man who was facing off against the Turkic army. Facing Ashina Shirchu, the white-clothed man was not afraid. Perhaps he did not put Ashina Shirchu in his eyes from the beginning to the end. He unhurriedly pulled out the long sword that was stabbed into the ground. Then he reached into his bosom with his left hand and took out a navy blue handkerchief. He actually wiped the sword in front of Ashina Serpent. Ashina Shirchu's expression changed slightly. Although his status in the Turkic Empire was not as high as Wu Jie's, he was still the man of the Turkic Khagan. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Seeing that the white-clothed man was ignoring him and wiping his sword, Ashina Shirchu almost couldn't help but go berserk. Fortunately, reason prevailed over impulse, and Ashina Shirchu did not directly draw his sword at the white-clothed man. Otherwise, his head would have been separated from his body. Since the white-clothed man could force Wu Jie to retreat, it was not to say that his strength was higher than Wu Jie's, but it was not much lower. With this kind of strength, if Ashina Shirchu rashly faced him, he would definitely be defeated. Just as Ashina Shirchu was about to explode in anger, Wu Jie finally walked over. Stepping forward, he invisibly blocked Ashina Shirchu behind him. No one knew what expression was on the face hidden under the black robe, but they could tell that Wu Jie's eyes were now fixed on the white-clothed man. After staring at him for a long time, the white-clothed man finally wiped the dirt off his sword. The long sword reflected the moonlight and gave off a cold light, faintly giving people the illusion that the moonlight was like water, and so was the sword. Seeing the white-clothed man put away the handkerchief, Wu Jie finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Not yet a great grandmaster. You are inferior to me. Having his cultivation seen through by Wu Jie at a glance, the white-clothed man did not show the slightest surprise on his face. Instead, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. So what? Who is strong and who is weak? Who wins and who loses? We will know once we fight. His voice carried a trace of coldness and arrogance, but it was also full of magnetism. If any of the modern star-chasing girls were here at this moment, they would probably be screaming madly, "Let's fight and we will know." Even if he knew that his cultivation was not as good as Wu Jie's, the white-clothed man was not afraid to fight, and from his words, one could even hear a faint trace of excitement, as if he couldn't wait to fight Wu Jie. His tone was relaxed and indifferent, his posture confident and relaxed. The white-clothed man was like a celestial being from the heavens, confident and proud, able to block soldiers, block water, whatever the world threw at him. He feared nothing. This imperial tutor has never fought with nameless people. Who are you? Being provoked by the white-clothed man like this, Wu Jie was a little annoyed. He was also a very proud person. How could he allow others to act so wildly above his head? Although he knew that his true chi was only at 50 to 60% of his peak state, he still had to stand, and he believed that he could defeat this arrogant junior in front of him. Humph. If you want to fight, then let's fight. The dignified imperial tutor actually dares to speak so much nonsense. The white-clothed man waved his sword in his right hand, then proudly looked at Wu Jie and said, "The one who injured you today is Dragon Tiger Mountain, Xianqing." Dragon Tiger Mountain, Xianqing. These 5 short words were spoken sonorously, and although his voice was not loud, it reached everyone's ears. Xianqing. It's Dragon Tiger Mountain's Taoist Xianqing. On the city gate tower, Shui Rungui, Fang Gongting, Hong Wenxing, and the others all stared in shock, their faces filled with disbelief, but this was quickly followed by ecstasy. Hearing this, Wu Jie remained silent, not showing any exaggerated reaction. On the other hand, Ashina Shirchu couldn't help taking 2 steps back after hearing the white-clothed man's identity. "You're from Longhu Mountain? What is your relationship with Ling Su?" When the white-clothed man appeared, he said, "Have you all forgotten the stone tablet at the foot of Yin Mountain?" Now that he said he came from Mount Longhu, Ashina Shirchu subconsciously thought of spiritual master Ling Su, who had already passed away. You still remember my senior brother. Since that is the case, why did you invade the Central Plains again today? Do you want to be buried here? This time, The white-clothed man did not ignore Ashina Shi or Chu, but looked at him lightly, then sneered. "Senior brother? You are Ling Su's junior brother?" Ashina Shi or Chu was stunned. Shui Rengui, Fong Gongting. And the others had heard of Xianqing's name, but as a Turkic, Ashina Shi or Chu had never heard of it before. Now that he heard that Xianqing was Ling Su's junior brother, how could he not be surprised? Good. Back then, this master had no chance to fight with Ling Su, but today I will see how much skill his junior brother has. Wu Jie now thoroughly understood the white-clothed man's identity and couldn't help laughing. Originally, it was supposed to be a hearty laugh, but because Wu Jie's voice was hoarse, it made everyone who heard it feel a chill run down their spines. Thunder Overlord Mace. Without waiting for Xianqing to respond, Wu Jie leapt into the air, raised his mace with both hands, and smashed it down towards Xianqing's head. 9 Taishan swords. First form, Ride the Wind. Riding the wind to the 9 heavens. Facing Wu Jie's overbearing strike, Xianqing didn't show the slightest fear, raising his sword and leaping into the air. At the same time, an extremely pure sword intent burst out from his body, causing the soldiers closest to Xianqing to feel like their minds were filled with images of blades and swords. Both were 9 Taishan swords, and both were the first form of the 9 Taishan swords. But Xianqing's Ride the Wind, whether in terms of power or momentum, was far stronger than Li Zishuan's. This was the real 9 Taishan swords. Xianqing wielded his sword and pointed it straight at Wu Jie. The two of them soon met in midair, sword and mace colliding with each other, emitting a resounding metallic clang. This was just the beginning of their fight, both of them pouring their true qi into their weapons and knocking each other back. Wu Jie was forced back 3 steps, while Xianqing was forced back 5 steps. It was obvious that the gap between Xianqing, who had yet to reach the martial grandmaster realm, and Wu Jie wasn't very big. This scene, in the eyes of Shui Rengui, Fong Gongting, and the others were naturally overjoyed. After all, a man's name was like a tree's shadow, and in everyone's eyes Wu Jie was an insurmountable mountain. Now that Xianqing was only slightly at a disadvantage against Wu Jie in the eyes of Shui Rengui, and the others, this was already very amazing. However, Xianqing seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with this result. Frowning slightly and then changing the direction of his sword, he actually took the initiative to attack Wu Jie. 9 Taishan swords. Second form, Graceful Grace. Graceful Grace, Soaring Dragon. Carrying the lingering power of the first sword, riding the wind, Xianqing's sword moved even faster, the sword qi attached to it bursting out. Everyone below, whether it was the Turkic army or the Tang army, at this moment, all felt as if a dragon was soaring through the sky, bearing its fangs and claws as it rushed towards Wu Jie. The momentum was vast, and the sword qi was overwhelming. Wu Jie's face paled slightly, and with a loud shout, the mace in his hand suddenly began to glow with lightning, and he raised it again to meet the incoming attack. Pung! The two weapons collided, and another loud bang rang out. This time, Wu Jie was forced back 4 steps, and Xianqing was also forced back 4 steps. Xianqing felt a numbness in his palm, and the strange power of thunder and lightning was about to enter his meridians. He snorted and quickly used his genuine qi to dissolve the power of thunder and lightning. Then, without pausing for a moment, he followed up with the third form of 9 Taishan swords, snow treading without a trace, swift as a swallow. Xianqing was very clear on where the 9 Taishan sword's strength lay, so he would not give Wu Jie a chance to breathe, nor would he give himself a chance to breathe. He wanted to use the first 8 swords of the 9 Taishan swords in one go, wanting to use the superimposed power of the 9 Taishan swords to completely defeat Wu Jie in his weakened state. Wu Jie continued to wave his mace to block Xianqing's unexpected sword moves, but Xianqing changed his move again. 9 Taishan swords, 4th form, Wave Breaker, Tyrannical Sea, Thunderous Fury. 9 Taishan swords, 5th form, Parting Dust. 1 sword, Desolate and Cold. 9 Taishan swords, 6th form, Flowing Cloud. Broken Smoke, Flowing Cloud, Never Return. 9 Taishan swords, 7th form, Phantom Shadow, Knowing that all is an illusion. In the blink of an eye, the first 7 swords of the 9 Taishan swords had been used by Xianqing, and compared to Li Zixuan, each of Xianqing's sword moves was much more powerful. As a result, when the phantom shadow of the 7th form appeared, Wu Jie was suddenly surrounded by 16 sword-wielding Xianqing swords. What's more, these 10 Xianqing swords were all real people, and each of them used a different sword move, making it even harder for Wu Jie to defend. The situation on the battlefield was rapidly changing, and both sides were quietly switching positions. Chapter 1551. Reinforcements. Reinforcements are here. Longmen Pass is saved. As the saying went, the higher one stood, the farther one could see. The Tang soldiers on the city gate tower looked to the west and saw a black mass of cavalrymen holding torches galloping toward them. At first glance, there were at least 20 to 30,000 cavalrymen. Therefore, the soldiers on the city gate tower immediately became excited and cheered loudly. They had survived a calamity. At this moment, they could only use the phrase surviving a calamity to describe their feelings. At the very beginning, when the Turkic army of tens of thousands attacked, Longmen Pass only had around 1,000 soldiers. Fortunately, Fang Gongting and the others had brought back more than 8,000 soldiers in time. But even with more than 10,000 people, defending Longmen Pass would be very difficult. This was because the Turkic army had a martial grandmaster. In a battle, although a martial grandmaster could not completely control the situation, they could still affect the balance of victory and defeat. This could be seen from how Wu Jie had single-handedly blasted open the gate. If not for a peerless expert like Xianqing arriving in time to keep Wu Jie in check, Longmen Pass might have already been breached. But the two sides were only keeping each other in check. The defenders of Longmen Pass did not have the strength to launch a counterattack against the Turkic army. But now things were different. Not only had they defended Longmen Pass, they could also work with the reinforcements that had just arrived to launch a counterattack against the Turkic army. The attackers and defenders had changed hands once more. All soldiers, hear my order. The Turkic army has invaded the territory of the Great Tang and cannot be forgiven. Follow this general out of the city and pursue the Turkic wolf cavalry. Fang Gongting was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He let out a loud roar and said with lofty sentiments, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The morale of the 10,000 Tang soldiers on the gate tower soared. Joined the army, many villagers from the nearby villages are coming from the south. They want to help us defend the city and protect Marquis. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly walked over and cupped his fist to Fang Gongting. Villagers? Fang Gongting raised an eyebrow in surprise. Hong Wenxing chuckled and said, "Ha ha, it seems like Marquis is also very popular in Jiangzhou. But now that reinforcements had arrived, there was no need to let these civilians get involved to avoid unnecessary casualties. Adjunct Fang, you only need to lead the soldiers out of the city to pursue the Turkic army. This official will pacify the common people in your place." "Yes, I'll have to trouble Provincial Governor Hong then." Fang Gongting also understood that Hong Wenxing's words were reasonable. He cupped his fists and replied. With that, he turned around and roared, "Generals, listen to my order. Go out of the city and pursue." Here, the army roared in agreement. Soon after, under the command of Fong Gongting, the 10,000 soldiers quickly descended from the gate tower. With a creak, the gate that Wu Jia had tried his best to smash open was opened from the inside by the Tang army. However, the Turkic army no longer cared about the gate because they had already begun to flee. Who is the main general of the Dragon Gate army? The army in the Longmen Pass rushed out. At this moment, a soldier rushed out from the reinforcement team in the west and shouted at them. I am Fong Gongting from Bing Province, temporarily in charge of the defense of Longmen Pass. May I ask which province you are from? This Fong is very grateful. Fong Gongting commanded the army to pursue the Turkic army as he reined in his warhorse and cupped his fists politely to the soldier. The soldier quickly cupped his fists and replied, Adjunct Fong, we are from Chizhou. Please come forward. Our provincial governor has something to ask you. Chizhou, these reinforcements are from Chizhou. Fong Gongting could not help but be shocked. However, when he thought about it again, he was somewhat relieved. Chizhou was located in the west of Jiang Province, while Longmen Pass was located on the west side of Jiang Province. The two were only separated by Pu Province, which was very close. If Chizhou could receive the news this morning and send troops as soon as possible, it was entirely possible for them to arrive at Longmen County within a few hours. However, Fong Gongting could not help but wonder why the provincial governor of Chizhou was in such a hurry to rescue Longmen Pass. This was not him being cheap, nor was he being pretentious. Under normal circumstances, the provincial governor of a province absolutely could not easily bring the troops of his own province to other provinces. If he brought them out without permission, then he would be taking a huge risk. If he was accused of leading the troops to rebel, then he would be completely done for. Therefore, there was a process of weighing the pros and cons. The Chizhou troops had rushed over so quickly, even faster than Pu Province, which was closer to Longmen Pass. This meant that after the provincial governor of Chizhou received the news that Yanmen Pass was breached and Longmen Pass was besieged, he did not hesitate and directly led the army all the way here. This made Fong Gongting very confused. As they were talking, a handsome young man wearing a scholarly robe rode over from the reinforcements. This must be the provincial governor of Chizhou. Fong Gongting was secretly shocked. This person looked very young, but he did not show it on his face. He quickly went forward and cupped his fists. This General Fong Gongting greets the provincial governor. Wang Rinbiao's face was a little pale. He covered his mouth with his right hand and coughed softly. Lung Yuyao, who was beside him, quickly said worriedly, Young master, your body? I'm fine. Wang Rinbiao waved his hand and welcomed Fong Gongting. Adjunct Fong, you don't have to be so polite. All of you have defended Longmen Pass and prevented the people from being plunged into misery and suffering. All of you are the heroes of Great Tang. Fong Gongting cupped his fists and said, Provincial governor is too polite. Guarding Longmen Pass is my duty. I dare not be greedy. Wang Rinbiao nodded and asked, I heard that the Marquis of Yong and is also at Longmen Pass. Where is he now? That's right. The reason why Wang Rinbiao personally led the army to reinforce Li Zishuan was mainly because of Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan treated him as a close friend, and he had always treated Li Zishuan as a brother. How could he stand by and do nothing when his brother was in trouble? Compared to this, everything else was secondary. Even if Li Er removed him from his position because he led the army out of Chizhou without permission, Wang Rinbiao had no regrets. Fong Gongting's face darkened. Marquis was heavily injured when he fought with the Turkic state preceptor. He is currently recuperating in Longmen Pass. What? Xiaoxian is heavily injured. Hearing this, Wang Rinbiao couldn't help but exclaim. He couldn't care less about hiding his emotions as he hurriedly asked, "Is his injury serious? Did any doctor treat him?" Hearing Wang Renbiao call Li Zixuan by his name, Fang Gongting was a little confused. Logically speaking, the provincial governor of a province was lower in rank than the marquis. Even if they were of the same rank, there were very few people who would call each other by their names. In addition, although Fang Gongting might have heard of Wang Renbiao, the eldest son of the Wang family, he didn't know that Wang Renbiao was the provincial governor of Qizhou. After all, Wang Renbiao hadn't been in office for long, and Fang Gongting had always been in Bing province. He didn't know much about the situation in Qizhou. Although he had hundreds of questions in his heart, Fang Gongting still replied, "Marquis is heavily injured and is currently unconscious. We have already invited the best doctor in Longmen County to treat Marquis. However, Marquis is suffering from internal injuries. So the doctor can't do anything about Xiaoshuan's injury?" At this moment, a magnetic and cold voice suddenly sounded behind Fang Gongting. He turned around and hurriedly said respectfully, reporting to Taoist Master Xianqing, "The famous doctor in Longmen County can't do anything about Marquis' internal injuries." Xianqing was Taoist Master Spirit Void's junior brother and Li Zixuan's junior martial uncle. With this relationship, Fang Gongting believed that Xianqing would definitely not stand by and do nothing. Thinking of this, a glimmer of hope rose in Fang Gongting's eyes. Perhaps Xianqing could really cure Li Zixuan's injury? "Taoist Master Xianqing?" Wang Renbiao exclaimed in surprise. Then he seemed to remember something and couldn't help but change his expression. He looked at Fang Gongting and ordered, "Adjutant Fang." This official came with 30,000 light cavalry. "Now, this official will hand them all over to you. You will lead them to chase the Turkic army. It's best if they all stay in Tang. This official will go visit Marquis Yong." And Wang Renbiao actually had a scholarly air, but when he said leave them all in Tang, his aura suddenly changed, as if he had turned into a decisive general. Scholars also had tempers. Fang Gongting was shocked. After hesitating for a moment, he solemnly cupped his fists and accepted the order. "This general obeys. Thank you for your trust, provincial governor." To be honest, he had never led so many troops alone. However, at this moment he was in danger, so he had to accept this task even if he didn't want to. "Yao, you are familiar with the troops in Qizhou. You go and assist Adjutant Fang." Wang Renbiao turned to Leng Yuyao and said, "Yes." Leng Yuyao was worried about leaving Wang Renbiao here alone, but she looked at Xianqing opposite her and the determined expression on Wang Renbiao's face. She could only agree in a low voice. Clearly, she knew Xianqing's identity and knew that Wang Renbiao wouldn't be in danger if he was with Xianqing. Fang Gongting was a little unhappy that a weak woman was suddenly inserted into the army. However, this army of 30,000 was brought by Wang Renbiao, and he had no right to criticize, so he didn't raise any objections. Seeing the Turkic army running further and further away, he hurriedly cupped his fists and said to Wang Renbiao, "This general will take his leave. I will chase after the Turkic army." "Okay." Wang Renbiao nodded. Leng Yuyao and Fang Gongting led the two armies and chased after the Turkic army. Bang! 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 Just as Wang Renbiao and Xianqing arrived at Longmen Pass, the sound of galloping horses could be heard on the official road. "Second brother, look, the gates of Longmen Pass are open. Could it be that the Turkic army has broken through?" At the front of the army, a bearded man pointed at the open gates of Longmen Pass and asked anxiously. This man was Cheng Yaojin. Qin Xiong's eyes narrowed as he looked over. After a while, he shook his head and said, "It doesn't look like it." If the Turkic army has really broken through, they should be killing and looting the nearby villages. However, we haven't seen a single Turkic army along the way. This means that Longmen Pass hasn't been broken through yet. Then why is the city gate open? Chung Yaojin's mind was filled with question marks as he couldn't understand. Maybe the Turkic army has been chased away, and the defending army of Longmen Pass went out of the city to chase after them? Yuchi Jingda said without any reason, but no one would believe him at this moment. The army quickly arrived at the city gate. Wang Rinbiao was already waiting at the gate. Standing beside him was Xianqing and Jiang Province's provincial governor, Hong Wenxing, who had just sent all the enthusiastic villagers home. It's the kid from the Wang family of Taiyuan. Chung Yaojin rode his horse to the city gate. After seeing Wang Rinbiao, he said with a surprised expression, "Rinbiao, why are you here? Oh, I remember now. You are now the provincial governor of Qizhou. Are you here to rescue Longmen Pass as well?" Qin Xiong and Yuchi Jingda also looked at Wang Rinbiao suspiciously. After all, he was the only familiar person here. Wang Rinbiao stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Greetings to the three high dukes. I am indeed here to rescue Longmen Pass. The Turkic army has just left, and the army of Bing Province in Qizhou is desperately chasing after them. If the three high dukes want to chase after them, you should be able to catch up." Wang Rinbiao knew the purpose of Qin Xiong and the rest leading the army to Longmen Pass, so he spoke concisely. Hearing this, Qin Xiong, Chung Yaojin, and Yuchi Jingda were all shocked. Chung Yaojin couldn't help but say, "Damn it, the Turkic army is so cowardly. I just brought people to chase after them, and they ran away. No, we have to chase after them." Qin Xiong nodded and didn't bother to chat with Wang Rinbiao and the rest. He waved his hand and said, "Generals, listen up. Chase after them." Chapter 1552. For the sake of Li Zixuan's safety, Lu Xianda had moved him to the cellar under Longmen Pass. Only a few people knew about this. When Hong Wenxing and Fang Gongting returned and heard Lu Xianda say that Li Zixuan had been moved to a quiet place to recuperate, they did not ask further. At that time, the soldiers were already at the gates, and the situation was extremely critical. How could they have the time to get to the bottom of the matter? At this moment, Lu Xianda had already followed Fang Gongting to chase after the Turkic army. Fortunately, Lu Xianda's subordinate, Bai Qi, stayed behind. Under his lead, Xianqing, Wang Rinbiao, and Hong Wenxing came to a cellar on the west side of Longmen Pass. At the entrance, they could see a faint light. When they walked in, they saw Li Zixuan lying motionlessly on a straw couch with his eyes closed. Next to the straw couch was a white-bearded old man who was anxiously taking Li Zixuan's pulse. Xiao Xian. Since they'd known each other, Li Zixuan had always had an appearance of having everything under his control. When had he ever been so dispirited and in such a sorry state? At this moment, seeing Li Zixuan like this, Wang Rinbiao's heart sank. He hurriedly walked towards the straw couch and called out worriedly. Xianqing frowned and followed him. Seeing that someone had come in and that the other party was not a Turkic, Dr. Lu finally heaved a sigh of relief. However, these people had noble temperaments, and he did not recognize them, other than Bai Qi. He did not dare to be rude, and quickly stood to the side. Bai Qi stepped forward and introduced softly, "Physician Lu, this is the provincial governor of Qizhou. This is the Marquis Junior Marshal Uncle Daoist Xianqing. This is the provincial governor of Hong Province. Now that the Turkic army has escaped, Longmen Pass is saved." Good. Hearing this, Dr. Lu could not help but be excited. He then bowed and said, "This old man, Lu Mingfeng, greets the two provincial governors and Daoist Xianqing." Hong Wenqing personally stepped forward and helped Lu Mingfeng up before saying, "Dr. Lu, there's no need to be so courteous. This official has already heard from Bai Qi that you ignored the danger and insisted on staying behind to take care of the Marquis of Yong. And this official thanks you on behalf of Marquis Yong." And Lu Mingfeng was flattered and said, "I don't dare. I don't deserve your thanks. I'm ashamed to say that I'm not skilled enough to wake up the Marquis. I'm ashamed. Xiao Xuan's injuries are internal. You are more or less able to stabilize his injuries." Xian Qing's finally spoke. "But your acupuncture method." Xian Qing, who was standing at the side, finally spoke. As he spoke, he walked towards the straw couch. Halfway there, he suddenly frowned and said, "The environment here is damp and airtight. It is not good for healing. Move Xiaoxian out first, and then I will treat him." When Hong Wenqing heard that Xian Qing wanted to treat Li Zishuan's injuries and did not say that Li Zishuan's injuries could not be treated, he immediately knew what to do. He quickly ordered, "Bai Qi, quickly bring people to move Marquis to the turret." "Yes," Bai Qi responded, and immediately turned to call for people upstairs. After a while, the unconscious Li Zishuan was moved to the turret of Longmen Pass. This was originally the temporary resting place for some of the guarding officials of Longmen Pass. The environment was not bad. At least it did not have the damp and moldy smell of the cellar. Xian Qing finally nodded and said, "Provincial governors, both of you can go out first. I hope no one will disturb me while I am treating Xiaoxian." Hong Wenqing nodded repeatedly and said, Good. Don't worry, Taoist Xian Qing. I will send people to seal off the turret. No one is allowed to come near. You can rest assured and treat Marquis Yong, and if something happened to Li Zishuan in Jiang province, it was definitely not good news for Hong Wenqing. Although Li Er would not remove him because of this, it would be difficult for him to be promoted in the future. Although Xian Qing was not as famous as a mortal Lingshu, he was also a leading figure of the celestial master Taoism in Longhu Mountain. Since he was confident that he could treat Li Zishuan, Hong Wenqing would certainly be willing to cooperate. Taoist Xian Qing, can Xiaoshuan's injuries be cured? Wang Rinbiao could not help but ask worriedly. As the saying goes, concern leads to confusion. Hong Wenqing could see that Xian Qing was confident in curing Li Zishuan's injuries, but Wang Renbiao could not. Or, rather, Wang Renbiao could only be completely relieved after hearing Xian Qing's personal guarantee. Xian Qing turned his head to look at Wang Renbiao, then said indifferently, "I will do my best. It should be fine." Wang Renbiao heard this and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Then he cupped his hands and said solemnly, "Then I will leave it to you, Taoist Xian Qing. I'll be waiting outside the house. If you need anything, just call me." "Mm." Xian Qing nodded and said lightly, "Mm." Seeing this, Wang Renbiao, Hong Wenqing, and the others cupped their hands and retreated outside the house. "Kid, you haven't returned to Longhu Mountain for a year after leaving the mountain. Even if you don't visit your martial uncle, you can't not sweep your master's grave. If it weren't for the fact that you were busy running a school in Lantian County and couldn't leave, your sect leader would have come to you personally." After Wang Rinbiao and the others left, only Li Zishuan and Xian Qing were left in the house. Xian Qing's cold face suddenly became a little soft. The high and mighty immortal in the heavens had now become a gentle and elegant elder. He looked at Li Zishuan, who was lying on the bed, and could not help but sigh with emotion. Its martial uncle, why did he leave the mountain? Although Li Zishuan couldn't move, his consciousness had always been clear. At this moment, he finally remembered the true identity of Taoist Xian Qing. Wasn't he the martial uncle of his predecessor? Soon, The memories of Qianqing flashed quickly in his mind like a movie. The fragmented memories finally formed a complete and vivid Qianqing's memory body. In his impression, Martial Uncle was a person who was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. He cherished his words like gold. If he could use his hands, he would never use his mouth. In addition, Martial Uncle was also a martial arts fanatic. He was obsessed with swordsmanship all his life. In the Celestial Master sect of Longhu Mountain, Martial Uncle's swordsmanship was the highest, and his sword intent was the purest. Spiritual Master Spirit Su once said that the next great Grandmaster of Longhu Mountain must be Qianqing. Take the 9 Taishan swords as an example. When Li Zishuan's predecessor left Longhu Mountain last year, Qianqing could already master the first 8 swords of the 9 Taishan swords. He could even barely use half of the 9th sword, Rushing Thunder. Among the Celestial Master sect members who had lost Spiritual Master Spirit Su, Qianqing's personal combat strength was undeniably the best. Even the sect leader Feng Lingzi couldn't compare with him. In Li Zishuan's memory, there was another interesting thing. The 2 words, Qianqing, were Martial Uncle's real name and also his Taoist name. Although Martial Uncle's surname was Xian, he was a genuine Han Chinese. It was said that during the Western Zhou Dynasty, there was a Xian kingdom located in Guangshan County, Hunan Province. At the end of the spring and autumn period, Xian Kingdom was annexed by the Chu Kingdom. After the fall of the Xian Kingdom, the nobles of Xian Kingdom took the name of their former country and scattered everywhere. It was said that Martial Uncle's ancestor was a duke of a small country in the Western Zhou Dynasty. Therefore, in a sense, Martial Uncle could be considered a fallen royal family. Although Qianqing's words were unpleasant, there was one thing that was incomparably correct. That was, no matter what, Li Zishuan shouldn't have not returned to Longhu Mountain for a year. After all, there was the grave of his master, Spiritual Master Spirit Su. Not to mention anything else, if it wasn't for Spiritual Master Spirit Su, his body might have died of illness 9 years ago. How could Li Zishuan have the opportunity to transmigrate to the Tang Empire? In any case, Li Zishuan should fulfill his responsibility as a disciple. Thinking of this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but feel a trace of shame in his heart. Just as Li Zishuan's thoughts were running wild, Qianqing had already helped Li Zishuan up from the bed and sat him down cross-legged. Then, Qianqing took Li Zishuan's pulse. After feeling Li Zishuan's exhausted meridians and the lightning force that was still running amok in his meridians, Qianqing couldn't help but deeply furrow his brow. What is the origin of this Wu Jia? His body actually contains the lightning force. Qianqing couldn't help muttering. Previously, when Qianqing fought with Wu Jia, who only had 50% of his strength, Qianqing also suffered a big loss because of Wu Jia's strange lightning force. At this time, after perceiving that Li Zishuan's body also contained the lightning force, Qianqing couldn't help but become more curious about Wu Jia's identity. Putting aside the doubts in his heart, Qianqing sat cross-legged behind Li Zishuan. Then, he put his hands on Li Zishuan's back, and 2 pure Taoist qi instantly drilled into Li Zishuan's body. Those dried-up meridians suddenly became excited. What was even more bizarre was that the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in Li Zishuan's dantian that had been silent for a long time suddenly became alive. So, the Taoist qi in Li Zishuan's body involuntarily began to absorb. The Taoist qi in Qianqing's body involuntarily began to transfer into Li Zishuan's body. Qianqing instantly realized that something was wrong. He opened his eyes in surprise and looked at Li Zishuan with eyes full of surprise. Generally speaking, people who were injured and unconscious were unconscious, let alone take the initiative to absorb other people's internal qi. Now, Li Zixuan was not only seriously injured and unconscious, but his true qi was also close to exhaustion. He didn't have any spare energy to absorb Xian Qing's internal qi. Although there were hundreds of doubts and puzzles in his heart, Xian Qing didn't move his palms away and just let Li Zixuan absorb his true qi. He wanted to see how much water Li Zixuan's reservoir could hold. Outside the turret, Wang Rinbiao had been anxiously pacing back and forth. From time to time, he would look at the door. Obviously, he was very worried about the situation inside. If possible, Wang Rinbiao hoped that the person lying inside was himself and not his brother. Provincial Governor Wang, there is a young man who claims to be a student of Yanhuang College and wants to see Marquis. At this moment, a soldier came to Wang Rinbiao and bowed with his fists cupped. Wang Rinbiao narrowed his eyes and quickly said, "Oh, bring him here, quickly." "Yes, sir." The soldier received the order and left. Soon, he returned with a young man carrying a large wooden box on his back. It was Meng Wenhao. Student Meng Wenhao greets Provincial Governor Wang. Meng Wenhao, who was travel-worn, walked to Wang Rinbiao and quickly cupped his fists. Previously, when they were about 10 miles away from Longmen Pass, Chung Yaojin suggested that they speed up with 8,000 people and head to Longmen Pass while the 2,000 people at the back brought some dry rations and entered the city. Meng Wenhao rushed all the way until the skin on his thigh was scraped. He also followed at the back, which was why he didn't arrive at Longmen Pass until now. "Wenhao, you don't have to be so polite." Wang Rinbiao waved his hand and said. Meng Wenhao straightened up. After hesitating for a moment, he asked directly, "I heard from the soldiers that Yamacho is seriously injured and unconscious. May I ask Provincial Governor Wang, where is Yamacho now? And how is his condition?" Wang Rinbiao looked back at the turret and said softly, "Little Xian is indeed seriously injured. However, Taoist Xian Qing from Mount Longhu is currently treating him. I think he should be fine." Chapter 1553. At around 2:45 in the morning, it was already late at night. The moon had already risen to the western sky, and while everyone was still asleep, it was still silently watching everything that was happening, including the massive battle taking place outside Yonghe Pass. The 3 armies from Longmen Pass had been madly pursuing the Turkic army, but none of them had been able to catch up. This was because Ashina Shirkuh had not only led his most elite cavalry in this invasion of the Great Tang, but each of them had been equipped with 2 war horses. Thus, even though they were deserters, they had been able to escape faster than anyone else. In contrast, the soldiers brought by Qin Xiong, Fang Gongting, and Lung Yuyao had either just finished a long journey or had just participated in a bitter battle to defend the city. At this time, their men and horses were exhausted, so it wasn't surprising that they couldn't catch up to the Turkic army. But even so, the Turks could not so easily escape from the Great Tang because there were still soldiers from 4 provinces waiting for them. After passing through Madu Pass and Yonghe Pass, the fleeing Turkic army finally encountered the soldiers of Yunzhou, Yuzhou, Daizhou, and Shoa province who were preparing to reinforce Longmen Pass. Ashina Shirkuh and Wu Jia only wanted to bring their army back to the steppe. So when the 2 armies met, they didn't even exchange a single harsh word before immediately fighting. Ashina Shirkuh's goal was very simple. He wanted to gather his most elite forces and use the shortest amount of time to tear open a hole in the defensive line of the 4 northern provinces of the Great Tang. He and Wu Jia would then be able to escape through this hole and return to the steppe. Even if he had to sacrifice half of his army, Ashina Shirkuh felt that it would be worth it. If he ran out of soldiers, he could go back and replenish them. The Turks had plenty of soldiers, and losing 10 to 20,000 soldiers would not hurt them much. But if he and Wu Jia were left behind in the Great Tang, the losses would be far too great for the Turks. This was especially true for Wu Jie. A grandmaster expert was a treasure to any country, and the Turks with Wu Jie were completely different from the Turks without him. This could be seen from the fact that Wu Jie had single-handedly stolen a large number of books from the academy. Although he had failed in the end, it was an indisputable fact that Wu Jie had single-handedly pinned down thousands, if not tens of thousands, of great Tang soldiers. On the plains outside Yonghe Pass, an extremely gruesome battle quickly took place. Under Ashina Shirchu's orders, the Turkic soldiers fearlessly launched their most ferocious attacks on the soldiers of the four provinces. The Turks of the steppe were naturally tougher than the people of the Central Plains, and all of them knew that they were being pursued. If they couldn't break out of the encirclement as quickly as possible, all of them would die here. In this desperate situation, the Turkic soldiers did not despair. On the contrary, their fighting spirit was stimulated. Kill. If you kill one Tang soldier, you will be rewarded with 50 cows and sheep. If you kill 10 soldiers, you will be promoted by one rank. Kill 100 people, and you'll be rewarded with a tribe. Seeing that there was hope for breaking out, Ashina Shirchu hurriedly roared. His method of boosting morale was extremely effective. The Turkic soldiers were all excited by these words, especially the last reward that Ashina Shirchu had promised. It was simply too tempting. The majority of them were ordinary people of the steppe. The people of the Central Plains liked to study and obtain scholarly honors, while the Turkic people liked to become more courageous and fierce, becoming the warriors of their tribes. If they could become the leader of their tribes, that would naturally be even better. Thus, Ashina Shirchu's words thoroughly stimulated the ferocity in the bones of the Turkic soldiers. Kill! 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 Many of the Turkic soldiers, despite being stabbed several times, still raised their scimitars and shouted, wanting to fight to the death with the Tang army. In the face of such a fierce and fearless army, the Tang army from the four northern provinces was unable to hold on for a moment, and their formation began to fall apart. Even worse was that the Turkic army had a grandmaster expert leading the charge. That invincible stance of slaying gods and Buddhas was extremely effective in boosting morale. For a moment, the Turkic army was filled with war cries, and it seemed like they were on the verge of breaking through the encirclement. Although Wu Jie only had 30 to 40% of his strength left, he was still not someone that the ordinary soldiers of the Tang army could contend against. As time passed, the number of Tang soldiers around Wu Jie dwindled because very few people were willing to face him. Commandant, the Daizhou army in the east is requesting reinforcements. They won't be able to hold on for much longer. What? They have 3,000 more men than us. How could they not be able to hold on? Tell them that they have to hold on even if they can't. We don't have enough men on our side. Yes, Commandant. What? Yunzhou's Commandant Meng isn't willing to send reinforcements. Commandant Huang, Commandant Meng, said that they're under great pressure and can't send any men. Bullshit. What kind of pressure could they possibly be under? The Turkic state teacher is attacking our side. In my view, that Meng guy is worried that if the Turks escape, the responsibility will fall on his shoulders. Besides the fact that the Tang army's individual soldiers and commanders were inferior to the Turks, there was another fatal problem. The soldiers of the four provinces all had their own commanders, and most of them were fighting for themselves. No one had enough prestige to lead the soldiers of the four provinces. Thus, in terms of coordination, they were far inferior to the Turks. Moreover, the morale of the Turkic army was high, and the soldiers were like gods of war, all of them fearless in the face of death. For the soldiers of the four provinces to defend against Ashina Shi-er's fierce assault was much more difficult. Under Wu Jie's lead, the Daizhou army that had been waiting outside Yonghe Mountain Pass would soon be slaughtered by Wu Jie's army. Rumble! Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, several more armies appeared on the southern road. There were at least 30 to 40,000 of them, and they were rapidly approaching the battlefield. Jijia, Jingda, each of you will lead an army to flank them from the left and right to prevent the Turkic army from escaping from the flanks. This old man will lead the rest of the army to attack from the front. Tonight, we will ensure that these invading Turks remain in the Great Tang. These soldiers had come from Longmen Pass. At this moment, Qin Xiong unsheathed his sword and pointed it at the Turkic army. Along the way, Qin Xiong had relied on his powerful prestige in the Tang army to quickly integrate the Qizhou soldiers brought by Wang Renbiao and the Bing province soldiers led by Fang Gongting. Thus, at this moment, he was the one giving orders to everyone. Okay, second brother Qin, be at ease. With this old Cheng here, not a single Turkic soldier can escape from the east. It would be best if we could capture Wu Jia and avenge little Xian. Cheng Yaojin loved war the most, and when he learned that Li Zishuan had been heavily injured by Wu Jia, old Cheng became even more furious. He truly wished that he could fight Wu Jia so that he could avenge Li Zishuan. Yuqi Jingda also clasped his fists and said, "Okay, with this old man here, not a single Turkic soldier can escape from the west." The two of them received their orders and then led a group to flank the Turkic army. Meanwhile, Qin Xiong roared, "All soldiers, hear my order. The time to render meritorious service has come. Follow this general and kill the Turkic wolf cavalry." Kill. Qin Xiong could be considered a rather legendary figure in the Great Tang army. Moreover, he was one of the first to follow Lier. His prestige in the army and among the people was extremely high. Under his leadership, the soldiers, no matter where they came from, were willing to listen to Qin Xiong's orders. Thus, after Qin Xiong gave the order, the more than 10,000 soldiers behind him quickly charged toward the Turkic army. Leng Yuyao was at the back of the army and didn't charge forward. This time, she was under Wang Renbiao's orders to assist Fang Gongting in commanding the Qizhou troops. However, since Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda, these founding veterans, had brought people over, then there was naturally nothing for her to do now. This was because Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda, any one of them had the strength and prestige to control the 30,000 soldiers of Qizhou. Moreover, the development of the situation was more or less as she had expected. The 30,000 soldiers from Qizhou were orderly under Qin Xiong's command, as if they were his arms. This was the great positive effect that a commanding general with great prestige could bring to an army. Not good. The Tang army at Longmen Pass has caught up, and it seems that there is an additional army. No, it seems that Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin are here. Hearing the movement here, Ashina Shi-er's expression changed. He quickly killed 2 Tang soldiers and rushed to Wu Jia's side. He shouted, "Imperial teacher, we must rush out as soon as possible." Qin Xiong and Cheng Yaojin seemed to have brought people over. Wu Jia's mace couldn't help but pause. After a moment, he said in a hoarse voice, "Immediately gather all the troops and attack this place. Tear open an opening as soon as possible. Take as many as you can." "Yes, Imperial teacher," Ashina Shi-er replied, and then shouted, "All soldiers listen to my order. Attack this place, and follow this general to open a bloody path. Provincial Governor Wang, a young man, wants to pass. Our brothers won't let him, so he is making a ruckus below Longmen Pass, on top of the city gate tower." Wang Renbiao and Meng Wenhao were anxiously waiting for the results of the treatment inside. At this time, another soldier ran over and bowed with his fists cupped. "A young man wants to pass. Why is there still someone trying to pass so late at night?" Hearing this, Wang Renbiao frowned deeply. Then he thought for a moment and said, "This official will go down and take a look." It was already the middle of the night. If there was someone who wanted to pass at this time, it must be unusual. Wang Renbiao expected that Li Zixuan would not have a result for a while, so he decided to go down and take a look. "Provincial Governor Wang, this student will also go with you." Meng Wenhao was also a little curious, so he took the initiative to volunteer. Wang Renbiao nodded and said, "Good, then let's go together." After that, the two of them looked back at the candlelight on the turret, then turned and walked down the stairs. I really have something urgent to do. Quickly call your general out and let me pass." Just as they walked down the tower, the two of them heard a clear voice anxiously urging them. "Little you, Meng Wenhao felt that this voice was a little familiar. He looked at the city gate and saw a handsome young man in a scholar's robe arguing with the gatekeeper. The more he looked at this figure, the more familiar it was. After being stunned for a moment, he exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing Meng Wenhao's shout, the young man in a scholar's robe at the city gate couldn't help but be stunned. Then she turned around and looked at the west side of the city wall. Under the light of the torch, she instantly saw Meng Wenhao and Wang Renbiao. His delicate face, which was dirty because he didn't take care of it, instantly revealed an extremely surprised expression. "Wenhao, why are you here?" Chapter 1554. After hearing that Wu Jia had already left the Dragon Gate Pass, Little Fishy subconsciously felt a little disappointed. Along the way, it could be said that she, a weak woman, had to travel day and night, going through untold hardships just to ask Wu Jia about her parents' whereabouts. But when she finally arrived at the Dragon Gate Pass, she learned that the person she wanted to see had already left. How could she not be disappointed? But when she heard that Li Zixuan was seriously injured, she immediately panicked. Compared to the whereabouts of her parents, Li Zixuan's safety was more important to little Yu. Yamacho's youngest uncle is still treating Yamacho's injuries indoors. Provincial Governor Wang, and I have been waiting outside for a while. I think there will be a result soon. Seeing Li Yu's anxious face, Meng Wenhao comforted her softly. Only then did Li Yu notice Wang Renbiao, who was standing silently on the side. She quickly went forward and saluted. "Li Yu greets Provincial Governor Wang." Unlike Meng Wenhao, Li Yu had never seen Wang Renbiao before. Naturally, she wouldn't recognize him. Now that Meng Wenhao mentioned Provincial Governor Wang, Li Yu didn't know which Provincial Governor Wang Renbiao was. However, no matter where he was, she still had to greet him out of courtesy. Wang Renbiao did not blame her for being rude. Instead, he said softly, "You don't have to be so polite. Xiaoxian and I are old friends. Since you are concerned about his injuries, you can wait here with us." Hearing this, Li Yu was relieved. She thought that the provincial governor was quite easy to talk to. Yes. Thank you, Provincial Governor Wang." "Oh, strange. Why are Xiaoshuan's meridians so broad and tough? They are far stronger than those of ordinary martial artists at the Grand Master Middle Stage. 60% of my internal force was absorbed by him. It's really strange." In the turret on the west side of Longmen Pass, after injecting a large amount of Taoist genuine qi into Li Zixuan's body to help him heal his internal injuries, Xian Qing finally removed his hands from Li Zixuan's back and stopped completely. But when he looked at Li Zixuan, who had his eyes closed, he could not help but frown and murmur to himself. No, when Xiaoxian left the mountain, he was only at the peak of the qi refining stage. How could he jump 2 realms and directly become a master at the Grand Master Middle Stage in just 1 year? This kind of aptitude might not even be found in the Tao sect in 100 years. If I remember correctly, although this child's martial arts aptitude is not bad, it is far from the level of being found once in 100 years. What has he been through in the past year? The more Xianqing thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. Especially when he thought about Li Zixuan's current realm, he felt even more incredulous. It was not that he was jealous of Li Zixuan's rapid progress. He had never been jealous of anyone in his life because he firmly believed that he could become the strongest person in the world. This belief could not be shaken by anyone and nothing. He was just curious as to how Li Zixuan managed to advance so quickly. Of course, Xianqing did not know that Li Zixuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, although his body had not changed, his soul had been replaced by a 21st century engineering master with the same name. At this moment, after Li Zixuan absorbed the pure Taoist genuine qi from Xianqing, his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally dry meridians and dantian were now being nourished by the endless river water, and the huge amount of genuine qi quickly began to repair the injuries of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Even the farmland spiritual qi in his body began to become active at this time, acting as the leader of the recovery army. The power of thunder and lightning that Wu Jia had left in his body all became a meal for the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In the end, Li Zixuan seemed to hear the spiritual qi of heaven and earth burp. Damn it, did I travel to the world of immortal cultivation? Li Zixuan cursed in his heart. He wondered if he had transmigrated again. The scene in his mind was 2F** King fantastical. It was not much different from the fantasy novels he had read in his previous life. However, after using his spiritual power to sense that he was still in the Tang Empire's Longmen Pass, Li Zixuan was relieved, knowing that he had not traveled to another world. Speaking of which, Li Zixuan had his family, friends, and a group of cute officials and generals who wanted to make Tang Empire stronger. Even if he had the opportunity to travel to another world, he would not be willing to leave. For Li Zixuan, this was the best time. He had met the best monarch, the best friends, and the best family here. He would not exchange them even if he was given an immortal. After sitting cross-legged for a while, Li Zixuan's internal injuries were basically healed under the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, and the genuine qi in his body had been completely restored. Just as he was about to open his eyes and see his talented youngest uncle, Li Zixuan suddenly felt a wave of enlightenment. Then all the pores on his body opened, and under the effect of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, Li Zixuan began to involuntarily absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth again. Without destruction, there could be no construction. After destruction, there would be construction. After fighting with so many great masters, Li Zixuan had a desire for strength. With the help of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth in his body, and with the enlightenment of his mind, the stagnant realm finally showed signs of loosening. Li Zixuan intended to take this opportunity to break through to the late stage of Dao Guru. Standing aside, Xianqing, who was thinking hard and waiting for Li Zixuan to wake up, immediately sensed something unusual. His expression changed, and he hurriedly turned his eyes to Li Zixuan. Forget everything, oneness of heaven and man. Is he going to make a breakthrough again? Although Xianqing was very confident in his martial arts attainment, when he saw that Li Zixuan had the opportunity to make a breakthrough again, Xianqing did not know how to express his feelings at this moment. Was he excited? Of course. Was he disappointed? Of course not. No matter what, Li Zixuan belonged to the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. The higher his achievement was, the happier Xianqing would be. He would not be disappointed. If he really had to describe it, Xianqing was doubting life at this moment. How old was Li Zixuan this year? He was only 15 or 16 years old, but he was about to reach the late stage of Dao Guru. This was absolutely shocking. Actually, what Xianqing did not know was that just 2 months ago in Lantian County, Mo Huai told Li Zixuan that he needed a saint for his engineering. Li Zixuan went through a battle in his heart and overcame the temptation of the title of a saint. He said some open-minded words. The title of a saint is not something that I want. Everything that I do in my life should be based on my heart, punishing evil and promoting good, upholding justice, benefiting the common people, and living a carefree life. As for what the future generations say, it has nothing to do with me. Whether it is merits or demerits, they can say whatever they want. After saying that, Li Zixuan's thoughts were instantly clear. He directly entered the state of forgetting himself in the woods at the foot of the mountain. At that time, Li Zixuan finally touched the threshold of the late stage of Dao Guru, but in the end, he failed to enter the late stage of Dao Guru. Now, after several months, Li Zixuan finally had a chance to enter the late stage of Dao Guru again. At this moment, Xianqing only felt that a small invisible cyclone storm had formed in the room, but he could not see anything unusual with the naked eye. This cyclone storm was different from the storms in the natural world. It would not blow away anything, nor would it make others feel like they were being blown by the wind. A good rain knows the season, and it will happen when spring comes, sneaking into the night with the wind, moistening things silently. This invisible cyclone storm was like a spring rain that moistened things silently, leaving no trace behind. Only martial artists with profound realms would be able to truly feel its existence. No, what is Xiaoxian doing? Why is there so much pure and primitive qi madly pouring into his body? Xianqing had already raised his guard and stood guard at the door. He was guarding Li Zixuan to prevent anyone from disturbing Li Zixuan's breakthrough. However, while Xianqing was shocked by the scene in front of him, he also found it difficult to explain. It seemed that Li Zixuan's method of breaking through was different from all other cultivators. If not for worrying about affecting Li Zixuan's breakthrough, Xianqing really wanted to step forward and grab Li Zixuan's pulse to see how different Li Zixuan's meridian structure was from ordinary cultivators. Kill! 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 On the plains outside Yonghe Pass, the Turkic soldiers who were besieged on all sides shouted again and again. Blood dyed the earth red, but not a single Turkic soldier showed any fear. Many of the scimitars in their hands were already curled up, but they still swung their scimitars tirelessly, wanting to open a path for Wu Jia and Ashina Shur. This was an extremely fierce and brave Turkic wolf cavalry. They would unconditionally carry out the orders of their commander, even if they had to pay the price with their lives. Encountering such a resolute Turkic army, the reinforcements of the great Tang's 4 northern provinces were still having a headache, even with Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yuqi Jingda leading reinforcements. The defensive line they had built in the north was still about to be torn apart by the Turkic army. It was not that the great Tang's 4 northern provinces were not elite enough, but that the Turkic army was too fearless. As long as they could send Wu Jia and Ashina Shur out of the great Tang, they were willing to sacrifice themselves here. Quick! Quick! Charge! Continue to charge. The Tang army's defensive line is about to be broken. Seeing that the Tang army at the front was about to collapse, Ashina Shirchu hurriedly shouted. This was both an exhilaration and a morale boost. Charge! Kill! Hearing this order, the Turkic soldiers became even more ferocious, even more fearless. At this moment, the Turkic soldiers seemed to have the assistance of the heavens. Everything was going smoothly for them, and the Turkic army was advancing even faster than before. Meanwhile, the Turkic army in the rear was desperately resisting the left, middle, and right armies led by Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, and Yuqi Jingda. They did not seek victory, only delaying the Tang army so that Wu Jia and Ashina Shur could escape the encirclement. As long as they could escape the encirclement of the Tang army, Wu Jie and Ashina Shi could rely on their advantage in speed to shake off the pursuit of the Tang army. Chapter 1555. Open for me. Outside Yong, He Mountain Pass. At this critical moment, Wu Jie gripped his mace and soared into the air again. On the way here from Chang and City, although he had experienced several major battles and had lost a great deal of his strength, his personal strength was still undoubtedly at the top of this battlefield. At this moment, the mace in his hand flashed with a faint lightning glow, and with him flying high up in the air, he looked like a god of thunder descending from the heavens, majestic and insufferably arrogant. With a loud roar, Wu Jie's aura reached its peak. Then Wu Jie slammed his mace down, sending a powerful gust of wind towards the Tang army. Even those 3 zhang away could feel the immense power of this mace, because although Wu Jie's mace was only a meter long, he had poured a terrifying amount of true qi into it, increasing its power by more than 10 times. If this mace hit its target, it was likely that a person would be turned into a meat patty. Thus, many people subconsciously dodged to the side, wanting to avoid Wu Jie's mace. Pung! With a heaven-shaking boom, Wu Jie's mace finally struck the ground. Those soldiers who did not dodge in time, whether they were Tang soldiers or Turkic soldiers, were all smashed to pieces by Wu Jie's mace. Their fates were extremely tragic. At the same time, this move had nearly exhausted the last bit of true qi in Wu Jie's body, but the final result was still good. He had finally broken through the defense line of the Great Tang's 4 northern provinces. Generals, heed my order. Charge out with me. Return to the grasslands. Seeing that the Tang army's last line of defense had been smashed open by Wu Jie, Ashina Shi's spirit was shaken, and he quickly raised his saber and roared. Charge! Protect the imperial scholar! Protect the general! The Turkic soldiers seemed to have gone mad, all of them rushing toward the hole Wu Jie had torn open, killing anyone who stood in their way. Wu Jie and Ashina Shi's heir Chu naturally took the lead and rushed to the front. In the blink of an eye, they had broken out of the encirclement of the Tang army, and what lay before them was a vast expanse of flat land. Although there was still Yanmen Pass dozens of miles ahead, the defense of Yanmen Pass had been completely destroyed by them a few hours ago. In just a few hours, it was impossible for the Tang army to deploy a strong defense force at Yanmen Pass. Once they rushed out of Yanmen Pass, they could go straight into the grassland. Quick! Quick! Stop them! The breach Wu Jie had found was precisely the defensive line set up by the Daizhou government soldiers. Seeing the Turkic soldiers break through the defensive line and flee to the north, the Daizhou government commandant hurriedly ordered the remaining soldiers to block this breach. Wu Jie, for better or worse you are a martial grandmaster. Do you dare fight this old Cheng? What kind of hero was he to turn around and run? Hey, what a coward! Cheng Yaojin's left army was made up of elites from Chang, and so he was the first to break through the Turkic army. However, he was still a step too late. By the time he reached the Dai province's camp, Wu Jie and Ashina Shi were already several dozen zhang away. At this distance, it was definitely not easy to catch up, so old Cheng could only stand in place and curse. Imperial scholar, you must endure. Don't fall for Cheng Yaojin's provocation. We can't take on this battle right now. Hearing old Cheng's curses, Ashina Shi hurriedly looked to Wu Jie on his left and consoled him. This imperial scholar understands the severity of the situation. Wu Jie nodded lightly, then sighed. It's just that so many Turkic warriors will never be able to return to the grasslands. What a pity! Ashina Shi's face was full of shame. This general misjudged the situation and should not have turned back to Longmen Pass. When we return to the imperial court, This general will personally ask the Khan for forgiveness. Speaking of which, Wu Jie originally planned to leave Great Tang with Ashina Shi Er's help. However, Ashina Shi Er's ambition was too big. Not only did he want to return to Longmen Pass to take back the books from Yanhuang College, he also wanted to capture the heavily injured Li Zixuan. In the end, he tried to steal a chicken, only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Not only did he not obtain anything, he also caused the tens of thousands of Turkic soldiers to be completely buried outside Yonghe Pass. He neglected the fact that Wu Jie's strength at that time was less than 60% of his peak, and he also neglected the fact that Wang Rinbiao's reinforcements would arrive so quickly. Of course, there were also the two most important people that he couldn't take into account. They were Shui Rengui and Xianqing. Therefore, Ashina Shi Er's responsibility for this defeat was 80%. Wu Jie waved his hand and said, "Things have already gotten to this point, so there's no point in saying more. Today, the Tang army has the advantage of time and geography, so we will definitely lose. However, it's not like we didn't gain anything. After this battle, Li Shimin will definitely speed up the offensive against the Turks. At that time, we will have another chance to fight. Imperial teacher has great foresight. This general admires you." Junior Shui Rengui greets Provincial Governor Wang. In front of the turret of Dragon Gate Pass, Wang Rinbiao, Meng Wenhao, and Little Yu were still waiting patiently. They had already waited for more than half an hour. At this time, a youth in coarse hemp clothes and carrying a longbow walked over and bowed to Wang Rinbiao. Just now, when Wu Jie bombarded the gate, Shui Rengui thoroughly displayed his amazing archery skills to the soldiers guarding the gate. It was also because of his obstruction that Wu Jie's first attack didn't completely destroy the gate. Therefore, the soldiers in Dragon Gate Pass looked at Shui Rengui as if they were looking at a hero. If Shui Rengui wanted to find Wang Rinbiao, no one would rashly stop him. "Oh, you are Shui Rengui." Hearing this, Wang Rinbiao's eyes lit up, and he asked with interest. "Yes." Shui Rengui nodded and replied, "Good, good, good. You are the same as Little Xian. Heroes come from the youth." This official has already heard about the situation just now from Provincial Governor Hong and the others. "Rengui, you blocked Wu Jie's attack with 9 arrows and prevented Dragon Gate Pass from being destroyed by Wu Jie alone. Your contribution cannot be ignored. After this matter, Little Xian will definitely ask for your merit in front of His Majesty." Seeing Shui Rengui nod, Wang Rinbiao's face revealed a kind smile as he praised. Shui Rengui cupped his fists and said, "Provincial Governor Wang is too kind. Marquis was conferred the title of Marquis at a young age and was able to fight the imperial teacher of the Turkic Empire head-on without falling into a disadvantageous position. He is the true young hero. Rengui is just a mountain villager. How can I be compared to Marquis? As for the merit, what Rengui did tonight was only in self-defense. If the Turkic Empire had breached Dragon Gate Pass, the hundreds of people in Xiu village would have died under the scimitars of the Turkic Wolf cavalry. Therefore, Rengui is not here for the merit, and I dare not claim the merit." Hearing this, Wang Rinbiao couldn't help but think more highly of Shui Rengui. He didn't cling to the powerful, wasn't greedy for military merit, and was also a promising young man. It would be difficult for such a young man to not be successful in the future. This kind of person was like shining gold. Even if he was buried in the sand, he could still be dug out. Not greedy for merit, not arrogant. In time, Rengui, you will definitely become a pillar of the country. Wang Rinbiao shook his head and looked at Shui Rengui with admiration. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu also understood that this young man with a bow and arrow on his back, who looked like he was in his teens, had saved the entire Dragon Gate. Therefore, Meng Wenhao quickly stepped forward and said, "Fortunately, Brother Shui came to the rescue. Dragon Gate was not breached, and Yamacho could rest in peace. I will never forget your kindness in saving my master. Brother Shui, please accept my bow." After saying that, Wenhao bowed to Shui Rengue in a serious manner. Li Yu followed suit and bowed. "Sir has treated me like a brother. Brother Shui saved Dragon Gate, which means he saved Sir. Please accept my bow." Li Yu had already taken off the Confucian headscarf on her head and let her long hair down. Although she was still wearing men's clothes, no one would be stupid enough to think that she was a man. Shui Rengue quickly helped Wenhao up and said to Li Yu, "Miss Li Yu, little brother Meng, please get up quickly. The one who saved the Dragon Gate was Daoist Xianqing, not me. I can't accept your greetings. I came up the tower to see if Marquis had woken up. It's getting late, and I should bring the villagers back to the village." Wenhao stood up and said, "Yamacho is still in the tower. Daoist Xianqing is treating Yamacho's injuries." Shui Rengue turned to look at the candlelit tower and said, "Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. The Marquis of Yong, and is blessed by the heavens. He will be fine. Provincial Governor Wang, Brother Meng, Miss Li Yu, you don't have to worry. I believe that a good man like the Marquis of Yong will be protected by the heavens. Then we'll meet again." Wang Rinbiao nodded and said, "We'll meet again." Li Yu and Wenhao also cupped their hands. Creak! Just as Shui Rengue was about to leave, the door that had been closed for a long time was finally opened from the inside. Daoist Xianqing walked out expressionlessly with his hands behind his back. If one looked closely, one could see a trace of fatigue and surprise in the corner of his eyes. Daoist Xianqing. The corner of Wang Rinbiao's eyes never left the turret for a moment. He found that the door was opened at the first moment, so he hurriedly walked forward and asked anxiously, "Taoist Xianqing, you're out? How's Xiaoxian?" Wenhao, Li Yu, and Shui Rengue also hurried over and looked at Xianqing with hope. Xianqing stopped and looked at Wang Rinbiao, Li Yu, Wenhao, and Shui Rengue. He paused for a moment and said, lightly, "Humph, that kid is fine now. Go in and take a look yourselves." Then Xianqing swung his sleeves and was about to leave. However, he stopped after 2 steps and turned to Wang Rinbiao, who was about to enter the house, and said, "I heard that the Turkic state preceptor sneaked into the Tang Dynasty to steal some books from Yanhuang College. Where are those books now?" Wang Rinbiao was stunned and quickly replied, "Daoist Xian, I heard that Xiaoxian hid all those books. They should still be in the cellar." "All right, I'll go and take a look." Xianqing nodded and left with his hands behind his back. Although Wang Rinbiao felt that Xianqing's question was a little strange, he was not in the mood to think about it. Once Xianqing left, he quickly walked into the house. "Xiaoxian, are you okay?" Entering the room, he saw Li Zixuan sitting cross-legged on the bed, with his eyes slightly closed. His previously pale face had already turned into a healthy, rosy color. Wang Rinbiao knew that this was a sign that his injuries had recovered, so he couldn't help but exclaim excitedly, "Yes, I'm fine. Not only am I fine, but I also benefited from the disaster and improved my martial arts." Hearing Wang Rinbiao's question, Li Zixuan opened his eyes and smiled. "Phew, that's good, that's good." Wang Rinbiao heard and could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Li Zixuan got up from the bed and looked at Wang Rinbiao. He was surprised and relieved. "Rinbiao, shouldn't you be in Qizhou? Why did you come to Dragon Gate?" Wang Rinbiao replied with a smile. "Wu Jie snuck into the academy to steal the books, so the emperor issued a notice that Wu Jie was wanted throughout the country. By the afternoon, The notice had already reached Chizhou. After dinner, I heard that the Yanmen Pass had been breached. Thinking that, little Xian, you should be in the Hedong Road area right now, and should have also heard about the theft of the Academy's books. It was very likely that you would be organizing troops in Hedong Road to intercept Wu Jia and guard against the invasion of the Turkic army. When I arrived in Puzhou, I heard that you had encountered Wu Jia at Dragon Gate and a big battle broke out. At that time, I was worried about your safety, so I ordered the troops to rush to Dragon Gate. I did not expect to encounter Ashina, Shi-Er Kuei's army besieging Dragon Gate. Li Zishuan heard and could not help but gratefully cup his hands to Wang Renbiao. Today, Ren led the troops to help Dragon Gate. This brother will remember this debt of gratitude. I will do my best to repay this debt in the future. Wang Renbiao said, seriously, Xiaoxian, you and I are brothers. We should go through thick and thin together and help each other. At that time, I was troubled by love. If not for your righteous help, I would have been hurt by love. Today, you are in trouble. How can I, as your brother, stand by and watch? You are so polite to me now. Are you treating me as an outsider? As a descendant of a large family like the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Renbiao did not have many friends. Even if he did, it was only because of benefits. This kind of friend could only be made with benefits, but not with hearts. Only Li Zishuan had a sincere friendship with him. There were no benefits involved, so Wang Renbiao cherished this friendship. When he sensed that Li Zishuan might be in trouble, he did not hesitate to lead the troops to leave Chizhou. When he made this decision, he did not even consider the consequences. This kind of behavior was absolutely inconceivable for a descendant of a large family who prioritized benefits. Renbiao, that's not what I meant. Hearing this, Li Zishuan hurriedly explained. Then he waved his hand and said, forget it. Since that's the case, I won't be polite with you. But this time, you led the troops out of the country without permission. It should be considered a violation of the laws of the great Tang. When I return to His Majesty, this brother will do his best to speak on your behalf. Chapter 1556. Wenhao, little you, why did you two come to Dragon Gate? After talking to Wang Renbiao, Li Zishuan finally looked at Meng Wenhao and Li Yu. To be honest, he was a little surprised to see these two little guys. Meng Wenhao stepped forward and replied, Yamacho, His Majesty was furious when he learned that the books of the Academy were stolen. He ordered General Qin, General Cheng, and General Yuqi to lead 10,000 light cavalry to chase after Wu Jia. In order to keep in touch with Yu and Chang and City, His Majesty allowed General Qin and the others to carry a telegraph, but no one in the army knew how to use it. Later, General Cheng chose me, so I came with the army. Li Zishuan nodded, then looked at Li Yu and asked, little you, what about you? You're just a weak girl. You didn't come with the army, right? Sir, little you, opened her mouth and looked embarrassed. In front of so many people, she couldn't say that she came here to look for Wu Jia. Could she? If she really said that, she didn't know how many strange looks she would receive. Yamacho, little you, didn't come with the army. She came here by herself. She was worried about your safety and wanted to see you in person. Seeing Li Yu's embarrassed face, Meng Wenhao, who knew the inside story, quickly explained. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed, and he nodded thoughtfully. Little you, thank you for your concern. Sir, it's good that you're okay. Li Yu's expression was unnatural, and she quickly replied. Li Zishuan then turned his eyes to Shui Rengui, and he said in surprise, Rengui, why are you here? During the day, he had bumped into Shui Rengui in the mountains, and the two of them had hit it off. He had also extended an olive branch to Shui Rengui. However, Xue Ringue had no intention of joining the army, and he had an arrogant personality. He did not want to climb up the social ladder, so he did not force him. But he didn't expect to meet Xue Ringue so soon. Ringue greets Marquis. Xue Ringue first cupped his fist and bowed to Li Zixuan. Then he began to explain. Around midnight, someone in the village saw a fire in the direction of Longmen Pass. They heard from me that you, Marquis, were also at Longmen Pass, so they wanted to come and help. My speed was fast, and I was one step ahead. The young men of the village followed behind me. When I arrived at Longmen Pass, I happened to see the Tuju State preceptor bombarding the city gate. Thus, I followed Adjunct Feng to defend the city. At this time, Wang Rinbiao couldn't help but interject with a smile. Little Xian, you don't know, but Ringue relied on his superb archery skills to block Wu Jie's first attack on the city wall and forcibly destroyed 30% of Wu Jie's first attack. If it wasn't for him, I reckon the Longmen Pass wouldn't have lasted until Taoist Master Xianxing and the Qizhou army arrived. Xue Ringue hurriedly replied, Governor Wang, you flatter me. I just happen to possess brute strength. Li Zixuan smiled knowingly and said, Ringue, you don't have to be humble. Your archery skills can definitely be ranked in the top 3 among all the people I know. This time, it's all thanks to your help in defending Longmen Pass. When we return to Chang, and I will ask for a reward for you. Xue Ringue hurriedly waved his hand and said, Marquis, Ringue didn't do anything, and I don't dare to be greedy for it. Ringue's actions are not only defending Longmen Pass, but also protecting hundreds of lives in Xiu village. Seeing Xue Ringue's sincere face, Li Zixuan sighed with pity and said, Fine, since Ringue insists, I won't force you. If you change your mind in the future, feel free to tell me. Xue Ringue nodded and said, Marquis, it's getting late. Ringue will take his leave now and bring the villagers back to the village. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said the villagers didn't care about the danger and came to Longmen Pass to help. I'm very touched. I'll also go and say goodbye to the villagers and thank them. In the face of the ferocious and brutal Turkic wolf cavalry, these powerless villagers actually dared to pick up weapons and come to Longmen Pass to participate in the defense of the city. How could Li Zixuan not be moved? The human heart was made of flesh. Xue Ringue hurriedly cupped his fists and said, Marquis, you're too kind. If it wasn't for your Sky Rooster Brigade, all the crops in Longmen County would have been eaten by the locusts. The villagers are willing to defend Longmen Pass because they respect you and want to repay your kindness. I'm not worthy of your gratitude. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. Only then did he remember that the Sky Rooster Brigade, led by Li Ku, had indeed passed through Jiangzhou in the marching route that he had drawn up for the Sky Rooster Brigade. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, The Sky Rooster Brigade was entrusted by His Majesty to exterminate the locusts. They didn't just exterminate the locusts in Jiangzhou. The villagers are willing to risk their lives for me. Because of this, I have to accept this kindness no matter what. Ringue, quick, lead the way. Xue Ringue saw that he couldn't refuse and could only nod and say, All right, Marquis, follow me. The two of them walked out of the turret one after the other. Wang Rinbiao, Li Yu, and Meng Wenhao looked at each other and followed them. The ground under our feet is round, sunlight is made of 7 colors, energy is conserved, running water can generate electricity, and electricity can be used to emit light. The reaction of many substances to produce new substances is called a chemical reaction. Also, what kind of words were these scribbles? It's really strange. Where did Xiao Xian learn these things from? in a turret on the east side of Longmen Pass. Xianqing flipped through the books on the table and couldn't help muttering to himself. These books were the top-secret information of Yanhuang College that Li Zixuan had snatched from Wu Jia. There were drawings, plans for the trump card project, some teaching materials, and some key parameters of important projects. These things were previously placed in the cellar with Li Zixuan. However, Xianqing was a clean freak. He disliked the dirty, messy, and poor environment of the cellar, so he asked Tang Wenxing to send people to move all the books in the cellar to the east side of the turret. However, after seeing the contents of the information, Xianqing's heart was suddenly filled with doubts. He had never heard of the knowledge involved in these books before, and he was very sure that spiritual Masterling Su didn't know these things. Spiritual Masterling Su came and went without a trace. Not many people had contact with him, but Xianqing was definitely one of the few people who had contact with spiritual Masterling Su the most. Therefore, after seeing the contents of these books, Xianqing was even more certain that there was a problem with Li Zixuan in front of him. Xianqing couldn't help but recall the conversation that Li Zixuan had when he just woke up in the room. "You brat, it's time to wake up, right?" "Oh, it's Junior Uncle." Li Zixuan greets Junior Uncle. "Humph, do you still remember me, your Junior Uncle? Do you still remember your sect? I'm afraid. Although I went down the mountain to help the world, I didn't forget my identity at all times. I not only accumulated virtue and did good deeds, but also preached Taoism among the people because of the busy affairs of the academy. And the emperor also assigned me a lot of official duties. I couldn't return to the sect to visit Junior Uncle and the head of the sect for a long time. I'm ashamed." "Humph, you still have some conscience. But the one you should visit the most is your master. Senior brother has no children. He not only treats you as a disciple, but also as his own child. He gave everything to you. You can't be ungrateful." "Junior Uncle, you're right. When this matter is over, I will personally go to Mount Longhu and kowtow in front of Master's tomb to apologize." Little Xian, let me ask you. When you went down the mountain, you were still at the peak of the qi refining stage, but now you're at the peak of the Zhongshe realm. After my observation, I found that when you broke through the realm, the way you broke through was different from other warriors. Tell me honestly, did you practice some evil skills? "Martial Uncle, you've wronged me. Although I'm not a benevolent and virtuous person, I'm still in awe of heaven and earth and all living beings. Everything I've learned comes from Master. After Master passed away, I've encountered several life or death situations. In those desperate situations, I've gained some special insights into the martial way. Perhaps it's because of these insights that my way of breaking through realms is different from ordinary people. Well, are you willing to let me check your meridians? Don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. It's just that the Celestial Master Taoism has always been a righteous sect. We can't have evil people. I have to make sure that you don't stray into the evil path." "Junior Uncle, you don't have to explain. You saved my life. If you want to check my meridians, go ahead. I have a clear conscience and will never resist." "Good. Then I'm being rude." Well, the path of genuine qi is indeed the path of the Taishan Sutra, and the genuine qi is also pure Taoist genuine qi. It seems that you've always been firm in your Taoist heart. I've wronged you. No. Why do you have such pure genuine qi in your body? Genuine qi? Junior Uncle, what is genuine qi? You don't know genuine qi? Then why do you have genuine qi in your body? I don't know. The capacity of a person's dantian is limited. When one reaches the peak of the Zhongshe realm, true qi will fill the entire dantian. One needs to use a secret method to condense true qi and turn it into true essence, coupled with one's own martial arts comprehension. Only then can one break through to the Zhongshe realm. This genuine qi is unique to the supreme power realm. Okay, you've just recovered from your serious injury. Take the time to adjust your qi circulation. There are a few people outside. They should be looking for you. I'll leave first. Thank you, junior uncle. Take care. It makes sense that this child's kung fu has improved by leaps and bounds. But where does this strange knowledge come from? Along the way, I have more or less heard of Yanhuang Academy. The commoners say that they impart knowledge of engineering. Engineering? What kind of knowledge is that? Why haven't I heard senior brother mention it? Recovering from his contemplation, Xianqing's eyes became more and more confused. Clang, 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 clang. At this moment, 5 gongs and drums sounded under the city tower. Xianqing was stunned and murmured, "It's already 5 o'clock. Forget it. As long as this child is on the right path and doesn't do anything harmful, I don't have to worry about it." After that, Xianqing closed the book in his hand and walked to the bed next to him. As Li Zishuan's junior martial uncle and the flag-bearer of Mount Longhu's celestial master sect, Xianqing received some preferential treatment here. He had a separate space to rest, unlike the other ordinary soldiers who could only sleep in tents. On the other side, after Li Zishuan received and persuaded the nearby villagers who came to support Longmen Pass, he urged the people around him to disperse and rest. He returned to the turret and planned to wait quietly for Cheng Yaojin and the others to come back. Previously, with the help of Xianqing's power and some of his own comprehension, he broke through to the supreme power late stage. Now he was full of energy and couldn't fall asleep even if he lay on the bed. He simply sat on the bed and began to run the 8th level of Taishan Sutra to feel the new realm. "Sir, have you rested?" After about a quarter of an hour, little Yu Er's voice came from outside the door. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat and quickly stopped. Then he said softly, "Come in." When he just woke up, he saw that Li Yu's expression was a little strange. He always felt that this girl was hiding something. Now that Li Yu took the initiative to come to him, he guessed that she was going to take the initiative to lay her cards on the table. With a creak, Li Yu pushed the door and entered. Then she turned around and closed the door. Then she walked quietly to Li Zishuan and said with a guilty face, "Sir, you have just recovered from a serious injury. Did I disturb your rest?" Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "It's okay. I'm not sleepy now. Little you are still awake. Is there something on your mind?" "Yes." Li Yu nodded and replied, "Yes." Then she bit her lips and said softly, "Sir, you've met the Tujue Estate preceptor before. Can you tell me what kind of person he is?" "National Master of the Tujue National Master?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but be surprised. Then he asked with some confusion, "Little Yu, why are you asking about the National Master?" Li Yu's face froze. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, "Sir, the National Master of the Tujue National Master may know the whereabouts of my biological parents." "So, what? Wu Jie knows the whereabouts of your parents. Little Yu, who told you this?" Li Zishuan was shocked. His eyes flashed with disbelief. Regarding Li Yu's background, he had always sent people to secretly search for it. According to the jade bracelet on Li Yu's wrist, Li Yu's parents must have been very rich. So Li Zishuan had always sent people to ask around Chang, and if there were any rich families who had lost their children more than 10 years ago. There were quite a few people who met this condition, but when he asked them face to face, none of them met this condition. After searching for so long in Chang, and without finding any useful clues, Li Zishuan never thought that Li Yu's parents would have some kind of connection with Wu Jie. How could he not be shocked? Seeing Li Zishuan's disbelief, Li Yu explained seriously, "Sir, this is what Wu Jie told me personally. 2 nights ago, the academy was attacked. Mr. Mo, the two Dugu generals, and Mr. Zhang-san, who had gone out to sea but secretly returned, were all defeated by the Turkic imperial preceptor. In the end, the Turkic imperial preceptor even wanted to kill Mr. Zhang-san. Chapter 1557. Is there such a strange thing? Inside the West Tower of Dragon Gate Pass, after listening to Li Yu's story of that night, Li Zishuan was shocked. He rubbed his chin and pondered for a long time before turning his eyes to Li Yu and asking, "Is that why you came all the way from Chang and to Jiangzhou?" Sometimes he couldn't help but admire this little girl Li Yu. At her age, if placed in modern times, she probably wouldn't even have graduated from primary school, yet she dared to travel so far by herself. This could no longer be called independent. It should be called precocious. Li Yu nodded and said, "In order to find my parents, I ran all the way from Yuezhou to Chang. And now that I've come all the way from Chang and to Jiangzhou, what does that count as? Sir, I really want to know who my parents are. I also want to know why they sent me away that year and didn't take me away. But I was still a step too late. The imperial tutor is now nowhere to be found." Towards the end, Li Yu's tone became slightly gloomy. She had traveled day and night without rest, but in the end she hadn't been able to achieve what she wanted. So naturally she couldn't help feeling disappointed. Li Zishuan thought about it for a moment before replying, "I've fought with Wu Jie before. This man's martial arts are extremely high. He wears a black robe and a black hood, making it difficult to see his face, but his voice is very hoarse, as if it's been burned by fire, dry and hoarse. In addition, he also has a strange internal force that can release something similar to lightning, catching people off guard. Wu Jie's fighting style is inclined towards one person's strength. He doesn't like to beat around the bush, relying on his moves and personality. Wu Jie may also be the kind of person who doesn't like trouble, decisive, and unstoppable. He really has the qualifications to be one of the world's top masters. However, I don't know much about Wu Jie's background. Master rarely mentioned him before his death. Perhaps you can ask my little martial uncle tomorrow. He should know." Recalling Xian Qing's previous interrogation, Li Zishuan couldn't help feeling a little scared. So, regarding Wu Jie, he didn't intend to ask Xian Qing himself. Wouldn't that be walking right into a trap? It was better for little Fishy to ask him herself. In the end, Li Zishuan was still worried that Xian Qing would find out that he was a fake. After all, he used to do many things under the banner of spiritual spirit Su, and Xian Qing had always had a good relationship with spiritual spirit Su. If Xian Qing investigated seriously, he would definitely find clues from many things. Yes, good. I'll ask Taoist Xian Qing tomorrow. Li Yu didn't think much about it, and just nodded. Then she suddenly said, "Yamacho General Qin is leading the army to chase after the imperial teacher. Do you think Wu Jie?" Although he didn't finish his sentence, the gist of it was obvious. Li Zishuan frowned, paused for a moment, and then said, "I heard from Ren Biao that it's not just Uncle Qin and Uncle Cheng who are pursuing us from behind. To the north, there are also soldiers from Yunzhou, Shuozhou, Daizhou, and Yuzhou who are intercepting us. There are at least 60,000 of them, and the Turkic army has already been defeated at Longmen Pass, so their momentum is no longer there. In the face of these 60,000 soldiers, their defeat is certain. However, Wu Jie and Ashina Shirchu are both martial experts. If they escape with all their strength and pave the way for them with the lives of the Turkic soldiers, it will be difficult for Uncle Qin to catch them." Hearing this, Li Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Zishuan looked at Li Yu's face and asked, "Little Fishy, do you want Wu Jie to die, or do you want him to live?" Under Li Zishuan's gaze, a trace of panic flashed in Li Yu's eyes. She opened her mouth and said nervously, Of course I want him to die. I am a Tang, and he is a Turkic. He killed so many Tang people. Of course I want him to die. But before he dies, I want to hear the whereabouts of my father and mother from him." Li Zichuan nodded, then turned around and stood with his hands behind his back. "That's good. Little fishy, no matter the situation, no matter the reason, I hope you remember that you are a Tang. You can never do anything to harm the Tang Empire, or I will never forgive you." The reason why Li Zichuan said this was mainly because he thought of a very frightening possibility, that Li Yu's parents were Turkic, or that Li Yu's father was Wu Jia. Although the possibility of this happening was slim, it didn't mean it was impossible. Moreover, even if Li Yu's father wasn't Wu Jia, he and Wu Jia probably had some sort of relationship. This time, for Li Yu, this was a rather big personal test. To choose between righteousness and personal feelings, to be honest, no matter who it was, this was a difficult choice to make. Li Zichuan's voice fell, and at this time, a loud noise came from outside the house. Li Zichuan's expression changed, and he listened carefully for a moment before saying to Li Yu, "The army chasing Wu Jia has returned. Let's go and see." Li Yu's expression changed, but after a moment, she nodded and replied, "And..." The two of them left the house and went straight down to the gate tower. They saw that the gate tower was already brightly lit, with torches everywhere. Qin Xiong, Chung Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, Hong Wenxing, Wang Rinbiao, and the others were standing in front of the army, discussing something. Seeing this, Li Zichuan quickly walked up and cupped his fists. "Uncle Qin, Uncle Chung, Uncle Yuqi, you're back. Hey, little Xian, are you really okay? That's great." Chung Yaojin saw that Li Zichuan's complexion was ruddy, and he didn't look like he was seriously injured at all. He excitedly greeted him and laughed loudly. "I told you, little brat, you're a man of great fortune. How could you fall so easily? Ha ha, good." Qin Xiong stroked his beard, a look of relief on his face as he said, "When we were in Yonghe Pass, Army Advisor Fong said that you were seriously injured by Wu Jia, and us old men were worried sick. Just now, Provincial Governor Hong said that you were rescued by Daoist Xianqing, and your injuries were healed. This old master didn't believe it, but now that I've seen you in person, this old master can finally rest assured." Ha ha. Being able to fight Wu Jia head-on and take away his treasures. After today, little Xian, your name will be known throughout the world. Yuqi Jingda said with a face full of emotion. What he said wasn't false. Li Zichuan, with his mid-stage martial scholar cultivation, fought against a great grandmaster. Although he was at a disadvantage in the process, the result could be said to be his victory, because Wu Jia's treasures were stolen by Li Zichuan. "Uncle Yuqi, please don't make fun of your nephew. This time, I was lucky enough to not die, and it was all because of Martial Uncle's healing. Otherwise, I would still be in a coma," Li Zichuan said modestly, quickly taking the initiative to ask, "Let's not talk about this for now. How is the situation on the front line?" Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed little Yu looking at him anxiously, with pleading eyes. Chung Yaojin's face darkened. "Pei, that cowardly turtle Wu Jia ran away as soon as he saw us old men, and we couldn't even catch up to him. In the end, we still let him escape." Old Chung originally wanted to fight with Wu Jia for 300 rounds, but in the end, he couldn't even touch Wu Jia's weapon, which made him very angry. Li Zichuan was surprised, thinking that this result was similar to his private analysis of the situation. Hearing this, little Yu had a complicated expression. Hearing this news, she didn't know whether to be happy or sad, and her heart was extremely conflicted. At this time, Qin Xiong added, "Although we didn't catch Wu Jia and Ashina Shi, the 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry were almost wiped out by us. Only a little more than 1,000 people escaped with Wu Jia. These 30,000 wolf cavalry were the elite of the elite under Xieli's command, and they all died in the Great Tang. For Xieli, it was a great loss. Yuqi Jingde frowned and said, although the Turkic wolf cavalry suffered heavy losses in this battle, we also lost many soldiers, especially the soldiers of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shuozhou. They faced the Turkic state teacher head-on and lost more than 70% of them. Adding on the soldiers we brought from Qizhou, Bingzhou, and the capital, we lost more than 43,000 people in this battle, a heavy loss. Hearing this, Li Zishuan was shocked, and he didn't dare to believe it. The Turkic wolf cavalry is actually so strong? Qin Xiong nodded and said, the Turkic wolf cavalry has always been unparalleled in the world, and this Turkic wolf cavalry tried their best to escort Wu Jie and Ashina Shi out of the encirclement, using tactics that completely put their lives on the line. This kind of Turkic wolf cavalry is even more terrifying. Li Zishuan's mind was instantly filled with images of a tragic battlefield, and he said with a heavy expression, it's a pity for these great Tang soldiers. General Qin, should this battle report be sent to Chang? And Meng Wenhao cupped his fists and asked. Qin Xiong pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, send it. However, at this time, King Wei and His Majesty should be resting. You can try it first. Meng Wenhao replied, yes, General Qin. After that, he turned and left, returning to his tent to send the telegram. The 3 Grand Dukes have traveled a long distance and fought through the night, so you should all be tired, right? This lowly official has already arranged a place for the 3 of you to stay. I would like to invite the 3 of you to take a rest. At this time, Hong Wenxing stepped forward and cupped his fists. He was the provincial governor of Jiang province, and also the host here, so of course he had to be a good host. Li Zishuan also reacted and quickly said, Governor Hong is right. Uncles, you have been fighting for the entire day. You haven't slept a wink. It's better that you quickly go and rest. Qin Xiong nodded and said, okay, after the soldiers are settled, we will rest. As he spoke, he turned to Hong Wenxing and said, Provincial Governor Hong, I'll have to trouble you to immediately send some military doctors over from the Jiang province military camp. There are many injured soldiers in urgent need of treatment. Hong Wenxing hurriedly cupped his fists and said, this official obeys. I'll send someone back to Zhongping County to get military doctors. The earliest record of military doctors in China was in the Zhou Dynasty. Lu Shang, Jiang Zia, mentioned in the 6th Tao, there were 3 alchemists who established 100 medicines to cure golden sores and 10,000 illnesses. By the Han Dynasty, military hospitals had already been established. The Book of the later Han recorded an institution called the nunnery, which was similar to a modern battlefield hospital. With the development of the era, military doctors continued to improve, and there was a professional medical institution in the Tang army, which meant that every camp had a medical examiner who would check on the condition of the injured soldiers every day to arrange for medical treatment and evacuation. Not only could the injured soldiers be treated, but their condition would also be monitored regularly. For example, the Zhichong military camp in Jiang province definitely had a medical examiner department. Hong Wenxing accepted the order and left. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed, and he cupped his fists towards Qin Xiong and said, Uncle Qin, I also know some medical skills. Can you get people to bring those soldiers who are seriously injured and in urgent need of treatment over? And I'll treat them first. These injured soldiers were not only there to fight against the Turks. Some of the people from Qizhou and the people from Chang, and were there to save Longmen Pass and save him. Li Zishuan had medical expertise. If he were to stand by and do nothing at this moment, his conscience would not be at ease. Hearing this, Qin Xiong could not help but worry. Xiao Xin, you've just recovered from your injuries, so you should rest well and not overwork yourself. Cheng Yaojin also nodded and said, "Second brother Qin is right. Xiao Xian, you should rest well." Li Zishuan shook his head and refused. "Uncle Qin, Uncle Cheng, to be honest, I'm indebted to Martial Uncle for saving me. Not only have my injuries healed, but I've also luckily had a breakthrough. Right now, I'm full of energy, so you don't have to worry about my body." "What? Xiao Xian, you've broken through again?" Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ha, I was just lucky." Cheng Yaojin was speechless, thinking to himself, "I also want to be as lucky as you, but unfortunately I'm too old, and my martial arts journey will probably stop here." Qin Xiong said, "All right, since Xiao Xian's body is fine, I'll get someone to carry the injured soldiers over." "Okay, your wounds need to be disinfected with alcohol, or else they will fester and hurt a little. So bear with it." "Don't worry, Marquis, I can bear with it." Hiss. "Ouch. Didn't you say you can bear with it? Why are you crying out?" "Marquis, who would have thought that it would hurt so much?" Hiss. "It's burning." "Ha ha. All right, let me help you bandage it first, and the military doctor will apply some medicine for your wounds later." "Thank you, Marquis." Marquis, can you let me have a taste of that alcohol in your hand? It smells so good. Go and rest. Did you not have enough pain just now?" In the large tent in front of the Longmen Pass, Li Zishuan carried a simple medical kit and shuttled through the tents for the wounded. Most of the wounded soldiers suffered from knife wounds, so their wounds had to be disinfected. Otherwise, in this weather, the wounds would definitely fester and get infected. This was also why there weren't many ancient soldiers who died on the battlefield. Most of them died from festering wounds after the battle. Luckily, Qin Xiong's army brought some medical alcohol when they came from Chang, or Li Zishuan would probably have to distill and purify the alcohol in the camp. Chapter 1558. Last year, when Li Zishuan had just come up with medical alcohol, Li Jing, who had learned that it could prevent wounds from festering, had requested Li Er to equip the army with this type of medical alcohol. At that time, when there was a shortage of alcohol and food, Li Zishuan had still provided the imperial court with a few hundred caddies of medical alcohol. Later on, when the imperial court implemented the policy of exchanging food from the south, the Tang Empire suddenly experienced a period of food overflow. Li Zishuan also took the opportunity to purchase a large amount of food, filling up the newly built granaries at home. When the granaries were full, he used all the food he purchased to make wine. On one hand, it greatly increased the production of the two popular wines, Immortal Drunken Wine and Gentle Fragrance. On the other hand, he had also provided the imperial court with a large amount of medical alcohol. Therefore, this thing had now become the standard issue for the 12 guards of Chang, and every time the army went to war, they would more or less carry some. However, due to the limited production, medical alcohol had not yet been popularized in the Jitsong Prefecture's barracks. At this moment, Li Zishuan was carrying some medical alcohol, boiled white cloth, and some simple medicine as he shuttled between the various tents. At first, when the heavily injured soldiers heard that Li Zishuan was coming over to treat their wounds, they were more or less a little frightened or flattered. After all, Li Zishuan was a marquis, and they were just ordinary soldiers. However, after the initial uneasy contact, the injured soldiers found that Li Zishuan was not difficult to get along with at all. Not only did he talk and laugh with them, sometimes he even chatted with them and made vulgar remarks. He was not at all like the talented Yamacho from Yanhuang College, nor was he like the high and mighty Marquis Yangon of the Tang Empire. However, it was precisely because of this that the soldiers felt that Li Zishuan was more amiable, more like a brother who had gone through fire and water with them on the battlefield. Therefore, as Li Zixuan walked over. Not only did he hear the miserable cries of the soldiers who had been touched in their wounds, but he also heard a lot of laughter, beating, and cursing. The austere atmosphere of the two armies a few hours ago was instantly replaced by this faint warmth. And all of this was seen by one person. The Tao of medicine is benevolent. Little Xian is now a marquis, yet he is willing to mix with these low-level soldiers. It can be seen that this child's heart is not bad at all. Since that is the case, what else can this poor Taoist not let go of? Everyone in this world has some secrets that belong to them. It is not in my Tao heart to get to the bottom of everything. Let's just watch him soar in this world. On the turret of the city wall, Xian Qing, who had long been awakened by the commotion outside, stood by the window and watched as Li Zixuan shuttled back and forth between the various tents, talking and laughing with the wounded. Xian Qing's gaze was complicated as he lamented. After saying this, Xian Qing suddenly felt relaxed. It was a kind of freedom and relief from letting go of obsession. It was the ultimate state that the people of Taoism pursued. Tao nature, Chang and city, imperial palace, Sweet Dew Hall. Although there were still more than 2 hours before dawn, the place was still brightly lit. Li Er and Li Tai both had a pair of dark circles under their eyes and looked tired. However, the father and son did not intend to go back to sleep. They were waiting for news from the front line. Previous signs indicated that the northern part of the Tang Empire was experiencing a very fierce battle tonight, and the cause of all this was Li Zixuan and the top-secret information of Yanhuang College. However, the problem was that they had been unable to contact Li Zixuan before. They could only speculate that there would be a fierce battle at Longmen Pass tonight from the telegram sent back by Meng Wenhao. One of the father and son was worried about the battle at the front line, while the other was worried about the safety of the Yamacho. Neither of them was willing to rest before they got the exact news. Speaking of which, although the telegraph increased the speed of information transmission, at the same time, it also increased the urgency of people's anticipation of information. If they were still using the manual transmission method in the past, Li Er and Li Tai would definitely not be foolishly waiting for news from the front line without sleeping, because if they were to use manual transmission, the news from Longmen Pass would only reach Chang, and tomorrow afternoon. It was not worthwhile to wait here all the time. Beep, 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 beep. Suddenly, the telegraph that had been silent for a long time suddenly let out a series of D sounds. This sound was simply incomparably pleasing to Li Tai's ears. He quickly pulled himself together, straightened his back, and picked up a pen to record the code. After the translation was completed, he quickly sent out a section of code to confirm that he was right next to the telegraph. "Father, it's a message from Wenhao." Seeing that Li Er was looking at him with a puzzled face, Li Tai did not wait for him to ask and directly stood up to answer. "Meng Wenhao? Looks like there's news from the front line." A bright light flashed in Li Er's eyes. He sighed as if relieved of a heavy burden. Whether it was good news or bad news, it was better than waiting here for news. Besides, since Meng Wenhao could take the initiative to send a telegram to Chang, and it proved that the situation at the front line was not too bad. At least, the army was not completely wiped out. It should be." Li Tai nodded. After a while, the telegraph began to ring again. Li Tai quickly sat down and recorded the code. The beeping sound lasted for about half an hour. Li Er, who was at the side, could not help but stand up and go to Li Tai's side. However, when he saw the messy message on the rice paper, he could not help but frown because he could not understand it. Li Er waited anxiously for a while. On the other side, Li Tai finally translated the encrypted message into words. The little fatty stood up and said, "Father, frontline battle report." "Read it," Li Er said with a serious face. "Yes." Li Tai nodded. He looked at the translated message and said, "On the 30th day of the 6th month of the 2nd year of Jingguan, Turkic General Ashina Shirqi led 50,000 elite wolf cavalry into Yanmen Pass in order to rescue Wu Jie, who had stolen the books of the academy. He defeated the 10,000 soldiers that the Yamacho had sent from the Bingzhou Zhichang's camp. Then he marched straight in and broke through Yonghe Pass and Medu Pass. Wu Jie carried the top-secret information of Yanhuang College and tried to pass through Longmen Pass. The Yamacho had already stationed 10,000 soldiers at Longmen Pass. Then, in order to contain Wu Jie, the Yamacho fought alone. Although he did his best, he was unable to stop Wu Jie. However, he managed to snatch back the information of the academy, but the Yamacho was also seriously injured. After Wu Jie escaped, he met up with Ashina Shirqi at Medu Pass. Ashina Shirqi was not satisfied with the current harvest and followed Wu Jie back to Longmen Pass. Wu Jie's martial strength was outstanding. Without the Yamacho's restraint, he relied on his superior martial strength to break through the city gates. Longmen Pass was about to fall into the hands of the enemy. At the crucial moment, a master archer named Shui Rengui from Longmen County managed to delay Wu Jie for a moment. Then, Taoist Xian Qing from Mount Longhu suddenly appeared and completely blocked Wu Jie's attack. After that, Wang Renbiao, the provincial governor of Qizhou, led 30,000 soldiers to reinforce them. Generals Qin, Cheng, and Yuqi also led 10,000 light cavalry to arrive in time. Ashina Shirchuan knew that he was no match for them and quickly retreated under the command of General Qin. The three forces at Longmen Pass gathered together and pursued the Turkic army. At this time, the soldiers of Yunzhou, Shuo, Daizhou, and Yuzhou had already set up a defensive line outside Yonghe Pass. The Turkic army had just left Yonghe Pass when the two sides were engaged in a fierce battle. Soon after, General Qin's forces arrived and engaged in a fierce battle. In this battle, the 40,000 elite Turkic wolf cavalry were almost completely wiped out. Only 1,000 some managed to escape with Wu Jie and Ashina Shirqi back to the steppe. However, our side also suffered heavy losses, especially the soldiers of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Yuzhou, and Shuo, because they were directly attacked by the Turkic state teacher. Their casualties reached more than 70%, adding on the soldiers that General Qin brought from Chang and Qizhou. Our side suffered more than 43,000 casualties. After Li Tai finished reading the battle report, the Sweet Nectar Palace immediately fell into silence. It was unknown if it was because of the low temperature of the night, but Li Tai suddenly felt a chill. This made the little fatty somewhat regret not wearing a cloak when he came to the imperial palace. After a long time, Li Er finally opened his mouth. 50,000 elite wolf cavalry? Xieli is truly willing to part with them, invading the great Tang time and time again. Do they really think that our patience is limitless? Bang! Li Er angrily slapped the table and turned to walk toward the dragon couch. Li Tai cautiously said, "Imperial Father, calm your anger. Based on this report, these Turkic wolf cavalry must have been the elite of the elite. Now that they've all been lost in the Great Tang, Xieli's strength must have been greatly damaged. To our Great Tang, this is not necessarily a bad thing." Li Er sat on the dragon couch, his brow furrowed. After a few moments of thought, he shook his head and said, "Xieli claims to have 1 million soldiers controlling the bowstrings. Losing so many soldiers is not enough to harm his bones. Besides, our Great Tang's losses are no less than the Turks. In the future, when the Great Tang and the Turks face each other, if the ratio of casualties is still like this, we will definitely lose. In this war, from start to finish, the Great Tang's side had lost nearly 60,000 soldiers, including the Turks' attack on Yanmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Medu Pass, while the Turks had lost 49,000 elite wolf cavalry. Just from the number of casualties, the Tang army did not have the advantage. However, considering that the Tang army had very good methods to prevent wounds from being infected and could allow a large portion of the injured soldiers to survive, it seemed that the number of casualties on both sides was about the same. But even if it was a 1-to-1 casualty ratio, it was still somewhat difficult for Li'er to accept. After all, the Turks at this time were definitely in a period of unprecedented strength. The number of soldiers that Xieli could bring out was definitely greater than the Great Tang's. Li Tai also understood this reasoning. He thought about it and clasped his hands. Imperial Father, these Turkic wolf cavalry are the elites of the elites. Ordinary soldiers would naturally be at a disadvantage against them, but the 1 million soldiers of the Turks can't all be elites like this. Moreover, Sun Tzu's Art of War says that above all, warfare is warfare. Next is warfare. Next is warfare. Now that our Great Tang has even more advanced weapons and armor, as well as a method of communication that surpasses all foreign countries, we completely have the conditions to make a big fuss about tactics and allow the cooperation between the armies to be seamless. With such superior tactics, our chances of victory are definitely 30 to 40% higher than the Turks. Chinke, your words are not without reason. Hearing this, Li'er's eyes brightened. At this moment, he remembered that Li Zishuan's workshop was currently working on equipment for the Black Armored Army. With the new armor and Li Zishuan's new tactics, the fighting power of the Black Armored Army would at least double. If Li'er knew the word technology, he would definitely sigh and say, "Technology is fighting power." According to the battle report, Li Zishuan fought with Wu Jie and was seriously injured. How is his injury now? Suddenly, Li'er remembered the battle report that Li Tai had just read out and hurriedly asked. Li Tai smiled and replied, "Imperial Father, although Yamacho was seriously injured after Taoist Master Xianqing's treatment, not only has his injury healed, but his martial arts have also improved." Zhao Song, who was standing in the corner of the hall, was shocked when he heard that Li Zishuan's martial arts had improved again. He secretly thought that Li Zishuan was already at Grandmaster middle stage before he went to the north. If he improved again, wouldn't he be at Grandmaster late stage? This realm, he would be catching up with me, the chief steward of the imperial household. At this moment, Zhao Song's heart was undoubtedly broken. Li Zishuan's speed of improvement made him doubt his life. Xianqing. It was the second time he heard the name Xianqing. Li'er's mind turned quickly, and he muttered, "This Dragon Tiger Mountain is really full of masters. But why would Xianqing appear at Longmen Pass for no reason? I don't know." In the end, Li Tai was only proficient in literary strategy. He did not pay much attention to matters related to martial arts. Zhao Song cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Taoist Master Xianqing is said to be the next celestial master Taoist on Dragon Tiger Mountain after spiritual Master Ling Su passed away. Taoist Master Xianqing chose to go into seclusion. I didn't expect him to come out now." Although Zhao Song was not in Jianghu, he still knew some things about the martial arts world. "Well, this matter is indeed a bit strange, but since Li Zishuan is fine, it's fortunate." Hearing this, Li'er frowned and said, "Today, Li'er attached great importance to Li Zishuan. He knew better than anyone that if all the advanced knowledge in Li Zishuan's head was used, it could be compared to an army of 100,000. Therefore, when he learned that Li Zishuan was fine, old Li couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As for whether Li Zishuan's martial arts had improved, he didn't care much about it. Father is right. Li Tai's thoughts were much simpler than Li Er's. He only hoped that Li Zixuan was fine. As long as Li Zixuan was alive, Yanhuang College would continue to exist. Li Er nodded and said, "All right, it's getting late. Qingke, you should go and rest." It was indeed getting late. In a while, the rooster would start crowing. Li Tai stood up and cupped his hands. "Then I'll take my leave. Father, you should rest early too." "Well, go." Li Er grunted. Li Tai packed up the telegraph and turned to leave the sweet Dew Hall. Chapter 1559. More than 2 hours ago, we received news that last night Turkic Great General Ashina led 50,000 elite wolf cavalry into the pass and routed the garrisons of Yenmen Pass, Yonghe Pass, and Medu Pass. Turkic state teacher Wu Jia, after stealing the Academy's secret dossier, wanted to meet up with Ashina Shirkan. At Longmen Pass, he engaged in a major battle with the Marquis of Yong'an's army. The Marquis of Yangon fought with all his strength, and although he was no match, he left behind the Yanhuang College dossier that Wu Jia had stolen. Wu Jia fled and successfully met up with Ashina Shirkan at Medu Pass. Afterward, Ashina Shirkan and Wu Jia charged back into Longmen Pass, wanting to steal the Academy dossier. The garrisons of Longmen Pass defended with all their strength, and with the timely arrival of Xu Bao and the reinforcements of Qizhou provincial governor Wang Runbiao, they were able to push back the Turkic army. Duke Yi led his army in pursuit and joined forces with the garrisons of Yunzhou, Daizhou, Shuo, and Yuzhou to encircle the Turkic army. Ashina Shirkan and Wu Jia did their utmost to break out, but in the end, they only managed to escape back to the steppe with around 1,000 soldiers. The next day, no, to be more precise, it was today. After daybreak, Li Er, who had slept for more than 2 hours, once again got up to preside over the morning court. Li Er was an extremely disciplined emperor, and unless it was absolutely necessary, he would not miss the morning court. In the court, after the sovereign and his subjects had exchanged greetings, Li Er went straight to the point. The entire court was stunned by his words. Other than Li Jing and Li Ji, who had participated in the war simulation yesterday, when the other officials heard that the 50,000 Turkic elite wolf cavalry had charged into Longmen Pass, they all gasped in shock. At the same time, they couldn't help but think that the Great Tang and the Turks had been at peace for more than 2 years. Were they finally about to declare war? Since ancient times, wars between nations had never been a small matter. From the emperor to the commoners, they were all drawn to the war between nations. The Great Tang had been founded on martial prowess, and the court had many civil and military officials who had never feared war. Thus, when Li Er spoke, someone immediately stepped forward and clasped his fist. "Your Majesty, Shelley has gone too far, daring to once more attack my Great Tang. Does he still think the Great Tang is as weak and easy to bully as it was 2 years ago? This old subject requests battle. I am willing to lead the army into the grasslands and capture Shelley alive." The one who stepped forward was Niu Jinda. This time, Li Er had ordered Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Yu Qijing to lead the army north to pursue Wu Jia, but he had been left out. This made Niu Jinda somewhat unconvinced. Logically speaking, his martial arts weren't any worse than Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qijingda's, so why hadn't old Li appointed him as a general? Thus, when he heard Li Er mention the battle at the front during the morning court assembly, Old Cow immediately became spirited. He knew that Li Er would definitely be extremely dissatisfied with the Turks and might directly send troops to attack the grasslands. How could he be willing to miss this rare opportunity? "Your Majesty, the Turks have disregarded our Great Tang. This old subject requests battle. Please send troops to exterminate the Turks." Li Ji also stepped forward and bowed. "This old subject requests for battle to exterminate the Turks." With a whoosh, All the people in the general's camp stepped forward and cupped their fists to Lier. After the Great Tang was established, especially in the last few years, the world was at peace, and there were very few wars. This highlighted the value of military merit. Now that the curtains to the war between the Great Tang and the Turks were about to begin, how could these generals sit still? They all wanted to get a share, some of the spoils, contributions, in this kingdom war. With the generals like this, the civil officials did not show any weakness. The civil officials of the beginning of the Great Tang were not all pedantic scholars. Many civil officials not only knew how to ride horses and shoot arrows, some could even pick up swords and sabers, and knew some martial arts. Seeing the generals express their stance, many civil officials could no longer sit still. Your Majesty, our Great Tang has been recuperating for the last 2 years. Not only is the people's livelihood flourishing, our national treasury is also growing by the day. Now, Shelley has sent an army to invade the borders of our Great Tang. This is not putting your Majesty in his eyes, not putting our Great Tang in his eyes. Since ancient times, if a sovereign is humiliated, a subject dies. If your Majesty decides to go on a campaign against the Turks, this old subject, Wei Zheng, is willing to accompany the army. Wei Zheng took 2 steps forward and cupped his fists angrily. Even though Wei Zheng usually scolded Lier, what was the saying again? The deeper the love, the more the blame. Even though this saying was not very appropriate for Wei Zheng and Lier, Wei Zheng's goal in scolding Lier was to hope that Lier could become a sage. In the 2 years since Lier ascended the throne, even though there were still some areas where he was lacking, he had not made any major mistakes. He was already very close to the sage in Wei Zheng's heart. Seeing that the Great Tang was getting better and better, more and more prosperous, the Turks were actually marching south and invading the Great Tang's territory. Even though Wei Zheng was only a civil official, he was also filled with patriotism. For this country, he was willing to personally go to the front lines and kill the enemy. Wei Zheng was definitely not just saying this. If there was really a need, he would immediately return home to pack his things and prepare to follow the army. The spirit of a scholar, full of vigor. This was precisely Wei Zheng's current state. At this time, there was no need to be calm. What was needed was the spirit of a scholar and the strength of patriotism. Your Majesty, Left Minister Wei is right. Now that our Great Tang is strong and prosperous, our strength is no longer the same as before. Shelley sent his army to invade our Great Tang's borders. This is looking down on our Great Tang's prestige. Only by severely punishing and killing the chicken to warn the monkey can our Great Tang's borders be completely stable. Only then can the surrounding small countries put away their thoughts of coveting Great Tang. Your subject believes that the imperial court should send out troops and also has the ability to send out troops to suppress the Turks. Fang Xianling also stood out with Wei Zheng and cupped his fists towards Lier. This old subject agrees. Zhang Sun Wuji pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and cupped his fists. With his secondment, the rest of the civil officials also couldn't wait to clasp their fists towards Lier. Your subject agrees. Your Majesty, please send out troops to suppress the Turks. The civil and military officials of the imperial court, from top to bottom, were united in their support of war. This was the Great Tang. This was the attitude of the civil and military officials of the Great Tang towards war. It was said that the Great Tang was strong and the Song was weak. This wasn't without reason. It was precisely because of the Great Tang's martial spirit that caused them to be able to stand out bravely and fight for the country when faced with a war between countries. It was unlike the Song Dynasty, where almost no one in the entire imperial court could stand out when faced with a war. Most of them were in favor of peace. They only wanted a moment of peace. Who cared if their descendants would be slaughtered by other races in the future? Good. My beloved subjects are indeed the pillars of the country. I am very comforted." Seeing that his subjects were all eager to go to war, Li'er was very happy. He laughed and said, "Now that the locust plague in the Guangdong region has mostly been quelled, even if there are some places that haven't been quelled, the food stored in Taicang and Hanjiakang is more than enough to deal with the disaster. The 6 departments of the imperial court should be able to free up their hands and prepare for the upcoming war. For this attack on the Turks, I plan to send out 300,000 soldiers. These 300,000 soldiers will be transferred from the Chang and 12 guards. Along the way, I will recruit the elite soldiers of the various provinces to expand the army to 400,000. I want to fight with Xieli on the grassland. Officials of the 6 ministries, within 3 months, they must prepare the provisions, armor, war horses, and medicine needed for an army of 300,000, officers and soldiers of Chang. And during these 2 months, they must step up their training and must not slack off in the slightest. Zhan will enter the camp to inspect. If anyone is found slacking off in training, the officers in the camp will definitely punish them severely. 3 months later, the army will officially set out. I want to destroy the entire Turks and let the northern border of the Great Tang be completely peaceful so that the descendants of the Great Tang will no longer be threatened by the foreign tribes in the north." Everyone's heart trembled. They did not expect that Li'er would actually plan to attack the Turks in 3 months. This was somewhat sudden, but it was also reasonable. After all, in a few more months, it would be winter, and fighting in winter would be very disadvantageous for the Great Tang army. However, at the same time, everyone's blood was boiling from Li'er's bold words. Thus, as soon as Li'er finished speaking, the civil and military officials in the imperial court bowed in unison and said, "We obey the decree." This was a massive war between 2 countries, the first time the 2 most powerful countries in the world were going against each other. Even though the Great Tang had a strong army and ample treasury, against a colossus like the Turks, they still had to go all out. The 300,000 soldiers that Li'er had spoken of was already the minimum estimate. It wasn't that he didn't want to send more soldiers, but deep in the steppe and engaging in long-range battles was an extremely arduous challenge. The more soldiers there were, the more difficult it would be to resupply. 300 to 400,000 soldiers was already the limit of what the supply line could maintain. Any more, and there would be problems with supplies. On the other hand, Li'er had to consider not only the Turks, but also the smaller countries on the Great Tang's borders. If the Great Tang mobilized its entire army, it would inevitably leave its rear empty. The smaller countries on the border like Tibet, Tuyuhan, Gaochang, and Jinla might have designs on the Great Tang and take advantage of its weakness. Thus, in Li'er's view, the most important thing in attacking the Turks was quality, not quantity. When the time came, with excellent armor and outstanding tactical command, an army of 400,000 might be able to shake the 1 million mighty soldiers of the Turks. "Yushi, why is your complexion so poor? Are you sick?" Lantian District, Yong, and Marquis residence. As usual, Han Yushi had woken up early to prepare breakfast for her parents-in-law. Although in this era, ordinary families only ate 2 meals a day without breakfast. A large clan like the Li clan naturally couldn't lack 3 meals a day. While eating, Madame Li saw that Han Yushi's complexion was haggard and couldn't help but worriedly ask. Han Yushi forced a smile. "Mother, I'm fine. Don't worry, I just didn't sleep well last night." "Haa, silly child. Do you think that mother doesn't know you?" Madame Li stared at Han Yushi's face for a few moments before sighing and asking, "Are you worried about little Xian? So worried that you couldn't sleep last night?" "Mother, I'm not. Husband is highly skilled in martial arts, so there's nothing to worry about. He'll definitely be able to return safely in a few days." Han Yushi hurriedly shook her head and explained, I'm just worried about the academy, so in a little while I want to go to the academy to take a look. Yanhuang College has always stood aloof from worldly affairs. This time, they've suffered a great calamity, and Xian-er is hundreds of miles away. Yushi, you should go to the academy to take a look. This old man also heard that old Mr. Li Gang is bedridden. This old man will also visit him later. Li Jingma, who was sitting next to Madame Li, said in a deep voice, "Haa, old Mr. Li is a person of virtue and prestige. He's been untainted his entire life. He's clearly at the age where he can enjoy the rest of his life, yet he still insists on teaching at the academy. In terms of character, how many people in the world can compare to him? But I didn't expect old Mr. Li to be bedridden after this illness. I don't know if Dr. Sun has a way to cure Mr. Wenji." Hearing this, Mrs. Li sighed with a sad expression. "Father, Mother, let's not talk about this for now. The food is getting cold. Hurry up and eat. Come, Lan, or you eat too." Han Yushi hurriedly said when she saw that the atmosphere in the room was a little depressing. Lan nodded heavily and said, "Yes, yes. Lan has to eat more. When Big Brother comes back, he won't be able to carry Lan anymore. Young girls don't know how to worry. Lan's heart can only hold beautiful things, but some people and some things can't be beautiful forever. Young madam, you were clearly worried about young master and didn't sleep for the whole night. Why didn't you tell master and madam the truth just now?" After the meal, Han Yushi packed up some things and got on the carriage. Under the personal escort of Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the others, she went to Yanhuang College. As for Father Li, who originally said that he would go to Yunshan to visit Li Gang, he would go later because he was afraid that he would disturb Li Gang's rest. On the way, Xiaohe looked at Han Yushi and asked in a low voice. Han Yushi smiled bitterly and said, "Xiaohe, even if I tell father and mother, what can they do? It will only make them worry. I don't even know where my husband is right now. And with such a big incident happening at the academy, I'm sure Wei Wang and the others must have informed my husband about it via telegraph. Perhaps my husband is currently blocking Wu Jie's path in one of the northern provinces. How can I not worry about him?" The carriage suddenly fell into silence. After a long time, Xiaoshi said, "Young madam, you said before that young master's martial arts are strong and nothing will happen to him. Besides, His Majesty has sent General Qin and General Cheng to support young master. Young master will definitely be fine. Don't worry. When young master comes back and sees your haggard appearance, he will feel distressed." Yes, yes, yes. Young master loves young madam so much. He will definitely feel distressed. Xiaohe hurriedly echoed. After being comforted by the two little girls, Han Yushi felt a little better in her heart. She glanced at the two of them and said, all right, you two don't need to persuade me anymore. Let's go to the academy to take a look. It would be best if we can meet Qin Quebec. He will definitely know about hubby." Han Yushi thought to herself that she must have a telegraph machine at home in the future. This way, when Li Zixuan went out, she would be able to receive news immediately. As for how to use the telegraph machine, she didn't have to worry about it at all. Before she got married last year, Li Zixuan gave her a telegraph machine to use for sending love letters. Therefore, she could be considered one of the first few people in the Tang Empire to use a telegraph machine. Chapter 1560. Reporting to the Khan, the special service and state teacher have returned to the grasslands. They are now at the Scarlet Pagoda Division and will reach the royal court in another hour. In the depths of the grasslands, Mount Yujijin of Chibei was the location of the Eastern Turkic royal court's tents. In the most majestic tent, a Turkic soldier reported respectfully to a middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table. The so-called Special Service was a kind of official title on the Tuju's side. The Book of Zhou, History of the Tuju's, said, "High officials have ye who secondary office, secondary office, secondary office, secondary office, all 28 ranks, all of them." However, the new Book of Tang said that the Special Service was a title for the Khan's descendants and not a noble title. It was not within the 28 ranks. Because the Khan's descendants monopolized this title, there was such a saying. They were in charge of internal affairs, handled diplomatic relations, and often negotiated military and national affairs. In the beginning, the position of Secret Service was filled by members of the Turkic Kagan family, Ashina family. Because this position required rich political experience, profound knowledge, and agile adaptability, it was not the specialty of the Turkic people. Therefore, in the later years, it was gradually filled by Sogdians. In the historical records, Taitu was a mistake. In the future, the various ethnic groups in the north continued to use this title, such as the Huigs Diin and the Khitans Taiwan. In the Turkic Khans, there was the Yabgu below the Khan. The Yabgu was equivalent to the king of Qin and the duke of the Central Plains and had considerable power. And below, the Yabgu was the Special Service. That middle-aged man had a stocky build and wore a brocade robe. His hair was combed into small braids, and there was a thick beard on his chin. His eyes were as fierce and sharp as a wolf king's, and he was full of power and influence. This man was the current ruler of the Eastern Turkic Khans, Sheli Khan. HM, the state teacher is back. Do you know if they brought back the confidential files of Yanhuang College on this trip? Hearing this, a glint flashed across Shelley's eyes. He leaned forward slightly and looked at the soldier below and asked in a deep voice, Khan, I don't know about this." However, only a little over 1,000 people came back with the state teacher. The soldier looked carefully at Shelley's expression and then said with a trembling fist and palm salute, "What? Only a little more than 1,000 out of 50,000 came back." When he heard these words, Shelley suddenly stood up, his voice also raised by an octave. He walked down from his seat of honor and arrived one zhang in front of that soldier, continuing, "Last night, this Khan even received news that the state preceptor has already obtained the secret dossier from Yanhuang College that the Sure Secret Service led 50,000 elite wolf riders to receive the state preceptor. Why is it that in the short span of one night, only 1,000 or so of the 50,000 elite are left?" It's said that the state preceptor and the special service were ambushed by Li Zishuan at the Longmen Pass of the Great Tang. Later, they were surrounded by the combined forces of the northern provinces of the Great Tang and were almost completely wiped out. The messenger carefully reported to Xieli, speaking of which, this kind of messenger soldier was considered a high-risk job. When they delivered bad news, they had to be prepared to be killed by their superiors to vent their anger. Li Zishuan again. A hint of surprise flashed through Xieli's eyes, but then he felt that this result was somewhat illogical. He said with a face of disbelief, "That's not right. Isn't it said that Li Zishuan is treating the plague of locusts in the Great Tang's Guangzhou provinces? Then why was he able to set up an ambush in advance on the state preceptors way back to the grasslands?" The messenger soldier immediately had a troubled expression. This lowly, one does not know. How could he know how Li Zishuan could set up an ambush in advance? He could only answer truthfully. Xieli's eyes were filled with anger. After a pause, he said in a deep voice, "Leave. When the state preceptor and the special service return, have them quickly come to see this Khan." Previously, Xieli had wanted to personally welcome Wu Jia and Ashina Shure's army's triumphant return. But now that he knew that Wu Jia and the others were not triumphant, but fleeing in defeat, how could Xieli still go and welcome them? Right now, he even had the heart to kill. That was 40,000 elite wolf riders. Xieli's heart was bleeding. Yes, Khan. The soldier cupped his fists and left after receiving the order. After the soldier left, Xieli snorted heavily and scolded angrily. Trash. All of them are trash. A great grandmaster expert and 50,000 elite troops actually fell at the hands of a small Li Zixuan. Could it be that this kid is really the nemesis of our Turks? Great Khan, calm your anger. Seeing that Xieli was unable to calm down, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes stepped forward and bowed to Xieli, saying, "Whether it is the state preceptor or the special service, they are both good ministers and fierce generals of our Turks. Although they were defeated in this battle, it is not to the extent of harming their muscles and bones. Moreover, after the state preceptor and the others return, and after the great Khan understands the details of this battle, we can then make a decision. Do not create enmity with the state preceptor and the special service because of a moment of anger." This person was Ashina Simo, who had gone to Chang and to ask Li Er to hand over the Khitan chieftain 2 months ago. Back then, he had also held the position of Eastern Turkic Khagan, but later on, he had taken the initiative to abdicate. In terms of blood relationship, Ashina Simo and Xieli could be considered uncle and nephew. Xieli frowned for a while, feeling that Ashina Simo's words were very reasonable. He could not help but nod, saying, "And Simo's words are reasonable. Let's see what they say in a while." The inside of the tent quickly fell into silence. About an hour later, a flurry of footsteps came from outside the tent, and a soldier quickly walked in. Bowing, he said, "Reporting to the great Khan, the state preceptor and the special service request an audience outside the tent." "Let them in." Xieli had long since calmed down, and he expressionlessly nodded. "Yes." The soldier turned around and exited the tent. Not long after, Wu Jia, who was wearing a black robe that had already formed a shell, and Ashina Shi-Er, who was wearing a blood-red leather armor, walked into the tent. Together, they saluted Xieli. "Greetings, Khan." The state preceptor and the special service may dispense with the formalities. Seeing that the two were covered in blood, Xieli's expression changed slightly, and his tone became somewhat gentler. After the two straightened up, Xieli asked in a low voice, "The special service, this Khan heard that you and the state preceptor were ambushed by Li Zixuan in the Great Tang and suffered heavy casualties. Just what happened? Quickly tell me." Hearing this, Ashina Simo hurriedly bowed and said, "Reporting to the great Khan, this ambush in the Great Tang was all due to the greed of the state preceptor for advancing prematurely. At that time, I had already met up with the state preceptor at the Great Tang's Horse Dipper Pass, but I learned that the secret files that the state preceptor took from Yanhuang College were snatched by Li Zixuan at the Longmen Pass. At that time, Li Zixuan was already seriously injured by the state preceptor. I was unwilling to give up and wanted to take back those secret files and capture Li Zixuan alive, so I led the army back to the Longmen Pass. My army could have broken through the gates of the Longmen Pass quickly, but spiritual master Lingshu's junior brother suddenly rushed to the battlefield and won some time for the Great Tang's army. After that, Qin Shubao, Cheng Yaojin, and the rest of the Great Tang's army arrived with reinforcements and chased after us. Later, outside the Yonghe Pass, my army was besieged by the Great Tang's army. After a narrow escape, the state preceptor and I escaped from the Great Tang and returned to the grasslands. But this time, when we entered the Great Tang, my army suffered more than 48,000 casualties, while the Great Tang's army suffered more than 60,000 casualties. I was greedy and rash, causing the army to be besieged by the Great Tang's army and suffer heavy casualties. I am willing to accept all punishment. Ashina Shur did not shift the blame and directly took all the blame. In fact, the loss of this war was indeed his fault. However, if he had not been greedy and rash and led the army back to the Longmen Pass, Wu Jie would have been the one to take the blame, because it was Wu Jie who lost the secret files of Yanhuang College. If he was not the one to take the blame, who would take the blame? Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. It was his greedy and rash advance that caused the army to suffer heavy casualties, compared to the consequences he caused. Wu Jie losing the files of the great Tang Academy seemed insignificant. Only then did Xieli, who was sitting at the head of the table, understand the general process of this great battle. With a solemn face, he said coldly, "So, this time when you sneaked into the Tang Empire, not only did you not bring back the secret dossier of Yanhuang Academy, you also lost more than 40,000 elite wolf riders in the Tang Empire, and almost got wiped out, right? If they had obtained the files of the great Tang Academy and lost more than 40,000 elites, Xieli would have felt better. But now, not only did they not obtain the files, they also lost so many soldiers for nothing. Was this not a double loss? It would be strange if Xieli was not angry. We have failed at the start of the war. Please punish us, Khan." Seeing Xieli angry, Ashina Shur and Wu Jie both bowed and asked for punishment. "Humph. Good. You have caused the Turks to lose soldiers and generals. You deserve 10,000 deaths. Men." Xieli's anger could not be quelled. He could not help but shout and call for men. "Great Khan, calm your anger." Seeing that the situation was about to get out of control, Ashina Simo hurriedly stood up and bowed. "Great Khan, calm your anger." Although the Imperial Advisor and the Sure Secret Service were at fault, they definitely do not deserve death. The Tang Army's casualties in this war are obviously more than ours. Both the Imperial Advisor and the Sure Secret Service have meritorious service. Merits offset demerits. Great Khan, please be lenient with your punishment. Hearing this, Xieli subconsciously wanted to fly into a rage on the spot. But seeing Ashina Simo looking at him with eager eyes, those eyes seemed to be able to speak, constantly hinting him not to be impulsive. Taking a deep breath, Xieli said in a deep voice, "What Simo said is reasonable, but the two of you can be exempted from death. But more than 40,000 Turkic warriors have been buried in the Great Tang. There must be an explanation for this matter. Men, drag the Sure Secret Service out and whip him 50 times. As for the Imperial Advisor, although the Imperial Advisor has no merits, he has worked hard. The Imperial Advisor should go back and have a good rest." Although Xieli was somewhat dissatisfied with the result of Wu Jie's infiltration into the Great Tang in order to leave some face for Wu Jie, he could only suppress these dissatisfaction in his heart. After all, the persimmon to pinch was the soft persimmon. Obviously, Ashina Shur's Secret Service was a soft persimmon. Many thanks for Kagan's leniency. Ashina Shur's Secret Service was not dissatisfied with Xieli's punishment. In fact, the moment he had been defeated at Yonghe Pass, he had already thought about the punishment he would receive upon his return. In comparison, this result could already be considered good. He also did not feel unbalanced, because Wu Jie had not been punished. On one hand, the main reason the Turkic army had suffered such heavy losses was because he had made a wrong strategic decision. On the other hand, if not for Wu Jie's formidable strength, he might not have been able to break out of the encirclement with his 1,000-some men, and there was a high chance that his entire army would have been wiped out. Wu Jie was expressionless. He did not show the joy of surviving a calamity or escaping punishment, nor did he show the dejection of defeat. After Xieli's words, he was silent for a few moments. Then he cupped his fists to Xieli and turned to leave. His departure was very confident, and his departure was also very domineering. He was truly worthy of being the Turkic Imperial Advisor, second only to one, and above all. But even so, Xieli did not say anything. Ashina Simo and Ashina Shur Secret Service were also not surprised. It was clear that they had often seen this sort of situation before. Wu Jie, you're finally back? I heard that the army had a bad start. Did Father Khan blame you? After leaving Xieli's tent, Wu Jie headed west to a relatively large tent. He opened the flap and walked in, where a beautiful Turkic woman hurriedly came up and asked with concern. No, Wu Jie indifferently replied, and then he stepped forward and hugged the woman's body, asking, while I was gone, did your illness relapse? His voice was unexpectedly filled with tenderness. In the eyes of outsiders, Wu Jie was a murderous demon, but in front of a woman, he had transformed into an infatuated man. If anyone were to see this scene, their jaws would have dropped to the ground. The woman gently smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. While you were gone, my first time didn't hurt even once. It's just that I often missed you and was very worried about you. I was afraid that you would encounter danger in the Great Tang. Why is there so much blood on your body? Where are you hurt? Does it hurt? I'll have someone call the Kashi shaman." The so-called shaman was the primitive religion of the northern tribes. It originated from a very early time, and in the matriarchal society, it was already very developed and mature. Shamans were almost all clan leaders, and the deified Queen Mother of the West was both a shaman and a tribal chief. Historians did not use the term shaman, but only referred to them as Wu. In the Xiongnu era, shamans played a certain role in politics and military affairs. In any war or other indecisive matters, the final decision was made by shamans. The shamans of the northern tribes were very different from the Wu of the Central Plains. Shamans needed to have a lot of common sense and knowledge to be able to expel diseases, to be able to observe the development of things, to predict the future, and to predict good and bad luck. Don't worry, this blood isn't mine. Wu Jie looked at the thick layer of blood on his body and hurriedly comforted the woman. The woman breathed a sigh of relief, but then she frowned and worriedly asked, "So much blood. Did you encounter danger in the Great Tang?" It's not dangerous. No one in the Great Tang can hurt me." Wu Jie's lips curled into a smile, and then he lifted the black hood on his head, intending to take off his blood-stained robe. But as soon as he lifted the hood, his face hidden in the darkness was revealed. It was a resolute and thin face, not very handsome, but very pleasing to the eye. On the right side of his cheek, there was a very terrifying scar, as if it had been burned by fire. It was a shocking sight. Chapter 1561. I saw a girl in the Central Plains, and the jade bracelet she was wearing was exactly the same as yours. Inside the tent, Wu Jie took off his blood-stained black robe and casually placed it on the table next to him. He then sat down across from the Turkic woman, his upper body bared, and suddenly said, because of his years of cultivation, Wu Jie's muscles were well proportioned, and there were some large and small scars all over his body, but these were all old injuries, at least 10 years old. In other words, in the past 10 years, he had barely suffered any injuries. Previously, in the Dragon Gate Pass, Wu Jie had fought with Xianqing, and Xianqing's 9 Taishan sword 7th style had only caused Wu Jie to suffer some internal injuries. Wu Jie's words caused the Turk woman opposite him to be stunned for a moment, and then her expression changed as she looked at Wu Jie with a complicated expression and asked, "You said you saw a girl in the Great Tang who was also wearing a blue carp bracelet?" After saying that, the woman took off the jade bracelet on her wrist. The jade bracelet was sparkling and translucent, with a faint green color like a clear lake. What was amazing was that there were 3 cyan patterns on the inside of the bracelet. These patterns had a very regular shape. At first glance, it looked like there were 3 cyan fish swimming inside the bracelet. It was really vivid and unimaginable, priceless. This jade bracelet could be called priceless. That's right, exactly the same. Wu Jie stared at the beautiful woman in front of him and said word by word. After hearing Wu Jie's affirmation, the woman's expression changed several times before returning to normal a moment later. Brushing her hair back from her forehead, she pretended to be calm and said, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Wu Jie, what was that little girl's name? After asking this question, a trace of hope flashed across the woman's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. Wu Jie shook his head and said, I don't know. At that time, I only heard someone call her Little Yu, Yen, do you know this little girl? A trace of panic flashed across the woman's eyes as she hurriedly said, How is that possible? I've never met her before. How could I know her? Wu Jie frowned and asked, If that little girl has nothing to do with you, why is she wearing the same jade bracelet as you? The woman's expression froze, but she still argued, This should be a coincidence, right? Coincidence? Wu Jie's eyes couldn't help flashing a trace of anger as he glared directly at the woman in front of him. This kind of azure carp jade bracelet is extremely rare in this world, yet now two of them have appeared together. Yen, you're telling me this is a coincidence? The woman's expression changed, and then she stood up and said, You don't believe me? Wu Jie frowned. How can I believe you? The woman snorted and said, That's the truth. It's up to you to believe it or not. After a pause, the woman continued, I'm going to look for Father Khan. Although Father Khan didn't say anything, I'm sure he still blames you in his heart. I'll go and plead for you. Then, the woman left the tent without looking back. Simo, why did you dissuade Ben Khan? In the imperial tent, Xieli's face was cold as he asked Ashina Simo in a deep voice. Ashina Simo took a step forward and bowed. Great Khan, more than 2 months ago, the Khitan chieftain led his tribe to seek refuge with the great Tang. Simo was ordered to go to Chang and to ask for the Khitan chieftain and even promised to give up the Shuofeng. Emperor Tang not only did not agree, but also sent troops to wipe out Liang Shidu. It means that the Tang Empire at this time is not afraid of us at all. This time, the imperial tutor and the Sher Secret Service led troops to infiltrate the Tang Empire. The Tang Empire will most likely mobilize troops to attack the grasslands. We have to be careful. At this critical time, Khan must not do anything that will hurt his own family and please his enemies. The imperial tutor cannot punish him, and the Sher Secret Service cannot kill him. I ask Khan to consider the bigger picture. Xieli's eyes flashed as he looked at Simo, and said thoughtfully, You mean Li Shimin might mobilize troops to attack the grasslands? Ashina Simo nodded and said, replying to Khan, It's very likely. Chi, what a joke. Hearing that, Xieli sneered and said, Not to mention that this Khan has millions of bowstring control warriors, merely in this boundless prairie, as long as he Li Shimin dares to send his troops here. This Khan will definitely make his people unable to return. We are the true kings of this grassland. Confidence. This was the confidence of the ruler of the Eastern Turks. Of course, he did have the right to be so confident. Although there was internal strife in the Eastern Turks now, Xieli still had more soldiers than Lier. On the other hand, the grasslands were a rather unfamiliar environment to the Han people of the Central Plains. There was no reference point on the vast grasslands, and the Tang people could easily get lost here. Therefore, in this away battle situation, Xieli could be said to have taken advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people. His chances of winning were infinitely high, but Ashina Simo did not think so. Seeing that Xieli did not listen to him, he frowned and said with a worried expression, Khan, 3 years ago, you took advantage of Li Shimin's unstable throne to attack the Tang Empire and directly sent troops to the capital of the Tang Empire. Then, Khan signed an alliance with the Tang Emperor and emptied the treasury of Chang, and returning happily, although this action caused great trouble for Li Shimin, who had just ascended the throne. Do you know that in these few years, the Tang Empire is no longer the Tang Empire that we can bully and humiliate? In June last year, the Tang Empire sent a fleet down south. They exchanged millions of caddies of grain and countless rare treasures in the small Nanyang countries. The treasury of Chang, and that we emptied, was once again filled up. Therefore, this year's locust plague in the Guangzhou region of the Tang Empire will not hurt the foundation of the Tang Empire. In other words, as long as the Tang Emperor is willing, the Tang Empire is fully capable of organizing hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the grasslands. Although the grasslands are vast, and many Tang soldiers are not familiar with the environment of the grasslands, don't forget that when the time comes, Li Zishuan is likely to be in the Tang army. And Li Zishuan's master, spiritual master Ling Shu, not only killed more than 200 of our elite wolf cavalry in the Yi Mountains, he also traveled the grasslands alone. It's hard to guarantee that he did not leave some map for Li Zishuan. When the time comes, with Li Zishuan leading the way for the Tang army, our advantage on the grasslands will no longer exist. In truth, Ashina Simo greatly admired the culture of the Central Plains, so he collected more detailed information on the Tang Empire. It was precisely because he knew more that he felt that the Tang Empire was a greater threat to the Turks. The Turks were very powerful now, but it did not mean that they were invincible in the world. Seeing Xieli's uncertain expression, Ashina Simo continued, think about it. When the Han Dynasty was first established, was it not suppressed by the Xiongnu? Emperor Gaozu of the Han Dynasty, Liu Bang, personally led an army to attack the Xiongnu, but suffered a crushing defeat. He was almost captured by the Xiongnu, and the great Han Empire was almost destroyed. One must know that when the Han Dynasty was first established, there were many strategists and generals. Scholars such as Zhang Liang, Chen Ping, Xiao He, and the others, and martial scholars such as Han Xian, Fan Kuai, Zhou Bo, and the others. They were all outstanding officials and fierce generals. But in the end, it was clear that the Xiongnu were strong and the Han Dynasty was weak. It was not until Liu Bang's grandson, Emperor Wu of Han, Liu Che, sent Wei Qing and Hua Xubing to the west to attack the Xiongnu that the Xiongnu's strength and vitality were completely defeated. In the future, they were slowly unable to contend with the Han Empire. Simo felt that the current Eastern Turks were like the Xiongnu of the past. They were extremely powerful in the early stages, but once we let down our guard and allow the Central Plains to recuperate, we will definitely follow in the footsteps of the Xiongnu. In the early stages of the Han Empire's establishment, after the siege of Baideng, Liu Bang had no choice but to marry the Xiongnu. But after only a few decades, the great Han Empire's army was able to kill their way to the Heshi corridor and kill the Xiongnu like stray dogs. This shows that the Central Plains dynasty has an extremely powerful spirit of revival and recovery. We cannot ignore this. After saying that, Ashina Simo bowed deeply to Xieli with a sincere expression. In fact, his analysis was definitely not wrong. The Eastern Turks were indeed extremely powerful in the early stages. For example, when the Tang dynasty was first established, it was also suppressed by the Turks everywhere. There were even rumors that Li Yuan borrowed the Turks' military strength to rebel against the Sui dynasty and attack Chang. And there were also rumors that Li Yuan purposely submitted to the Turks temporarily to obtain the peace of the northern borders and not be attacked from both sides. The rumors might not be true, but it was enough to show how powerful the Turks were at that time. However, even if the Turks were extremely powerful, they were not absolutely invincible. As the saying goes, when one reaches the peak, there will be a decline. Since this year, the internal strife of the Turks had intensified, and there were more and more tribal leaders who were unwilling to listen to Xieli's orders. The Khitan chieftain was a classic example. And the Turk's little Khan, Tuli Khan, was the most typical representative of the forces opposing Şieli. In truth, the incomparably powerful Eastern Turks were already in danger. After hearing Ashina-Simo's heartfelt advice, Şieli's expression finally turned serious. He stood up, his hands behind his back, and his brows furrowed as he paced around the tent. After a while, his eyes were like lightning as he looked at Ashina-Simo and said, "Simo, what you said just now is not without reason. The great Tang is developing too quickly. Humph. If this Khan had known earlier, he would have directly attacked Chang and killed Li Shimin. Then, today's calamity would not have occurred." These words were not wrong. Back then, there was a great opportunity in front of Şieli, but Şieli did not cherish it, giving Lier and the great Tang a precious chance to recuperate. Now, the great Tang's national strength was rising with each passing day, and it was no longer something that Şieli could casually control. If this continued, what awaited the Turks was only destruction. Great Khan, there is no point in bringing up the matter of the past. The urgent matter at hand is to think of a plan to deal with the Tang army. Ashina-Simo sternly said. Şieli nodded and said, You are right. Pass down the order. All the Yabgu, special agents, Burke, Berg, and all the tribal chiefs are to come to the tent for a meeting this afternoon. Yes, Great Khan. Seeing that Şieli finally took the Great Tang seriously, Ashina-Simo could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At least, his persuasion was not in vain. Reporting to Khan, Princess Shu Yen requests an audience. At this moment, a Turk soldier entered the tent and bowed to report. A trace of gentleness appeared on Şieli's face. He smiled and said, "Quickly let Yenner in." Yes, the soldier received the order and left. Ashina-Simo bowed and said, "Since that is the case, Simo will take his leave." He could almost guess why Princess Ashina-Simo came to find Şieli. He did not want to get involved in Şieli's family matters, so he directly and cleverly asked to take his leave. Go." Şieli nodded and said, "Madam, we have arrived at the academy." Along the way, Han Yushi and the others finally arrived at the Yanhuang Academy after listening to the sound of rolling wheels. After the carriage heard the news, Lu Yun stood guard by the side with his saber while Lu Feng shouted into the carriage to remind them. Don't look at how Xiao He and Xiao Shi addressed Han Yushi as young madam. That was because these two girls had followed Li Zixuan for a long time. They had always called him young master, young master. Wasn't this young master's wife called young madam? But Lu Feng and his brother were different. They followed Li Zixuan for less than half a year and usually called Li Zixuan Marquis. And Han Yushi was naturally Madame Marquis. Han Yushi responded, and then jumped off the carriage with the two maidservants. Then she looked at the magnificent academy. Han Yushi felt something in her heart. She thought to herself that the academy was still the same academy from before, but some of the people from back then were no longer in the academy. Leave the carriage here. Let's go directly to Dr. Sun's courtyard to visit teacher Wenji. After recovering from her contemplation, Han Yushi instructed softly. Yes, madam. Lu Feng cupped his fist and accepted the order. Some of the guards of the House of Marquis went to the front to open the way, and some followed behind Han Yushi in case of any accidents. After Wu Jia attacked the academy, the guards of the House of Marquis attached great importance to the safety of Li Zixuan's family. After a while, Han Yushi came to the small courtyard where Sun Simiao was. Coincidentally, Sun Simiao didn't go to the Tang Alliance Medical Center to be on duty today. Instead, he stayed in the courtyard and gave Li Gang acupuncture and qi to extend his life. Li Gang was at the end of his life. Young madam, please wait for a moment. Master is performing acupuncture on teacher Wenji. Hearing the movement outside the courtyard, the fairy doctor hurriedly greeted and said softly. Han Yushi glanced at the courtyard in surprise, and then asked, Dr. Sun didn't go to the clinic for consultation today? Who shook her head and said, Teacher Wenji's condition has worsened. Master can't leave. So he asked for leave from the medical center and let Dr. Wang and Dr. Qin treat him. Master plans to stabilize teacher Wenji's condition first, then go to the medical center to treat other patients. Hearing this, Han Yushi's face turned pale and asked with sadness in her eyes, What? Teacher Wenji's condition has worsened? How is the old man now? Does Dr. Sun have a way to stabilize teacher Wenji's condition? Do your best and leave it to fate. Who was about to answer, but Sun Simiao had already walked out of the room. The old Taoist stroked his beard and sighed. Chapter 1562. Dr. Sun. Seeing Sun Simiao come out, Han Yushi quickly went up to him. Master, you're out? I'll get you a glass of water. Who actually also quickly came to Sun Simiao's side. Seeing that Sun Simiao's forehead was full of sweat, he thought that the healing process must have been very difficult. Who actually quickly ran into the house and brought water and a towel for Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao knew that he couldn't persuade him, so he didn't try any more. He pointed to the stone bench under the big tree in the yard and said, Aunt Han, Mrs. Li, let's go over there and sit. He originally wanted to call Han Yushi Miss Han, but on second thought, Han Yushi got married last year, so it was very inappropriate to call her Miss Han, so he quickly changed his words. Although Sun Simiao was an outsider, his ambition was to practice medicine and save people. He needed to deal with people every day, so Sun Simiao still knew some of the ways of the world. Dr. Sun, please. Han Yushi nodded, then moved aside to let Sun Simiao go first. Sun Simiao didn't refuse. He walked to the stone bench and stone table under the big tree in the yard, and the two sat opposite each other. As soon as they sat down, Han Yushi couldn't wait to ask, Dr. Sun, how is Mr. Wenji's condition? Alas, it's a long story. Sun Simiao sighed. At this time, who actually brought 2 teacups, a pot of tea, and a sweat towel with the help of Xiaohe and Xiaoxi. Xiaohe poured tea for Sun Simiao and Han Yushi, who actually took the sweat towel and wanted to help Sun Simiao wipe his sweat, but Sun Simiao took the sweat towel and wiped it himself. Then he looked at Han Yushi and continued, Mr. Wenji only suffered minor injuries that night and has been cured long ago. However, the old man is already old, and these minor injuries have triggered other old diseases in his body. The old man can't bear it and is bedridden. At this time, relying solely on the medicine to strengthen the corporeity can no longer stabilize the old man's condition. This poor Taoist can only use acupuncture to transfer qi, and the 1,000-year-old ginseng sent by Qin to help Mr. Wenji maintain the normal operation of his heart meridians. But this is not a long-term solution. Although this poor Taoist knows how to cultivate qi, the qi in my body is far inferior to that of a martial artist like Xiaoxian. 3 days. This poor Taoist can at most extend teacher Wenji's life for 3 days. 3 days. Hearing this, Han Yushi's expression changed greatly. Only now did she know that Li Gang's condition was so serious. After thinking about it, she asked anxiously, Dr. Sun, is there really no other way? Teacher Wenji is a man of noble character and has lived a clean life. Now that he has finally reached the age where he can enjoy the rest of his life, you must save him. Sun Simiao smiled bitterly and said, It's not that I don't want to save him, but my ability is limited. Mr. Wenji is now at the end of his rope, and there's nothing I can do to save him. Unless there are martial artists in this world who are skilled in both medicine and martial arts. They might be able to help teacher Wen-ji by some time. Han Yushi was not stupid. She quickly understood what Sun Simiao meant. She said with a worried expression, "But time is tight. Where can we find someone who cultivates both medicine and martial arts?" Sun Simiao frowned and pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "Perhaps little Xian can—" "My husband?" Han Yushi's eyes lit up, and endless hope rose in her heart. However, not long after, her eyes dimmed again. Frowning, Han Yushi shook her head and said softly, "My husband is now in the north intercepting the Turkic state preceptor. We don't know which county he is in, whether he is in danger, and whether he can escape. Teacher Wen-ji can only hold on for 3 days. My husband might not be able to make it in time. That kid is doing very well now. He is not in danger. Call him back." Just as Han Yushi finished speaking, a vigorous voice suddenly came from the gate of the courtyard. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and was shocked. Who else could it be but Li Er? "Greetings, Your Majesty." Han Yushi quickly got up and bowed to Li Er, with Xiao He, Xiao Shi, Hu Jing, and the others. Sun Simiao stood up and cupped his hands to Li Er, saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Er waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. I came here today to visit teacher Wen-ji. I didn't expect to hear your conversation outside the courtyard. Sit down." Previously, when he learned from Li Tai that Li Gang was seriously ill and bedridden, Li Er had thought of visiting him. Although Li Gang used to be Li Jianqing's teacher, the old man had a noble character. He only cared about teaching and educating people all his life. He never got involved in those political struggles and enjoyed a very high reputation in the literary world. Li Shimin could tolerate Wei Zheng, who repeatedly suggested to Li Jianqing to kill the king of Qin. How could he not tolerate Li Gang? Therefore, when the morning court session ended, Li Er quickly ordered Zhao Song to prepare a carriage and went directly to Sun Simiao's courtyard on Yunshan Mountain. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Under Li Er's signal, everyone sat down. At this time, Han Yushi remembered what Li Er said just now and couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, you said that my husband is doing very well now? Is that true?" Li Er nodded slightly and said, "Of course it's true. This morning, Qin Ke received an urgent battle report from Meng Wenhao. Last night, Li Zishuan blocked Wu Jia at Longmen Pass and stole the secret files of Yanhuang College. Although he was seriously injured, Taoist Master Xian Qing of Longhu Mountain suddenly arrived. Not only did he defeat the enemy, but he also cured all of Li Zishuan's internal injuries. If I need someone who is skilled in both medicine and martial arts, I can ask Li Zishuan to hurry back." Sun Simiao cupped his hands and said, "If Xiaoxian can come back, that would be great. If I remember correctly, Xiaoxian also knows how to perform acupuncture. Oh, by the way, Your Majesty just said that Taoist Master Xian Qing of Longhu Mountain is also at Longmen Pass. That's great. If Taoist Master Xian Qing can come back with Xiaoxian, teacher Wen-ji might be saved." Li Er's face lit up and said, "Good. I will send someone to ask Qin Ke to immediately send a telegram to Li Zishuan and urgently summon him and Taoist Master Xian Qing to return to the capital." Speaking of which, Li Tai was still crazily sleeping in his bed. In the wee hours of the morning, he was waiting for news from the front line and almost fainted. "Your Majesty is wise." Sun Simiao breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It wasn't that his medical skills weren't good, but that Li Gang was now at the end of his life. Forcefully extending his life was against the heavens. Sun Simiao's medical skills were indisputable, but sometimes medical skills weren't omnipotent. "I will go and see teacher Wen-ji." After handing over the matter to the eunuch beside him, Li'er stood up and said, Chapter 1563. Young martial uncle, I remember you started your closed-door training last year. You suddenly came down the mountain this time. Have you broken through to the great Grandmaster realm? After a simple breakfast in Longmen Pass, Li Zishuan followed Xianqing to stroll among the tents and check if there were any severely injured sergeants who needed help. After checking on the recovery of several seriously injured sergeants, Li Zishuan suddenly asked Xianqing, speaking of which, ever since he recovered from his injuries last night, he had been busy treating the wounds of the heavily injured soldiers in the barracks until dawn. If it wasn't for the military doctor that Hong Wenxing had sent someone to invite over, he would have been busy until now. After that, he went back to the corner tower and slept for more than 2 hours. But even so, Li Zishuan didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, he felt refreshed. It was mainly because with the help of Xianqing last night, Li Zishuan broke through to the late stage of the great Grandmaster realm. His mental strength also soared a lot. Not sleeping for a day had no effect on him at all. Besides, when he fought Wu Jie alone, he was exhausted and fell into a coma. He had slept for several hours. When he was interrogated by Xianqing last night, Li Zishuan was in a panic. He was afraid that his identity as a time traveler would be exposed. But after a night of digestion and contemplation, he felt a lot more at ease. But he began to wonder why his young martial uncle would appear here at this time. To reach the great Grandmaster realm, in addition to talent and hard work, you need more opportunities and martial arts comprehension. It's easier said than done. Xianqing carried the heavy sword case on his back and walked with his hands behind his back. He answered Li Zishuan's question with a blank face. Li Zishuan, who was a little behind Xianqing, glanced at the sword case on Xianqing's back. In the memory of his predecessor, no matter where his young martial uncle went, he would carry a sword on his back. He remembered that his young martial uncle once said, "The sword never leaves the body. As long as the sword is with you, the sword is Xianqing's best brother. It will never betray him." It was because of this almost crazy obsession that Xianqing's talent in swordsmanship was rarely matched by others. It made his swordsmanship so pure that even spiritual masterling Su felt inferior in this aspect. "Then, junior martial uncle, what realm are you at now?" Hearing this, Li Zishuan could not help but ask curiously. Regarding Xianqing's cultivation, he really couldn't see through it. What's more, when Xianqing was fighting Wu Jie outside the Dragon Gate, he wasn't there, so naturally he couldn't judge Xianqing's current strength. In his impression, Xianqing was already at the peak of the supreme power realm before he started his closed-door training. With his talent and aptitude, he must have made great progress in the past year of closed-door training. Half-step to Great Grandmaster. Although he had seen the threshold of Great Grandmaster, it was difficult for him to cross it. The further you go on the path of martial arts, the more difficult it gets. Little Xian, you must remember not to be greedy and advance rashly in the future, so as to avoid going astray. Xianqing said, after a moment of silence. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Don't worry, martial uncle. This disciple will remember martial uncle's teachings and fight steadily and surely. I won't be greedy and advance prematurely. Oh, right, little martial uncle. Why did you go down the mountain this time? Did martial uncle sect leader give you some task?" Hearing this, Xianqing suddenly stopped, and his expression became a little unnatural. After a while, he turned to look at Li Zishuan and said, "Martial uncle went down the mountain this time because I was instructed by martial uncle sect leader. When I arrived in Chang, and I wanted to see you on the way, but I didn't expect to learn that the Yanhuang College you founded was attacked by Wu Jie a few hours ago. In order to track Wu Jie's whereabouts, Martial uncle followed you all the way here. I see. Lisa Schwan nodded. His expression didn't change, but his heart began to move. He secretly wondered what important task Dragon Tiger Mountain had to send Xian Qing down the mountain in person. This was a little unreasonable. After spiritual master Ling Su passed away, there was no more great grandmaster on Mount Longhu. This was very inconsistent with the status of the celestial master Taoism in the world. In addition, there was still a great grandmaster in the world who came from the Shaolin Temple. If the Tao sect didn't produce another great grandmaster, wouldn't it be suppressed by the Buddhist sect? Therefore, the most important task of the celestial master Taoism in the past 2 years was to cultivate a great grandmaster. And Xianqing was the next most promising disciple of the celestial master Taoism in Dragon Tiger Mountain. This was said by spiritual master Ling Su himself, and no one doubted it. Therefore, Feng Lingzi, the head of the celestial master Taoism, would never let Xianqing go down the mountain unless there was a particularly important or urgent matter. Do you want to ask what task the sect leader gave me? Xianqing's deep eyes seemed to be able to see through the soul. He fixed his gaze on Li Zixuan and asked after a while, Martial uncle, if it's inconvenient for you to say, then forget it. Li Zixuan was stunned at first, and then he said unexpectedly. The implication was that he really wanted to know what task the sect leader of the celestial master Taoism had given Xianqing. Xianqing was silent for a moment. Then he turned and said as he walked, "Previously, when your sect leader learned that you were now the Marquis of the Tang Empire, he sent me down the mountain to visit the emperor through your recommendation. But it happened that you were killing locusts in the northern provinces and counties, and Wu Jiep attacked Yanhuang College. So I came here to solve your problem first." Xianqing's temperament was destined to be a straightforward person. He would not beat around the bush and said whatever he wanted to say. Li Zixuan next to him was stunned. After being surprised for a long time, Li Zixuan couldn't help but ask, Little martial uncle, is the sect leader planning to let the celestial master Taoism enter the secular world? In Li Zixuan's impression, the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain could be regarded as a semi-secluded sect. They did not deal with the local government, nor did they have disciples enter the imperial court as officials. Of course, Li Zixuan was an exception. Their usual contact with the outside world was probably only to treat the mountain people. They existed in the world, but they were hidden from the world. This was the previous state of the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. That was why Li Zixuan was so shocked when he heard from Xianqing about the mission given by Feng Lingzi. Xianqing seemed to have prepared for this question. As soon as Li Zixuan's voice fell, he directly replied, "Xian, you are also a member of the celestial master Taoism. Since the moment you entered the imperial court, the celestial master Taoism has already entered the secular world. Our sect leader said that now the world is gradually stabilizing, and the current emperor is also a wise emperor. If the celestial master Taoism wants to pass on from generation to generation, it must deal with a good relationship with the current ruler. It is not to flatter him, but to not offend him. Blindly avoiding the secular world will only lead to the gradual extinction of the celestial master Taoism. You are wise, sect leader." Hearing this, Li Zixuan could not help but give a thumbs up and said, "Although there are still wolves around the Tang Empire, the current emperor is working hard to govern the country. The strength of the Tang Empire is getting stronger day by day. This is something that everyone can feel. If Taoism wants to pass on for a long time, it should not hide from the secular world. Only when the world knows the positive role of Taoism in the Tang Empire will there be a steady stream of people who want to cultivate Taoism. Taoism is like this, and so is the celestial master Taoism of Longhu Mountain. In the next 10 or 20 years, the Tang Empire will undergo earth-shaking changes and become unprecedentedly powerful. For the Celestial Master Taoism, there are only two choices. One is to follow the trend of the times and make some changes in time to lead Taoism to become more prosperous and strong. The other is to completely hide from the secular world. After 10 or 20 years, the world will forget about the Celestial Master Taoism. And then there will be no Celestial Master Taoism in the world. Besides, if the Celestial Master Taoism cultivates in seclusion, what is the difference between it and those Buddhist monks who only know how to eat vegetarian food, chant Buddhist scriptures, burn incense, and knock on wooden fish? Sect Master Martial Uncle's decision is undoubtedly a very wise one. As a member of Taoism, Li Zixuan naturally wanted to see Taoism become more and more prosperous and strong. In addition, Taoism was a local sect in the Central Plains. He did not want Taoism to be completely suppressed by Buddhism. Compared with the Buddhist monks who only ate vegetarian food and chanted Buddhist scriptures and did not work, he preferred Taoism's way of cultivating in seclusion. He felt that the seclusion of the Celestial Master Taoism in Longhu Mountain was very inappropriate. Xian Qing nodded frequently. Suddenly, he looked at Li Zixuan strangely and said, "Xiaoxian, I didn't expect that after leaving the mountain for more than a year, you would see things more deeply than before. When you were in Longhu Mountain, you were still a simple and honest boy who only knew how to cultivate." Li Zixuan was shocked. He secretly thought that he was too smart. He had to restrain himself to prevent Xian Qing from discovering his identity. But he did not know that Xian Qing did not intend to investigate his abnormal behavior for a long time. When I was in Longhu Mountain, I had my master to take care of everything. Why would I need to worry about these things? Li Zixuan scratched his head and quickly found an excuse for himself. Hearing Li Zixuan mention Lingshu, Xian Qing's face darkened. After a long silence, he sighed and said, "Xiaoxian, you continue to patrol the barracks. I will go out for a walk." "Yes, Martial Uncle." Li Zixuan knew that he had accidentally touched a sore spot in Xian Qing's heart. In his memory, Xian Qing and Lingshu were brothers in name, but in fact, they were master and disciple. Xian Qing entered the sect late. Not long after he entered the sect, the previous first elder of Longhu Mountain, who was Xian Qing and Lingshu's master, passed away. Therefore, whenever Xian Qing had any problems in martial arts, he would go to spiritual master Lingshu for help. It could be said that most of Xian Qing's martial arts were taught by spiritual master Lingshu. Later, Li Zixuan was brought back to the Celestial Master sect by spiritual master Lingshu and became his last disciple. Xian Qing changed and became Li Zixuan's martial uncle. Because they were from the same sect, Xian Qing usually took care of Li Zixuan. The relationship between the two was quite good. Chapter 1564. On the night of the attack on Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan learned of the general situation and immediately asked Li Tai about Li Gang's injuries. At the time, Li Tai said that Li Gang had only suffered some minor injuries and that his body was fine. Only then did Li Zixuan feel slightly relieved. Later on, Li Tai asked Li Zixuan to send an imperial edict via telegram, allowing Li Zixuan to mobilize the soldiers of the northern provinces and counties, setting up ambushes at the main passes to prevent Wu Jia from escaping the Great Tang. Li Zixuan thought that since nothing major had happened at the academy, the most important thing would be to deal with Wu Jia. At the very least, he would have to take back the academy's secret files from Wu Jia. What happened next was somewhat out of his expectations. Firstly, Wu Jia only used a little more than a day to rush from Lantian County to Dragon Gate Pass. At that time, Li Zixuan had just taken over the security of Dragon Gate Pass with an army of 10,000. From the time he was stationed there to the first battle between the two sides, only a few hours had passed. Wu Jie's speed caught Li Zixuan off guard. Second, Su Tingda had led 10,000 soldiers from Bingzhou's Jichong House to Yanmen Pass. Many of the soldiers hadn't even had time to rest before Yanmen Pass was attacked by Ashina Shi Er's 50,000 elite wolf cavalry. Their numbers were inferior to that of the Turks, and coupled with the haste of the battle, the defenders of Yanmen Pass were quickly routed. As a result, Ashina Shi Er's army didn't have to spend much time to enter the Great Tang's territory. These two unexpected events had almost caused Longmen Pass to fall, and even caused the Yanhuang College's files to almost fall back into Wu Jie's hands. Fortunately, Shui, Rimgui, and Xianqing had stepped in at the critical moment to help, and Wang Rinbiao's 30,000 Qizhou soldiers had also arrived. Last night, when Li Zixuan woke up from his coma and learned of what had happened at Longmen Pass, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Could this be the protagonist of Heaven's blessing? Little Xian, His Highness King of Wei probably replied to you like that because he didn't want you to be distracted while dealing with Wu Jie in the north. Don't blame him. Li Zixuan found it difficult to accept this sudden news. Right at this moment, Qin Xiong walked over from somewhere and said in a low voice, "Before the army left, this old man made a trip to Yanhuang College. According to Mr. Kong Gui, Mr. Wenji's condition is indeed very serious. Now that the matter here has been settled, little Xian, you should quickly return to Cloud Mountain to take a look." Li Zixuan's expression was a little sluggish as he nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Qin. I'll pack my luggage and hurry back to Cloud Mountain." Li Gang's serious illness was a huge blow to Li Zixuan. According to the original history, Li Gang died 5 years after Zhenguan, which meant that Li Gang still had at least 3 years to live. But now, because he had temporarily handed the academy over to Li Gang, Cloud Mountain had coincidentally been attacked by Wu Jie, causing Li Gang to be injured and bedridden. His life could even be at risk at any time. If not for Sun Simiao's superb medical skills, Li Gang would have already passed away. Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. He had changed history, but he had also changed the fate of many people. For example, Su Tingda and the 10,000 Tang soldiers who died at Yanmen Pass. If not for his existence, they would still be living well in Bing Province's subjugation residence. They were all brave and fearless soldiers of the Tang Empire, but because of his appearance, they died prematurely on the battlefield. There was also Li Gang. If not for his repeated pleas to the old man to come out, Li Gang would be comfortably teaching Li Chengqian in the imperial palace right now. How could he have encountered such a life and death crisis? All of this made Li Zixuan feel guilty, and at the same time, a trace of confusion appeared in his heart. He felt that on his path to making the Great Tang even more prosperous, he had inadvertently taken the lives of many innocents. Even though he had done it unintentionally, the truth was that he was shouldering more and more lives. Li Zixuan suddenly felt that his shoulders were very, very heavy. Remember to call Taoist Xianqing. Qin Xiong saw Li Zixuan's brow furrowed in pain, and he couldn't help but feel somewhat distressed, but he still loudly reminded him. "I know, Uncle Qin." Li Zixuan didn't turn his head, only responded in a low voice. "Ha, this child is good at everything, but sometimes his heart is too soft." Qin Xiong stared at Li Zixuan's back, and after a long while, he shook his head and sighed. "Teacher Wenji, it's Li Gang, right?" After leaving the camp, Li Zixuan went up the city gate tower. In the eastern corner tower, Li Zixuan found Xianqing, who was meditating cross-legged. He briefly told Xianqing about Li Gang's serious illness and how Sun Simiao needed their martial uncle and nephew to go back together to help. After hearing this, Xianqing frowned and said, "Then let's go back to Lantian immediately." Without any hesitation, Xianqing agreed to Li Zixuan's request. Li Zixuan had spent so much effort before, but he didn't expect Xianqing to agree so easily. Li Zixuan couldn't get used to this super efficient communication method, so he was a little confused at this moment. "What are you waiting for? You and I quickly pack our luggage and go back to Lantian." Seeing Li Zixuan standing there in a daze, Xianqing couldn't help but frown and urge him. "Yes, little martial uncle." Li Zixuan came back to his senses and hurriedly cupped his hands in obeisance. He couldn't help but think in his heart, little martial uncle's personality really hasn't changed. Not only is he a man of few words, but he is also swift and decisive. He is simply a model of doing more and talking less. The bosses of modern big companies must like a real person like little martial uncle. In fact, in Xianqing's opinion, Li Gang had been the imperial tutor of 2 princes and had a good reputation among the scholars. Now that he was injured and even bedridden because of Li Zixuan's Yanhuang College, he, as his martial uncle, had to go and help no matter what. Besides, the purpose of his trip down the mountain this time was to visit Li Er in the imperial palace. Tracking Wu Jia was just a side quest he had issued for himself. Now that the side quest had been completed, it was time for him to return to the main quest. "Little Xian, Taoist Xianqing, where are you going?" Martial uncle and nephew had finished packing their luggage and had just brought their mounts from the stables when they met Wang Rinbiao. Wang Rinbiao saw that Li Zixuan and Xianqing were both carrying a bag and couldn't help but ask. There was another person behind him, and that was Long Yuyao. Seeing that the person who came was Wang Rinbiao, Li Zixuan couldn't help but be startled. Then he felt ashamed. If it wasn't for Wang Rinbiao leading the army in time yesterday, it was unknown whether or not Longmen Pass could be completely defended. Wang Rinbiao was willing to take the risk of being suspected by his superiors and lead the army of Qizhou to support Longmen Pass 2 or 3 times. Li Zixuan didn't even have time to thank him and almost directly returned to Lantian County without saying anything. He really didn't do it properly and felt sorry for Wang Rinbiao's deep friendship. It's Rinbiao. You've come at the right time. I have something to tell you." Li Zixuan coughed awkwardly, and then shamelessly said with some apology, "I just received news from Qingke that teacher Wenji suffered some minor injuries in order to protect the academy that night. Due to his old age, he was bedridden, and now his life is in danger. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, and my youngest martial uncle is quite proficient in medical skills, we must return to Yinshan as soon as possible to save teacher Wenji's life." Wang Rinbiao was shocked when he heard that. His expression was serious, and he said with some worry, "Is there such a thing? Teacher Wenji is an upright person and has always been clean as an official. As a teacher, he has noble character and unquestionable integrity. He is one of the people I admire the most in my life. Since this is the case, little Xian, you and Taoist Xianqing should return to Yinshan as soon as possible. As for Longmen Pass, General Qin and I will take care of the aftermath. You don't have to worry." Li Zixuan heaved a sigh of relief, and then said with a guilty expression, "Rinbiao, you led the army from hundreds of miles away to help us. As your brother, I wanted to host a banquet and drink with you to express my gratitude. However, now that teacher Wenji, little Xian, you don't have to say any more." Wang Rinbiao did not let Li Zixuan continue. Instead, he interrupted him. "Little Xian, you and I are brothers. There's no need for formalities between us. Whether it's wine or food, they are all just external things. Since we are brothers, why should we care about such formalities? After such a big thing happened at Yinshan, you should indeed return to the academy. How can I not understand this? You can go with peace of mind. If it weren't for the fact that I can't leave here, I would also want to go back to Yinshan with you to visit teacher Wenji. Thank you for your understanding. Rinbiao, with a brother like this, what more can Li Zishuan ask for? Li Zishuan was touched as he saluted Wang Rinbiao and said, Chapter 1565. There was no such thing as an impenetrable wall in this world. The news of Wang Rinbiao and Li Jingchu's relationship had already reached the ears of the elders of the Wang family of Taiyuan a few days ago. Li Jingchu was just a merchant's daughter. In the eyes of these elders, who had very serious views on family status, Li Jingchu was far from being worthy of the eldest son of the Wang family. Therefore, there was almost no suspense. Almost everyone in the Wang family opposed this marriage. Some elders even threatened that if Wang Rinbiao insisted on marrying Li Jingchu, he was no longer worthy of being the eldest son of the Wang family and had to be expelled from the family as a punishment. As Wang Rinbiao's father and the current head of the Wang family of Taiyuan, Wang Yu naturally knew about this matter. On one side was his son, and on the other side was his family. Old Wang was actually in a difficult position. Li Zishuan's casual guess hit the nail on the head. Hearing this, Wang Rinbiao couldn't help but be startled. He wanted to deny it, but facing Li Zishuan's aggressive gaze, he sighed and said, Xiao Xian, you guessed right. Little Xian, your guess is correct. Recently, the elders of the family have indeed expressed their dissatisfaction with my marriage with Jingchu. In 2 days, my mother will also personally come to Qizhou. If I insist on being with Jingchu, it's very likely that my name will be removed from the family. At that time, I should no longer be the provincial governor of Qizhou. Therefore, I have the heart, but not the ability to help Shui Ringue. Hearing this, Li Zishuan's heart sank. When he learned that Wang Rinbiao had fallen in love with a merchant's daughter, he guessed that this matter would cause a violent reaction from the Wang family. This was because in history, Wang Rinbiao's mother, Princess Tang, and didn't like Wang Rinbiao's wife because of her low birth. As a result, after Wang Rinbiao died of illness, his wife and son were directly expelled from the family and completely became an orphan and widow. Rinbiao, I'll go back to Chang and to treat teacher Wenji first. As for the Wang family, I'll write a letter to your father and see if he can favor you for once. Besides, even if the Wang family wants to abolish your position as the eldest son of the Wang family, they can't take away your position as the provincial governor of Qizhou. This is an official position conferred upon you by the current emperor. If the emperor doesn't speak, you can't be removed. If the Wang clan sends someone into the palace, I will also plead for you in front of His Majesty. You don't have to worry too much. After pondering for a moment, Li Zishuan said slowly, in Yunshan, Li Gang was critically ill, and this was an extremely urgent matter. Even if Li Zishuan wanted to help Wang Rinbiao, he didn't have the time right now. In addition, this was a family matter of the Wang clan. He didn't want to and couldn't get too involved. The only thing he could do was act as an outsider and do what he could. For example, if the Wang clan wanted to use Princess Tang and Li Zishuan's relationship to remove Wang Rinbiao from his position as governor of Qizhou, Li Zishuan would definitely speak up for him. Wang Rinbiao smiled in relief. Regarding the position of governor of Qizhou, I don't really care about it. You don't have to worry about me. Xiao Xian, you should return to Yunshan to treat teacher Wenji. Even if I don't have the identity of the Wang family's eldest son and the position of Qizhou's provincial governor, I won't starve to death. Even if I'm really at my wit's end, I can still rely on you, right? Xiao Xian, you won't reject me, right? Of course not. Li Zishuan said seriously, we'll always be brothers. Brothers should share weal and woe together. The worst outcome of this is that not only will you lose the identity of the Wang family's eldest son, but you'll also lose the position of governor of Qizhou. But even so, what's the harm? You're still my brother, Li Zishuan. Ha ha, Xiao Xian, I'm already satisfied with your words. Wang Renbiao couldn't help but smile. Then he looked at the sun and said seriously to Li Zishuan, Xiao Xian, Teacher Wenji's condition is still more important. It's almost 9 in the morning. You should leave as soon as possible. Li Zishuan nodded and cupped his hands in farewell. All right, Renbiao, we'll meet again. We'll meet again. Wang Renbiao cupped his hands and said indifferently. Li Zishuan and Xian Qing got on their horses and left Longmen Pass, heading south. Giddy up, giddy up. Whitey, faster, faster. On the official road from Jiangzhou to Chang, and 2 men were galloping on horseback. The man in front was slightly younger. He was handsome and tall. As the horse was galloping, his hair was pulled back by the wind. The man in the back was slightly older. He was in his 20s or 30s. Although he was handsome, the expression on his face was rather cold. He gave off a feeling that strangers should not approach him. Xiao Xian, where did you get this horse? It's even faster than a Fergana horse. Xian Qing, who didn't like to talk, finally couldn't help but ask after seeing the speed of Whitey under Li Zishuan. The horse he was riding was a mount that had accompanied him for many years. It was one of the best horses, and he spent a lot of money on it. But now, compared to the big white horse under Li Zishuan, it suddenly paled in comparison. The big white horse seemed to have the energy to continue accelerating, but the big black horse he was riding was already running at full speed. How could Xian Qing not be surprised? Hearing this, Li Zishuan turned around to look at Xian Qing's position. He realized that the distance between the two of them was about 30 feet. Thus, he hurriedly slowed down the speed of the horse and replied, Junior Marshal Uncle, my father bought this horse from the Hu people 2 years ago. After returning home from Mount Longhu last year, I realized that I had some affinity with this horse, so I asked my father for it to be my mount. I see. Xian Qing nodded and didn't ask further. He knew that Li Zishuan was anxious to go back to Chang and to visit Li Gang, so he said, Xiao Xian, your horse doesn't seem to be running at full speed. Don't worry about me. Go back to Yinshan at full speed and check on Teacher Wenji's injuries first. I'll be there soon. Li Zishuan hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded and said, Okay, youngest uncle, I'll go first. You can go directly to Yinshan. I'll be waiting for you there. Okay, be careful, Xian Qing said in a low voice. Li Zishuan turned his head to face the front, then patted Whitey's neck and said anxiously, Whitey, hurry up. Whitey seemed to be able to feel Li Zishuan's anxiety. As soon as Li Zishuan finished speaking, Whitey's speed suddenly increased by 20%, and it was still accelerating. The distance between Li Zishuan and Xian Qing was getting farther and farther. Last year, when Han Yushi was kidnapped to Xiefeng Stockade, Li Zishuan felt Whitey's extreme speed when he went to save her. However, it was only a short distance back then, and the whole city was only about 40 miles away. This time, it was different. The distance between Jiang Province and Chang was about 500 to 600 miles. Li Zishuan didn't know how long Whitey could last at full speed, but in order to save Li Gang, who was in critical condition, he could only take one step at a time. At worst, he could wait for Whitey to get tired and use his Qinggong to rush for a while. Whitey could follow behind him and rest while running. After resting, he could get back on the horse and continue to run. Brother Crown Prince, is Brother Xiao Xian really okay now? Not long after the morning assembly, Changle came directly to the East Palace and found Li Chengqian. She asked directly when she saw him. Obviously, some of the discussion in the morning assembly had reached Changle's ears. Li Chengqian frowned and said, Changle, you've heard about the war in the north? Changle nodded and said, Yes, yes. Previously, when I passed by Taiji Palace, the officials had just finished their morning assembly. Uncle and Minister Fong talked about it. Brother Crown Prince, quickly tell Changle whether Brother Xiao Xian is okay. Or not. As she spoke, Changle's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of pleading as she looked at Li Chengqian. Li Chengqian couldn't bear Changle's pleading gaze and hurriedly replied, "Don't worry, Changle." Although Xiao Xian was injured when he fought with the Turkic state preceptor, his injuries have completely recovered with the help of Taoist Xian Qing from Longhu Mountain. Thinking about it, he should be back after things are stabilized over there. Really? That's great. Hearing this, Changle was immediately overjoyed, and her face lit up with joy. She stood up and said with a smile, "Since that's the case, then I'm relieved." "Oh, right, Brother Crown Prince, Imperial Mother's soaring meteoric prosperity is almost finished. Should we go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant outside the palace to help Imperial Mother buy some more?" Speaking of the locust plague that broke out in the Guangzhou area, Li Zixuan took the opportunity to purchase a lot of locusts. So not only did the supply of flying locusts of the Drunken Immortal restaurant soar, the price also dropped a lot. Many people knew that flying locusts was made from locusts, but those who had tasted the delicacy of flying locusts could not resist the temptation of this delicacy. Even if they knew that this thing was made from locusts, they still ate happily and fought to come to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to eat flying locusts. Empress Zhongsun had heard from Li Zixuan a long time ago that locusts could be used to treat illnesses, especially for those with qi ailments. Locusts were very useful, so when the locust plague broke out this year, a batch of prepared locusts was quickly sent to the imperial palace. Although the imperial chefs in the imperial palace had tried to make soaring meteoric prosperity at the behest of Empress Zhongsun, this thing might look the same on the outside, but it clearly couldn't compare to the soaring meteoric prosperity at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Many times, the soaring meteoric prosperity that Empress Zhongsun ate came from the Drunken Immortal restaurant because only the soaring meteoric prosperity at the Drunken Immortal restaurant didn't have the earthy taste of locusts. Soaring meteoric prosperity? Hearing this, Li Chengqian quickly shook his head and said, "This thing can be directly sent to the Drunken Immortal restaurant to buy some. Why do we need to personally make a trip?" Changle wrinkled her nose and said, unhappily, "Brother Crown Prince, we haven't been out of the palace together for 2 months. Now that we finally have the opportunity, do you want to go out of the palace with Changle?" The imperial palace symbolized a life of luxury, but at the same time, for the princes and princesses, the imperial palace was almost equivalent to a cage. The people in the cage wanted to desperately get out, while the people outside wanted to enter and live a life of luxury. But no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't enter the cage. Changle was lively by nature and often liked to go out of the palace. Especially now that her qi ailment had completely recovered, she didn't need Li Er to worry about her health. Li Chengqian thought for a moment and said, Okay, but I have other important things to do today. Tomorrow I'll take you out of the palace and go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant in Chang'an City. Changle, what do you think? Tomorrow is fine too. Brother Crown Prince, remember to send someone to call me." Changle nodded and then left. Looking at her lively and lovely back, Li Chengqian had a headache and rubbed his head, but his eyes were full of pampering. Yinshan residence. Previously, Li Anren went into the room with Li Er to see Li Gang, who was lying in bed. At this time, little Anren's eyes were red and swollen from crying. He was hiding in his mother's arms and sobbing slightly. Li Er, after staying here for half an hour, had already set the carriage to return to the palace. "Sister Yushi, when will Brother Xiaoxian come back to save grandfather?" Li Anren had received a good education since he was young, and he was more sensible than other children. Little Anren had heard some of the conversation between Li Er, Sun Ximiao, and Han Yushi, so he couldn't help but ask at this moment. He had a kind of blind trust in Li Zixuan. "Don't worry, Anren. Your brother Xiaoxian should be on his way now. He should be back tonight." Han Yushi looked at little Anren with eyes full of heartache and comforted him softly.